far, all the series have been really, really exciting, especially yesterday where OG showed up for two of their series, both 2-1 in their favor. And earlier in the event also, they already played Secret once. They lost to their Enigma Tusk combination twice. So I want to see what's going to be the idea here to play against Enigma. Are they going to snatch it? Are they going to ban it? Or are they going to just let them have it again and pick something else to deal with it?
Yeah, adaptation's going to be the name of the game. And Adam, what was your initial top 4 ranking before this event started? Are these 3 of the teams that you would have seen coming, or did this take you a little bit by surprise?
I think the top 3 teams right now are not a surprise. The surprise for me was Entity.
Okay.
But like we talked about earlier, they kind of got affected by the new patch. They were a team that was very heavily, they had heavy strategies. Like you could tell by their draft, they had a game plan going into each game and like how to approach the game and use their players. And Fnatic, I would call it an upset still, but Fnatic definitely one of the teams that showed up this tournament.
Yeah, definitely, especially in the series against Entity, like you mentioned, and then that heartbreaking loss against OG at the end. Was that your most exciting series of yesterday, Cinderin, as we closed out the day?
It was probably that or OG against Thunder. I think OG against Thunder was probably the one with the most easily the most crazy comeback in game number 2,
sure.
And game number 3 was also, a nail biter. So I think that one would probably have to take the cake for me. But yeah, overall, yesterday had some great series. I guess the biggest concern going into today for people potentially is that Aster looked pretty dominant against Secret. So if you look in this lower bracket, I hope we're gonna have the winning team today pick up some steam and make that finals a little bit more competitive than the Aster Secret series was, because that was pretty one-sided actually.
Shockingly so, and
Yeah.
so many people considered Secret to be their favorites. And we have had a lot of favorite heroes that we've been looking at the beginning of our days. But what about our least favorite heroes? 7.32 brought a lot of buffs, but it brought a lot of nerfs to a lot of heroes as well. So we'll take it from the top. Marcy, getting a little bit of the Earth Spirit treatment. Will change what stuns and what slows, and apparently will change if she's viable or not, Winter, because she has fallen off of a cliff. As good as her cosplay was yesterday, in the game, not so much.
Yeah, the Earth Spirit treatment definitely made it a little bit more concerning to pick this hero, how you're going to use this hero, because the laning phase definitely got affected a lot, and you know how important when you pick this hero to secure the lanes, like as a support, your main job is to secure the side lanes, and in the previous patches, Marcy has been one of, with Tiny, they are both the best side lane supports to displace the enemy and set up kills for your cause, and that definitely hurt the hero a lot.
Yeah, it's not even so much not being a first phase pick anymore, it's just not picked at all, Cinder. She is completely unviable, it seems.
Yeah, so I think there's a combination of multiple things, right? Moonman was talking on the panel yesterday about how the classic, or not the classic, but the recent way of playing Marcy would be pick up that blink dagger. You would blink, toss someone, and then it would stun them, and you could kill them in that stun. But now when you blink, toss them, they can BKB, they can blink out, whatever, because it's just a slow.
Yeah, he likened it to the Magnus Horn toss.
Exactly,
nerf.
he compared it to his Horn toss, which also hit that hero really hard. So that's one comparison. The other one is the way the laning stage and the flow of the game is now. I think in the last patch, Marcy's win rate wasn't even that great. She was just an exceptionally strong early game hero. But now with the pacing of the game being different, I think she also suffers a bit from getting less gold early and the whole scaling of things, such as when Moon talked about the Earthshaker, where you now go Shard instead of Blink because it just takes too long to get there. Marcy would have the same problem with Dagger.
How about Zeus, Adam? This was a godly pick, no pun intended, for most of 7.31, at least in pubs, maybe not in pro quite as much, but yet again, seeming completely irrelevant after 7.32.
I feel like the thing that affected Zeus the most was probably the small camp change. Because I think Zeus did get nerfed, the heavily jump cooldown and the slow, but I don't feel like it's that big a deal. I think it's just kind of harder to play it right now because supports tend to go mid, like we've seen from yesterday's game. 2 minutes, 4 minutes, 6 minutes, the supports are kind of coming middle. And I don't know if he's heavily affected by the cooldown, but it's definitely not as spammable as before. He does have a level 10 talent that gives him the cooldown back. He didn't lose too much, lost some health, I believe. And I think that the hero is still playable, but teams have not really had time to experiment and figure out what's right and wrong right now.
And it was safe to say that it was over-tuned in the first place, Winter. Heavenly Jump was probably one of the biggest single spell upgrades I've ever seen a hero receive.
Yeah, because used with the nerf, if you play him as a core still, he's going to have, I feel like he's going to die a lot more in the early game, because with the previous change, I felt like the hero he's supposed to die maybe a couple of times in the laning phase for the first 10 minutes, but he just didn't die because of the Heavenly Jump. And with the cooldown change, I feel like there's going to be a lot more openings to abuse the hero, and it's definitely going to affect his mid game.
And on the topic of heroes that have lost some defensive capabilities and I suppose offensive capabilities, Death Prophet. Cinderin losing that percentage-based damage, now it's converted to flat damage, seems to have had a pretty substantial impact on her viability.
I mean, she's been hit by a truck in the laning stage, right? She lost 40 move speed on level 1.
40?
She went from
40?
325 to 285. And now she gets move speed back when she skills her ult. So the first level you get 12% passive and you get 1620. So her move speed flat out is just worse until you're level 12. And obviously that laning stage obviously still plays a really big role. And I think teams, I personally think the hero can still have a place with the New Spirit Siphon because I think in some situations it's just stronger. Like it's 80 DPS on level 4. When you hit that level 7 time, maybe you're really strong for a while. But again, limited time to practice and train stuff and find out which like niche she fits into. I just think when you look at the math right now, as the teams are just like, okay, let's just put that one away for now and play something else.
And especially with the glyph refreshes, I guess EXO is less viable now as being like the death ball strategy, Adam. You can't just mow down towers when you're getting glyphs back after every single tier gets taken down.
I think it's that, and I feel like the games, at least at tournament so far, has been a lot about scaling. And I feel like Death Prophet, like he wants to use this out, and his biggest issue is always that he has this super long cooldown. Like if you compare it to Enigma, for example, I think most teams would prefer having Enigma over Death Prophet. Like the hero's been buffed, his lane is stronger, he's more independent, it's easier to pair. So I think it's just outright the hero looks kind of dead to me right now.
Yeah, for me, like my biggest concern again, is the laning phase again, because the move speed got lower, so it's easier for the enemies to abuse, and you can't really put that Prophet in the off lane as a secure lane anymore because it's so much easier to kill her now with the move speed.
That's true. And then another hero that I guess lost some flex potential because of the nerfs, Coddle. We would see more often than not in core as opposed to support, but with the nerfs to Spirit Form Cinderin, it seems like it's definitely not seeming viable as core. Maybe as support, but just not as popular in general.
I think he's arguably the single hero that gets hit most by the small camp being removed in mid, because not only was he taking his own, but he was contesting the enemy one because he had this like 2000 range nuke that could steal that camp. I think this playstyle in Pro Dota was kind of pioneered by 9, and people were kind of blown away. Wow, this guy's just farming 2 small camps and mid lane. Now that you can't do that, you can't really win mid to the extent that you did before. You lose your, your pacing, and also overall, as we've talked about to death almost at this point, the pacing of the game being a little bit slower. Coddle is a timing hero. You fall off later on compared to a lot of other cores that scale better. So yeah, I think he's more of a support now. He got buffed a little bit with a level 10 talent. You can take 2-second lower Illuminate cooldown instead of 20 move speed, which I think is a support buff overall. But I think for the most part, I believe his win rate was like 33%, pick 12 games. So not very popular compared to in the previous version.
Yeah, it is a sad story for those 4 heroes, but I'm looking forward to the heroes that we're going to be seeing in this upcoming game. And if you want to participate in the conversation, be sure to use the hashtag ESL1. We will put you in the ticker down there. Last time, some people were looking forward to showing up in the arena and meeting new friends. I think it was Bambasino7 or something like that. I hope you found some new friends, and I hope we get more people to participate. Hashtag ESL1. And if you're just here in the crowd and you want to participate, do you want to see the Dota? Do you want to see the game now?
Start the game casters.
Start the game casters. Why are you just talking all the time? Fine, I will send you there. We're going to go to a break, and we will bring out Team Secret and OG right after this.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It'll never catch up to me. You said it. understand when the slow tide turns to rush? Does it make you any better? Turning noise back down to hush. In the morning, the night, from the darkness to light. Don't you know there's a promise there to keep? Don't waste your time. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your time. It'll never catch up to me. You said it. The time just a man. There's a warning in the breeze. If you got it, then maybe you understand. When the slow tide turns to rush, does it make you any better? Turning noise back down to hush. In the morning and night, from the darkness to light. Don't you know there's a promise there to keep? Don't waste your time. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your
All right, let's put our analyst caps on. These teams have played a lot of games to get to this point, the lower bracket finals, OG versus Team Secret. It's a match we've seen time and time again in the Western European Division 1 DPC, and now it's time to see how it settles out on LAN. Because the first time these two teams faced off in this tournament, it was still kind of in the studio. You know, they didn't have the pressure of the LAN, they didn't have the stakes of being this far in the tournament. And at that point of the tournament, Secret proved superior, Cinderin. In that 2-1 series, they were able to pick up the victory, keep moving forward in the upper bracket. Has OG learned a lot in this long lower bracket journey that they've been going on?
I think so, and I think Secret also showed some weakness yesterday. I think OG can maybe take advantage of that. We've seen in both games against Aster that Secret's probably biggest strength right now is the first 10 minutes. So I think if you're OG, you try to make sure that you are stable there. Secret compared to Aster seems to drop the ball a little bit in that mid-game period where I think OG generally shines. To me, OG are not as much of a laning team as they're a team fight and mid-game team, with perhaps the exception of Amar, who's like a hyper-aggressive off-lane player. OG just tends to, you know, do fine in their lanes. Sometimes they have standout performances and win them, but generally they're happy with things just going even so that when they're later on in the game, their whole strategy can really come together.
And part of the reason why Amar finds so much success in the offlane is because we mentioned that he is given very oppressive heroes for that role. He'll be given his Razors, his Vipers, not so much this tournament, the Underlords, and then the Mars. You think it's worth targeting Amar, Adam, as Puppy looks forward to this next draft, or you do a little bit of everything, which seems to be the focus of most teams these days?
I feel it's worth it for Secret to target Amar because Rezo's hero pool is very different from him.
Okay.
So they're kind of not eliminating their own heroes for the draft, from the draft, which is a huge benefit as a drafter in my opinion. I think he's also lost a few heroes that can be picked early. I think the only heroes playable right now that he still picks early are probably Mars and Timber, but even then they kind of pick it later into the draft. We saw the Razor, they lost to Secret with the first two Razor actually. And I think Fnatic had a game where they picked Razor early yesterday and they also didn't really have a lot of success with it. He kind of struggles in the lane against some of the carries in the meta right now. So I think Enigma is probably the biggest hero in this series, and because OG don't play it, but they have Taiga. I think that's
true.
something to keep in mind. So it's kind of a Enigma Bell, I think the first series will be at least.
Yeah, he's had that up his sleeve for a while and has not really shown it too much here. Maybe it's because what's being primarily focused on these days is the mid laners. We see these Bat Riders, we see these Queen of Pains, and we can see how these mid laners feel in the upper bracket versus the lower bracket. We got a chance to speak to BZM about his journey throughout this tournament.
It's definitely more comfortable to sit in the upper bracket because you need 2-3 matches to be in the finals, and when you're in the lower bracket you feel the pressure, but for some players it can be better because they play better under pressure, but I wouldn't say any one of us wants to play in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and Taiga in his very early interview said that lower bracket's more fun. You get to play more games. You just straight get to go to winners bracket finals if you lose, and then only do one elimination BO3 if your team's Secret. Where do you get that intensity? Where do you get the stakes? Where do you get the elimination thrill? And it's best to get that out of your system now before the international rolls around. But Team Secret, maybe they took the easy route, or maybe they're just better than OG because they were able to do it in the earlier series. Let's see if they can replicate it moving forward. What's on your mind for Team Secret looking forward? You think that these openings are the most critical thing we're seeing? The Tusks, the Enigmas that were mentioned earlier. What are you keeping your eye on, Winter?
Yeah, I think back to what Adam said, like he feels like maybe it's better for teams to focus their bans on Ama, but I on the other hand feel like I feel like OG has some weaknesses in the lane, and I would like to abuse that, so I would actually use my bans maybe to take out certain heroes that would enable their cores, their supports,
Okay.
the good laners, and try to pick good laners myself so I can abuse their cores more, and it will affect their mid game more. And I feel like that's going to be the direction that I'm going to be taking.
You talk about enabling supports, the ones that come to mind, especially for these two teams, would be like the Chens and the Ios. Shakers as well, yeah. And so which ones do you think, because Puppy kind of does his own thing. Puppy was picking Dark Willow, Omni Knight, Ogre Magi. You think the support pool is going to overlap too much, Sind?
Not so much between Puppy and Chu. I think, so I was looking at it earlier, I think Puppy has played like one Clockwork, and then they've played a little bit of Chen. It's not too much overlap there. I think it's a total of 4 heroes that they've both played, and Shaker's obviously not one of them because when Secret has that, it's on Zayat. I want to mention Undying, I think, as an honorable mention for this. I think OG started overall first picking that yesterday in their series against Fnatic, so it's definitely something to keep in mind going in here, that OG will perhaps prioritize as high as possible against Secret, specifically because the way I see Secret getting a victory is getting ahead in the start, and Undying is one of those like total lane negators in this patch where it's very hard to win against him in that safe lane.
Yeah, we saw Fnatic bring that hero to success, and they had a very quick grasp on what that hero was capable of. And you need to be quick, especially when a patch drops mid-tournament. But Puppy's been around for a long time. He's seen a lot of patches, but how does he feel about Dota and these patch latency in current 7.32?
I would consider that we have been kind of just solidifying what we've been good at. Like, I feel like Dota moves way too fast for you to stay in the past. It keeps on moving forward, things keep changing all the time, and you don't have time to look in the past. You have to constantly look in the frontier because things change, heroes change, and constantly the patch changes. If you're not there, ready to go with it, you're going to be behind. So there's no real atmosphere like looking back, honestly.
Yeah, I think a player with as much legacy status as him, Adam, is he on your Mount Rushmore? Maybe that's a very American reference, but is he in your top 4 all-time players, Adam, to have ever graced this game?
That's for sure. Puppy has, I think he's one of the oldest players, him and Kuro, who have been in the scene for so long, and they have constantly been at the top level. I think coming from someone who's like kind of stopped playing, that's something like I immensely respect. I think it's insane how many iterations of players he's been through, and he has still managed to bring them to TI, to the tier 1 level, and I think that's something really special.
His longevity is unmatched, and when we put him head-to-head against a player who has not been on his stage very much, but who has taken a shining to these public showings, I guess. I mean, Chu, I'm gonna say it, he took me by surprise. We saw him initially in Dubai playing with this OG roster, but I wasn't expecting this kind of performance out of him, Winter. This has been leaps and bounds beyond what I was expecting out of a Seb replacement, as most people would see him as.
Yeah, they're both actually quite similar, Chu and Puppy. They are both position 5, but they are like a 4 in some of the games, and they take a lot more farm compared to your traditional position 5 heroes. They are always trying to be more impactful, a bit more greedy than usual. Taking the dead lane, pushing out especially on Puppy. You see him doing that all the time. So they're definitely quite similar in some ways, even though they don't play very similar heroes. Their hero pool is totally different.
I think it's also a bit of a testament to how OG operate as a team, right? That you can swap out a player like this and it just works, I think slotting in a player into a system that's so strong is a lot easier. And obviously Chu is also the coach of the team, right? So he's very familiar with that system, and even if perhaps, let's say, he's not mechanically at the exact same level as someone like Misha or Seb or whatever, I think overall his performance on this stage has been a very positive surprise for me as well. Like, I guess you could just, you look good in a good team unless you like really drop the ball, right? Because I think a lot of the time things are just set up very nicely for all of their players. They know what they're supposed to do. It feels like they kind of determine their tasks as the game progresses. Like, people know what their primary objective is on each hero. And that makes it a lot easier to, stand out and do exactly what you're supposed to.
Yeah, but then again, the stand-ins they've been using, it's not exactly they're using a stand-in like from outside of their team, it's within their team, so it's a lot easier compared to like another team that uses, like for Fnatic, they use a stand-in from outside, so it's not the same compared to when OG uses a stand-in.
Well, you were talking a lot about stand-ins, but I want to see them stand right there on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Team Secret and OG.
Able to get away. Frostbite though. Echo Slam in return. You got to stop Chrysalis. Chrysalis gets for crits onto the Earthshake from his bomb. The Phoenix though, Anisha's going to continue to go for it. He jumps toward, missed the Astral Step though. Goes for the magic damage onto Amar. Can he finally finish off the OG offlaner? And he does.
The team felt quite hyped during the games, especially all these intense games that lasted more than 40 minutes. Everybody was so excited, and I honestly think Dota is just such a beautiful game.
Immediately onto Armel. Armar, he's trying to stay on top of Armel, but he can't quite see him into the tree. He managed to jump away. Jab drops the vintage familiars onto Amar Yuragi, but Palos is getting low, and he can't finish off Amar. BTM's low as well. They're also low, but nobody can commit on the side of Fnatic. Armel, he gets caught up in a tornado, but Taiga has nothing to be able to stop him from blinking away.
So now we're gonna prepare for them. Hopefully we are more prepared this time around when we play them. I would like to say Resolution, Puppy, Crystalis. I hope you guys are really prepared. But I'm coming for you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over! It's time for some Dota, my friends!
We have a lower bracket final for you guys. Who's going to face Aster? You're about to find out. Raise those signs in support of your favorite teams.
That is right, my friends. As I said earlier, we have the best teams in Dota here. The final 3 coming out to show you the greatest strats to steal in your pubs. You will not be successful. However, these teams certainly will be.
Yes, but Slacks, the greatest team in Dota is such a subjective idea. I mean, I know they've made it this far, but Slacks, who are these teams? Tell me.
Okay, well, you should have really read the brief. I mean, it's not hard to remember.
I never read the briefs. I just watch them on stage.
The first team to play in your semifinals, ladies
and gentlemen, you might have heard of this team before. Yes, that is right. You have been following them. You have adopted them to become your crowd favorite. And I will not deny you from seeing them once more. I spoke to them in the back. They promised Centaur with the eggs. They swore to God. Ladies and gentlemen, bring them out. It's OG! Just being in their mere presence makes me feel like my MMR has shot up 1,000 points. My God.
Well, wait till we get even more MMR on this stage. Their opponents about to come out, one of the greatest teams in Europe, the only team that can make Crystal Maiden look like a carry.
Oh.
It's Team Secret!
Woo! Look at the hustle. Oh my goodness. It breaks my heart to see one of these iconic teams go home. Truly, it brings me just the utmost sadness. However, I cannot wait to see the bloodshed. Send one of these suckers home. Let's see some Dota. Malaysia, give it up one more time. Are you ready? Woo!
Let's see what the panel has to say about these teams as we send it over to them.
Take it,
Analyze the
Tsunami,
stage.
you beautiful bearded bastard!
That's right, my friend. I've got enough hair for the both of us, and I've got enough Dota for this entire arena of stars. We've got our lower bracket finals set up on stage. It's going to be Team Secret versus OG, and maybe it is going to be about this Crystal Maiden. As we have found time and time again, these first phases are critical. We alluded to it in our pregame. I kind of like your theory that Enigma might be the hero of the match, Adam. I think that this is a strong line of thinking that you're on.
Shaker, Willow, Enigma.
Willow's also on there.
These three heroes. I think it's probably. I think I wouldn't be surprised to see a Puppy Shaker too. I think the hero has shown like it's really strong with the shard. Like you guys were talking about this 15-minute timing earlier. I think that's the reason we also see like this phase boots tiny like come into play because you don't really get the dagger by 15 and you want to be involved. So I think heroes that like even Hoodwink that has this like strong shard timing, it's gonna be really popular this patch, at least for now.
Yeah, I like that theory as well. Although it does seem like Willow has been exclusively a puppy thing. I know way back in the old days, I famously remember Taiga coming back on a Willow with the scepter in a Dream League Grand Final against VP, and that was a nail biter. But these days, I'm not really seeing it in any other hero, in any other team's wheelhouse.
Zaya is definitely a Willow player.
Yes. Well, I mean, for both teams, right? So on Secret, it's been Puppy playing Willow. Yesterday we saw Taiga play it, but Hoodwink, I don't remember the last time I saw OG really run Hoodwink. I could see Zayats play it, but the thing is, it doesn't really fit the bill for what they've been doing most of the time here. Most of their games, they've been playing him on those melee fours, whether it's Tiny, Shaker, or Tusk. They've been moving him around on those, and then having Resolution play a ranged offlaner. I think they're probably going to stick to their guns with that as long as it makes sense at least. So we'll see if OG can force them in a different direction here in the draft. But for now, it looks like with these first two bans coming out, Secret should be able to get one of the melee fours that they want.
Yeah, which they actually ban out their own Chen. I feel like Puppy would be more than he'd ban Chen.
Yeah, like I said just now, you want to try to pay attention towards all the supports that can enable the cores in the lane, like really strong in the lane, like Undying, Chen. Those are the heroes you want to look out for, because if you look at the cores, they play so many heroes. Like if I only have like 2-3 heroes to ban, I would rather ban the supports that are strong in the lane.
Right.
Then I can win the lane and reduce the impact of the core.
And that does seem to be OG's line of thinking as well. They take out the Undying, and Secret take out the Viper, take the other Amar hero right off the bat. It's Mars.
So I think what potentially is happening here from OG's side is that I was actually expecting them today to first pick Undying. So this is a little bit surprising to me. But if they do want to go and grab this Mars, well, banning out Undying as arguably one of the strongest lane 5s in the game against a Mars offlane hero seems like a really solid way of setting him up for success, with Viper also banned.
I feel like the Mars pick goes back to Enigma because number one, you don't want to pick Undying into Enigma. It's like a bad matchup. Number two, Mars against Enigma, the lane's pretty free, so that's something OG might look to run. They might pick like some shaker and put Yuragi in the off lane, like tri lane, and leave Mars alone against the Enigma.
That's true. They inadvertently end up making Resolution's life kind of hard because Rezo's been the only Batrider player on the side of Team Secret, and they banned that out. And the Mars, like you said, kind of preemptively deals with an Enigma pick.
Yeah, so Secret going back with the Tusk, but they are changing things up, you know, with this Razor. I feel like it looks like a pretty decent adjustment towards the Mars, since the Enigma is not going to be as good. Or maybe we could still see the Enigma somewhere down the draft, you know, but they do not want to show their cards too early. And Razor, again, you know, it's something that we talk about time and time again. It's going to secure you at least one of the lanes.
It's a Crystallis signature, although Rezo did play it at least once this tournament, so some flex potential out of that.
Yeah, Bob, a lane counter immediately, so they have 2 cores right away, something you don't see all the time. But obviously there's going to be a purpose here. So the Mars is going to be like a strong laner, the Corp is going to deal with the Razor, so a lot of emphasis on the lanes.
What you allow Secret to do by picking like this, though, is that you effectively, as Secret, can choose to ban 3 supports in this phase. You see 2 cores, so you can look at, okay, what supports are left that OG play that cause trouble for especially Zayats on the Tusk. I think a lot of Secrets' games that have looked really impressive have been when Zayats has popped off on roaming. So obviously he's going to have a hard time ganking a mid-quap. That's part of the appeal here for OG in picking this hero. It's hard for Tusk to get there, but maybe they can ban some of the safe lane heroes that Tusk would struggle against. So they're actually going to ban a carry first. They'll ban the Void, which would be one of the best safe lane carries at escaping the Tusk. Aside from that, Secret played against PA yesterday that they also couldn't really shut down in their lane with their Tusk, so maybe that's another one they could go for, which makes my whole point about banning supports kind of moot if they're just going to like ban carries instead. But there's a couple of supports that do look pretty great for OG. I think if you were Aster in OG's position here, you would definitely have your eyes on Winter Wyvern as a possibility. I think Phoenix could look really interesting too. You have Fire Spirits against Tusk in the tag team. You have the Mars Arena to combo with. So definitely some of these like really big teamfight AoE supports look very appealing to me right now from OG.
Snapfire.
Snapfire too. Yep, same logic.
OG is more of a Willow Phoenix team, I'd say, and Phoenix specifically is definitely good against Razor Tusk. Like, you can't really like run into their heroes. I think another thing Secret historically does is when you first pick a core against them, they always pick 3 cores that are good against you. So I expect the Mars to have a tough time this game. At least I think that's the approach that Secret will go for.
Yeah, but that's the thing about opening with a Mars, right? I feel like the hero doesn't care of being countered in the lane. He's still going to be able to function in the lane because he has that stable laning phase where, sure, he's going to be in a bad matchup, but he's not going to be going out of the laning phase with 7-3, 8-2, like having such a poor time. You know, he's still going to be able to get something out of the lane.
Other possibilities as we look towards supports, I'm surprised that Tiny has been completely ignored so far this entire draft.
Minus 100 range toss.
You think that? I mean, I saw teams belligerently. I saw Bryle trying to pick at mid, and I don't know if he read the patch notes because he was struggling to get that toss in the mid lane. But as a support, maybe not as much of a nerf. You'll have creeps, you'll have another hero helping you in a side lane.
I don't know if it's very appealing for OG at least, and Secret already have the Tusk, right? Because if you're picking Tiny now as OG, your laning could end up being pretty awkward. Like Tiny Mars sounds like a pretty weird lane to play together. True. Secret will also ban the PA here, by the way, so they're banning 3 carries and effectively letting OG pick whatever supports they want. Which is interesting because I think OG in this position are most likely to pick 2 supports this phase and leave their carry for absolute last pick. So Secret could have had bans then as well. And that means Secret will ban probably 5 carries in these last 2 phases. New hero though.
Yeah, that's a greedy support, you know, just classic Poppy things.
Yep.
I feel like the bans from Secret are pressuring OG to pick their carry now because there won't be many carries left that can lane against the Razor. I think Weaver is a hero that Crystallis showed in the group stage. I don't remember if they won that game, but that's definitely one of the heroes.
Is there any reason why you're favoring a offlane Razor as opposed to the Crystallis carry Razor?
I just feel like the heroes in the pool that's left don't lane too well against the Razor right now.
Okay.
Like, Secret's kind of aiming to remove all the heroes as well.
Okay.
Yeah, because why would you use so many of the bans, you know, to protect the Razor unless you're already planning to put the Razor on a higher priority in the draft? I mean, it could still change, but I'm just trying to understand the logic of what they're doing.
Well, it's like you said as well, Mars is going to have a stable laning phase no matter what. And if you're picking Razor this early on, you want to completely shut someone down entirely. And Faceless Void and Phantom Assassin may have been able to tolerate a Razor lane, but the list of carries who can do that is getting shorter and shorter. And OG, like you said, Adam, a Phoenix Willow team. How about both of them?
I feel like I'm not too sure if the Shaman pick, the reason for a Shaman pick is they expected the Phoenix to come up, and this Razor Shaman lane, there's like no stuns for Shackle. I think that's gonna be quite an issue for the lane.
I mean, could it be tasked with the Razor?
It could be, but if you see no stun in the lane, I think you want the Shaman there. I think on top of that, like Roshan, it's just easy Roshan, right? Just next squeeze. I think
it also gives them like a catch against the Corp. Because they don't really have like, we were mentioning, oh, the Corp is really good against the Tusk, you can't gang him. So with the Shaman, it definitely helps them kill the Corp in the laning phase.
I'm a bit concerned though for Secret based on how their series yesterday against Aster went, right? Where they got out team fought in the mid game. I think right now OG have the really insane amounts of team fight. Obviously it's also kind of pigeonholed into, you know, they're very dependent on the arena. They can arguably maybe set up a little bit with their Willow, but I think maybe OG's last pick will try to cover that base from the carry position to maybe have some sort of other way of entering the fight. But I do like this a lot from Secret. I think they're identifying, okay, this is what OG have. It's a lot of like ball going together, casting all your spells in combination. They pick a combo breaker mid here with Invoker. Tornado EMP, make some space.
It's not just that, you know, it's like the split push, you know. You have this Invoker with the Force Bridge, push the lane, and Shaman's going to be doing his thing. Because the opponent has so much team fight, you want to try to split them up on the map and catch them and kill them. And Invoker and Shaman can do that very well.
Do you think he's playing Exort or Wex?
Probably Exort, right?
Exort.
Okay.
Exort got buffed. I think Wex is, cause Wex is probably hard to lane against Quap. I'm not too sure how the matchup's going. I've seen most.
Yeah, it's harder to last hit. Harder to last hit.
Yeah.
And you have crazy Sunstrike set up with just Shaman as well on the lane.
Yeah, both Shaman and Tusk, really. Right?
Yeah.
When Tusk hits level 6 especially, you have 2 chain stuns with Snowball into Punch, so you are going to land that Sunstrike. So I can definitely see that. I just thought part of the appeal for Secret here with the Invoker is if they could pull off the laning stage with Quaswex, I think Tornado is just an incredible spell against everything OG has. For Secret, the name of the game is going to be getting BKB on Razor. I think you're going to need to have BKBs to navigate fights against OG's lineup. There's just too much garbage. There's a Mars Arena, there's Willow, Brambles, there's Terrorize. You're going to get slowed by the Phoenix, you're going to get slowed by the Quap, you know, tons of magic damage. So that is the item for Secret. And I think they can get there because their laning stage, as we saw yesterday against Aster, was good. And I think this time around they have some pretty damn strong laning heroes. So especially if the Invoker goes Exort, that's one upside to that, is that that will help the 2 side lanes a lot.
It looks like OG expects the Razor to be carry as well, just because of the lane setup, banning out Resolution's heroes.
Yeah.
So Morphling against Razor.
Morph looks like a really good hero for OG against the Razor. Secret also only have like one hex basically.
They do have a lot of burst though, right? If we are assuming the Invoker goes Exort, I think that's one of the heroes that Morphling can struggle a bit against, because if you do get caught in that hex, Invoker globally will deal insane amounts of damage for you to kill off Morphling. I'm looking a little bit more for OG. I'm looking more towards something like perhaps, I don't know if you can pull off a Jugger specifically because of the Razor.
And Tusk is also quite annoying for the Jugger.
Yeah. You might have to get a ranged carry.
I feel like OG needs...
yeah, Dusa is also actually a...
Dusa? Yeah, they kind of need like a frontline hero, right? For them to execute their draft.
True.
Someone to hit the tower, hold the Aegis, you know? That's why I think it's going to agree with Sin on the Juggernaut. I think they do need that kind of hero. It's also hard for Invoker to land spells on the Juggernaut, right?
But then again, I feel like the Jugger is going to struggle against the Snowball and the Razor. He's still going to be somewhat countered when he's spinning around in the team fights. And I mean, the laning phase against... I mean, I'm not sure though. If it's a Jug, I might consider putting the Razor to lane against the Jug and to try to, you know, slow his game down.
Yuragi hasn't played it that much, but CK also still available in the pool.
Yeah, because the thing is, I feel like the laning phase is extremely important because OG has this kind of like heavy team fight lineup. If you don't do well in the lanes, you're gonna have a hard time, you know, pulling your combos together.
A lot of the heroes we're mentioning, though, are pretty bad against Invoker, right? I think Chaos Knight, it's one of his worst matchups as Invoker. I think Medusa, her arguably single worst core matchup almost is actually Invoker.
I like Sven for OG.
EMP, Deafening Blast. She's a very immobile carrier that has to like waddle in and start attacking. Invoker can just control her for like 10 seconds.
Anti-mage?
I like Sven.
Anti-mage actually looks good this game. I do
think so. Without last pick, don't Secret just pick Slara and the game's like super hard.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that's-
maybe the lanes are too concerning, but against what they see right now, I think AM is actually good. But yeah, maybe it's too worrisome when you
Yeah,
don't
also
have the
so
overall
decent.
last pick of the
I like
draft.
Sven for OG. I think having another hero that just goes in, and the Sven can, like, we saw, I think Pakas yesterday, he just recovered. The lane was like not the best, but he just came out top never for like 15 minutes. And speaking of OG's draft, like, it's so hard to invade their jungle. Like, how do you go in? I don't think Razor without BKB or Invoker can like walk into your jungle, so I expect like a Sven Alchemist, Bristleback kind of hero coming out from OG.
All right,
There you
it's
go.
out.
It's the Alk.
I guess another option here was TA, but you probably don't want to do that against Razor.
Yeah.
I think that matchup might be too bad, because that's a hero that they've picked quite a bit for Uragi. Do you, so what do you do as Secret here? Do you think you play the Razor into this, or do you pick, like, you mentioned Slaughter as a potential
I think Slaughter's still
issue
good.
if you were playing.
Beastmaster with their lineup.
I think Beast against the Phoenix Elk lane is like free farm for Elk,
Yeah.
and you can't, like I
And
said,
you
they
can-
can't invade their jungle with their heroes.
Yeah.
There's no hero they. Oh.
Yeah, but Beast. Oh, okay, interesting.
Okay.
So DB is gonna allow them to play even like faster, and the lane I think is gonna be very same with Beastmaster, very easy.
Which one's which, are you saying? Because Crystallis and Resolution have a history of both playing Dawn and Razor this tournament.
it's
which
Rezo
one?
Dawn.
Rezo Dawn?
Yeah.
Okay, offlane Dawn. Suddenly carry Razor up against that Mars. All right, Adam. Which team are you taking for this Game 1 lower bracket final?
I think the Dawn pick means Secret wants to invade with their heroes, so Dawn's like supposed to push lanes, connect to them. But I think OG's team fight is superior, and if Secret goes in and they lose one team fight, the game's gonna become really hard for them.
Winter?
So OG.
Yeah, for me, the thing to watch out is the laning phase. Like Adam mentioned, the jungle invasion. If Secret is able to run them down in the, at least have some sort of advantage on the lane, it's going to be easy for them to invade the jungle. But if that doesn't happen, it's going to be very easy for OG to defend the jungle, and Elk is just going to get fed and win the game.
All right, well, let's see if Secret can bully their way into that OG jungle, or if OG are just going to run away with it with an Alchemist. It's game number 1 of lower bracket finals with Cap and SVG.
That's right, the best in the West are going to match up against each other for a chance to go to the grand finals against Aster. On one side, we have the new kings of Europe, OG, versus the old dog tired himself, Puppy, leading Team Secret. Who's your money on?
One side has the ball with the Phoenix Light, the other has the breaker of the Dawn. I think Secret's going to put up a pretty decent fight this time. Could we end up in a scenario where OG just scales to the late game with their Ags, Mars, with the Queen of Pain going ham? It's definitely possible. At the same time, like the panel was talking about, the early jungle invasion from Secret might be the key to victory here, abusing Dawnbreaker's early momentum. Tusk and Rasta could end up in a situation where Secret's trying to force early objectives with the Snakes. Is OG ready for the pace?
Yeah, it is a good question. I mean, we've already seen how these Alchemist lineups have put so much pressure. So much pressure on the teams in these lower bracket elimination matches. And, well, Secret, they're going to have to pick up the pace. They're going to need to shut down this Alchemist, and we'll see whether or not, as you said, the Shadow Shaman pressure is going to be able to limit the map and keep that OG Alchemist from getting out of control.
I mean, I'm surprised to see the Shadow Shaman in a game like this so deep in the tournament. Usually this hero is a very difficult hero to execute, especially if you haven't just been jamming it every series. To me, this game is kind of on Zayat. Does he get out of control? Can he scale into those late game fights? Can he get the Snakes going for the Roshan? This hero, if he falls behind off the lane or he gets a couple deaths in these fights, becomes a big liability. You're talking about the Shaman pressure. Well, sometimes he exerts it on his own team, just through the sheer number of deaths you end up with. So I'm really looking to him to have a good game, and that's kind of this Dawnbreaker pick. They want to make sure that this Shaman has a good lane, a good early game. That's Resolution's job.
Fight for the bounties, but Secret a bit skittish there. They already had 2 secured, so no reason to dive in too deep. OG does secure the 2-2. Our mid matchup, first we're going to be seeing BZM versus Nisha. I mean, 2 of the best mid laners you can watch right now. Invoker versus Queen of Pain. We're already starting off with a Wex build. Do you think he's actually going to go like a Wexort, so we're actually going to go back for that damage build, or do you think he's going to go for that faster paced Quas Wex?
No, I think you go Quas Wex here. You have a lot of scale between Razor and Dawn. You need to be able to control the early tempo and help the jungle invasion versus Alk. Ideally, you also want a Vessel in this game. Secret can set a pretty fast pace, and Nisha already has it queued up, so he's going to be playing a utility role, which I think is decent for his supports. You're looking at Shaman Tusk supports. You need cores that can go in and set stuff up for them, at least in the mid game.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of great combinations. I mean, Quaswex Invoker is really good at protecting the Phoenix Egg. It's a great setup for Dark Willow. This is one of those older school combinations that just is a 1-2 punch that knocks out anybody.
Gonna see how fast of a start Secret get on the lanes here. To me, Razor Dawnbreaker, Secret really wants to crush these side lanes, especially in the first few minutes here. Set up the regen trades favorably, get some momentum going. They also probably tried to get support matchups here as well. It pushed Puppey to this Tuskar. It's one of the downsides of the support duo. You kind of end up with this Tusk 5, which can be strong. He has the Razor to help him. At the same time, OG matching this Phoenix versus that hero, getting the attack speed debuff that they want.
Yeah, I feel like they got kind of the answers, right? Like Mars is probably one of the better melee heroes to deal with Razor. He links you, you spear him back. The Phoenix gets the attack speed slow on both Razor and Tusk. It feels like OG got a pretty decent answer to what should be like usually a very dangerous lane.
Yeah, I think OG side lanes are pretty strong here, and that's a good sign for them. It's going to limit some of the early pressure that I feel like Secret wanted to get off the bat. Like you said, Equilibrium bottom is just so deep for Amar. He's pretty much free farming. Gonna have to find something with this level 3 Razor timing, and Puppey is giving almost full XP to him, making sure they can hit that as fast as possible.
Puppey does manage to get off the easy camp pull, so that'll help pull that creep wave back and maybe put the Razor in a better position to pressure Amar's Mars. Top lane seems to be going very well for Resolution. 13-1. Yuragi's right there next to him, but it seems like both cars are kind of free farming. Giants does manage to get a hard camp pull here. OG's gonna try and interrupt it. Yuragi loses sight. Unstable concoction. Ooh, barely gets it off in time. Just a small glimmer of resolution. They're still gonna turn around and do some serious damage to this Alchemist.
There's no mana for Hammer.
Yeah. Oh, pops the mango now, but I think they could have had the kill if he went for it earlier.
100%. Just miscommunication there for Secret on this dual lane top. Missing out on a huge kill. That's exactly what they want to do. Draw the Alk deep into the jungle there to have to contest the pull. That's when the kill threat opens up.
Oh, the spear was already used, and they've already kept the static link on him, but the attack speed slow does go to work. Without that, it looks like Amar was probably going to fall.
So Secret striking back here in the laning phase, and Nisha's been doing pretty good mid. Even CS versus Queen of Pain, where traditionally she can dominate the early levels, and I say that, BZM, he's just going 0-2-2. Just playing the lane to farm. This is a matchup where Invoker can burn the Quap's mana, make it very annoying for her, and abuse the Quas regen to keep in the lane versus Dagger. So I don't blame BZM going this build.
Yeah, I feel like the last time, I think we saw a matchup earlier where we saw a maxed out Shadow Strike against Invoker and the Quas Wex. I mean, the regen was just too much. Can they get the chain stun off here? Yuragi, he's not going to be able to get out the Unstable Concoction,
Suicide,
but he kills himself. Disaster for Secret. They well set up, making sure that Yuragi couldn't get off the Unstable Concoction, but it plays against them in the end.
And that's first blood to Taiga as a result. That first kill botch really hurting them up here. Now they're going to feel it. A huge amount of gold injection for this Dark Willow, not to mention some extra levels. Not what Secret wanted out of this dual lane. Again, last pick Dawnbreaker. This was designed to destroy this lane, give Shaman a good start. They're still free farming, but
That's
not
so
exactly what they
unfortunate.
wanted.
And he played it so well, but they
Yeah.
get punished for it, you know?
Sometimes the universe does not reward you.
Yeah, it conspires against you sometimes.
That's just good karma for later, you know?
Could be. Nice Unstable Concoction timing there. Reading Resolution, hitting a mid-Starbreaker like that. And Rezo now throwing out the hammer. That's a lot of mana expended for very little damage done.
And part of that kill attempt was, like you said, they went the early Hex on Shaman too, so he doesn't have Ether Shock. One of the higher damage early nukes, especially if you're going to play this lane as a kill lane, which is, I think, what they were had in mind going into it. So it's going to set them back a little bit here. Now all of a sudden, OG just pouring on the harass, being the aggressors in this lane.
Healing Salve. Resolution had plenty of mana too, so we'll see what happens. They come back, Cold Snap into the EMP, nice burnout. Nisha putting himself in a really nice position to win this lane now.
Yeah, he is the highest net worth on the map. For Quaswalk Invoker this early is incredibly nice. Now he's just looking for the earn charges. Potential to TP into these other lanes and turn kills around. The upside of this matchup is you keep Quap's mana low. BZM's going to have to blink the base here. His reactionary ability is going to be out of the question for a while, which also helps Secret potentially play more aggressive on these side lanes. They're not worried about this Quap coming in and turning something around.
Got the Hex.
Exactly like
Chain
this.
stun into the Starbreaker. He does get out the Shadow Realm, so they're going to miss a little bit damage here, but he's very low when he comes back out. Not low enough, though. Zion's unable to go for the kill. BZM actually opts to TP back to the mid lane, I guess without level 6. Be a little silly to try and go for a side lane gank.
There's just no pressure either. These secret cores are super tanky and super high HP. Not a lot of chip coming out. In fact, it's the other way. Already we see Zayat's scouting the jungle, looking for the bounty. No aggressive vision out yet, but you have to believe that Secret's thinking about where this Alka's going to go after the lane, because he cannot stay up here for too much longer.
Yeah.
Dawnbreaker's out-leveling him. This hero's incredibly strong with the 5 to 7 timing.
And it's not like bottom lane's winning well enough that OG can make that swap over to the Alchemist into the enemy safe lane. So they're definitely going to need to have some sort of jungle areas available for him. Chrysalis, Spear, will get a little more damage off of the Fire Spirits, but he doesn't have any regen coming in. He just now buys it, so this is going to be a little bit of time where Amara is going to free farm.
All right, here's the first mid-rotation. BZM looking bottom. Sticking around the area, Arcane Rune popped, so he really wants to use the Sonic Wave, get the maximum value here. Crystallis just walking to base. Reads the move, doesn't want to risk it. Nisha pushing in mid, trying to bring this co-op back. And it looks like Yuragi is, he's going to think about some jungling now.
Runs his way back, picks up that healing salve, and heads back to the lane. He had that really nice defensive ward that spotted some of those rotations, so feel content now that BZM showing himself mid.
Yeah, Secret was well aware of what this spot potentially wanted to do.
Nice hit, full snap into the tornado, off the EMP burn. Again, as you said, oh, snowball forward. They're going to be able to stay on top of Amar. Now there is still the Fire Spirits, and they lose sight of Amar. Once again, this Phoenix making such a huge difference. And some of the buffs may be playing a factor. It seems like the Fire Spirits are just always up, always ready to go.
Zayat's doing some economic damage, blocking some camps, lurking in the background.
Oh, Yuragi, one-on-one against Resolution, but the Dawnbreaker being the level 6, he just now got the Chemical Rage, and that may actually bail him out here. Resolution's gonna keep chasing, but it looks like Yuragi is long gone. Zayat's, meanwhile, trying to juke it out. BZM's gonna catch him eventually here. He did what he could, he blocked some camps, he drew some attention, but ultimately he will die to the mid laner of OG. A second kill.
I can't help but feel like Secret's missing a little of these opening windows. I think Yuragi getting out of this lane with only that early death, which was again a deny, amazing for him. He is super farmed without even having to go to the jungle.
And look at Chrysalis's farm. I mean, he is bottom,
yeah,
way bottom of all the cores.
I mean, he had to walk to base once. He had to come back. He's not been CSing too well versus the Phoenix Harass. Large carry differential already created for OG, and once again, Nisha hasn't been able to find momentum. Ideally, with this Quasflex Invoker, you want to fight around him, draw OG into the EMP, into the tornado early where those spells destroy supports. Instead, it's kind of been all focused on the side lanes, and now Secret smoking Invoker, trying to get these Urn charges online.
This is a must-win scenario for Team Secret. They need to be able to get one of these Urn charges. They didn't really want Taiga, but they may have to just accept this kill.
Defensive ob.
See if he can hit the right kind of tornado. No, they're going to give up on the kill.
And they might even get this D-ward later that Zayat's just placed. The vision for OG, immaculate in this early game.
Ragi stuns himself. He actually drops the Seeds of Serenity to heal him up a little bit more. They do manage to catch Taiga in the back. Tornado EMP burns him out. See if they are able to go for a tower dive here. We can see OG, they actually don't have too many TPs available, but it doesn't seem to matter.
I almost wonder if they need Tusk in these moves instead of the Shaman. Like, traditionally, the Shaman can play greedier and take mid. Instead, Puppy is.
They're going to go for now. Dawnbreaker, the Shackle combination. This is going to be a lot of damage, but Yuragi, well, he eventually goes down. Finally, they get the Urn charges. It took a while, but Secret managed to get the gank.
Nisha coming online here. He went Treads looking to Witchblade, so he will build into the right-click damage. Help him scale a lot in this game.
Do you like that over rushing the Spirit Vessel? Because, I mean, it is so effective against an Alchemist like Phoenix lineup.
I think the damage is still comparable. Maybe he feels like they have enough right-click. I mean, Vessel is a very risky item in this meta. If you don't hit it at the right time and you don't have the charges on top and then you don't get the fights, it's a lot of stuff that has to go your way. So on paper, it sounds great. In actuality, with this start that Yuragi has, you're probably not going to get it at some crazy good timing. Like, let's say this Alk got destroyed in lane. He's forced to jungle early. He's in the lowest net worth position, then suddenly I think this Vessel becomes more interesting. But I can't blame Nisha for just playing for the bigger scale, the bigger right click, because again, you're playing versus OG. It's going to be a long game likely. They have massive team fight. They have 3 cores that can all scale with physical damage. Amar with his triple bracer build likely will pick up Ag Satanic at some point.
Yeah, you gotta keep in mind that this is not your normal Mars. This is an Amar Mars. This is a guy who's gonna play to carry. Where everybody else goes blink daggers, refreshers. Amar turns back. Nice snowball pick up. A beauty from Puppy. Will that be enough to save Chrysalis? They still have to terrorize into the brambles, though. A nasty, sticky situation for Team Secret. Puppy on the run, but he'll get run down by BZM with the Arcane Rune.
Another beautiful Arcane Rune put to use here. The Blink build doing severe damage, just getting multiple screams off, and of course pushing them through the brambles. The exact type of connection OG wants with this early arena. The trade-off is Secret will force OG out of their jungle, Yuragi into the triangle. But that's not the worst. This Alk is happy to pretty much farm anywhere as long as he's not getting Dawn ulted.
Look at the range of that. It's actually because he hit the wall and bounced forward that Puppy was able to pick him up in the snowball. It's a nice move, but ultimately doesn't change the fact that they brought so much firepower to this fight that a good save doesn't make the difference.
And this OG firepower is going to be a problem until Secret has BKBs. Like, these supports are insanely high damage, especially with Arena to lock heroes in place. You have Co-op ult coming in on top. Secret's best timing in this game is going to be the BKBs on their cores, at least tanking up a little bit. That's when they can really
nice
take
shard
the fight.
block in. They have the Dawnbreaker ults coming out as well. They're going to drop the egg here on the side. Now, it is going to live. We'll see if he's able to scooch on out of here, though, Chu. See if he dives in the right direction. The rest of Secret are trying to corral him in. Puppy is farther up. If he goes up the river, he may still be caught. He's going to go for it up the river, but there's Resolution with the hammer ready to go. They do catch two. So a second kill off of that rotation from Team Secret.
And just nowhere to dive. Decent kills for Secret. I think anytime they can get this Tusk in these types of skirmishes or ganks early, it's going to be good for them because the lockdown is pretty nice for OG's heroes outside of this Quap Blink. Can set a lot up for this Invoker. It's just pummeling mid here.
Yeah. Apparently, you know, they're in the position. Bottom lane, might as well sweep into mid, put some pressure there. They know the Alchemist is farming, so they got to get something in return for it. Another Tornado EMP that is really on point. BZM burned down a fair amount of his mana.
You know, the other benefit of this Invoker build is he goes Treads, he goes his Blitz Knuckles into the Witchblade. Gives him a lot of extra attack speed that might just randomly kill this egg at some point when you don't expect it.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Because they don't have the best egg hitter, right? Who's it going to be this game?
Yeah, it's not great.
Razor late game when he gets some attack speed through Hyperstone builds, sure, but in these early skirmishes, it kind of comes down to Nisha pummeling in the extra right click, so that's the other benefit of this build here. It's kind of cool to see. And now Witchblade up, Earn charges online. He is the strongest hero on the map.
Look at this, OG. They've already scanned this move out. So they try and go into the jungle. Once again, maybe they collect some of these camps that Yuragi was trying to farm, but the Alchemist himself will continue to live, and he's going to have a very fast Radiance.
Puppy
Taiga spotted, Shard. Get the vision. Taiga has the Shadow Realm. He'll just try and delay his own death as long as possible. Thinking about the Terrorize, but honestly, is it worth it?
Nah.
He's surrounded. There's no way out, so keep that cooldown for now. Oh, BZM taking a lot of damage to Chrysalis. Can't quite get the kill, though. Arena, Spear does land, but Dawnbreaker Ultimate's going to be able to counter that, stunning the aggression. He's going to be able to get out a really good egg onto Chu. He'll die, but at least maybe he can save Amar. No, he's caught inside the shackle. Syas came in from behind. They're going to collect both of those kills. A three-man pickup for Team Secret on both sides of the map.
Beautiful use of Solar Guardian. I was about to say Secret can abuse the map pressure with this global core that can come in, give him the extra damage and sway these skirmishes. This is a downside for OG. They really want to get the 5-on-5s, especially with Alex Radiance, BKB type timings. You get caught out in the numbers, suddenly Secret can bring in this Dawnbreaker and destroy you in these 3-on-4, 3-on-5 scenarios. Abusing the tank ability of this Razor too. I mean, man, he almost solo killed Quap and then still just tanked up all these spells. Not even close to dying with the extra heal.
Yeah, Strength Treads, Ogre Club. I mean, it was a nice egg, but again, it was kind of like that situation earlier for Secret. Too many heroes.
Yeah, and speaking of heroes, Zayats.
Oh, good kill. They can get it. Looks like the Phoenix is going to be chain stunned down. The Tornado, a little awkward there, and unable to land the Starbreaker, but the EMP burns out Taiga before the Terrorize can go through.
Another numbers engagement for Secret here. Accelerating the map pressure, still defending their towers. This is where you have to be careful not to lose too many fights, because the next Shaman Wards could mean Roshan here off the back of 1 or 2 kills.
Nice read there from Puppy. Catching the ward on the high ground. Rezo needs to way back down.
The this point, Secret wants to convert on this top tier 1. It'll open up the entire OG jungle permanently with the vision they can control. If they can defend bottom, I think they would have been very happy to do so, but with Donald on cooldown, Amar will probably just gobble this extra net worth up.
No surprise, he is going to be rushing the early BKB, no Blink Dagger from him.
All right, this is a huge smoke from OG. This is Alk trying to get involved here.
Yeah, they're going to run straight into Zion's. A quick, fast kill for him. So he just picks up that kill, goes right back to farming. Team Secret, I think they still want to be involved. They still want to get some fights going.
Ideally, if you can fight on this Alk right now, Secret's very happy to do so. He will die incredibly fast. He went this Blink build, so he's very squishy if the Secret cores get on top of him, especially with this max tag team that Puppey went. This is a core burst-oriented build. Helps the, I mean, even benefits from the Nisha attack speed build that he's gone.
Dive
Some nice
over
early
through the
synergy.
side. Tornado and Shards are both going to miss. Bit off the mark. The Blink forward does hit the Unstable Concoction onto Chrysalis. Uragi and BZM just poking at Team Secret. Not sure if they could fully commit or not. They do have a big team fight spell. The Terrorize and Egg are both ready to go. So it all just comes down to kind of like the initiation, whether or not these big spells succeed.
I think Secret wants to close in on these BKBs, and that's when they can force the Roshan. I'm curious if they feel like they can force it before that for so much magic AoE from OG. It's a risky play.
Yeah,
Zayats is like sitting in the pit thinking that he wants to do it. I mean, they have Tusk and Rasta. Yeah, he's going to start it up.
Doing it all by himself.
The upside to all these Secret moves is, again, they can have Resolution just farming the lane here, keeping up the pace. They're not losing too much on the map, and he can always join the fight. That said, the Snakes are dead.
Yeah. That move used to be more effective. Doesn't work the same way anymore.
Yeah.
Now Roshan one-shots the wards.
I mean, to be honest, I think they can Rosh there. I don't think OG was even close to contesting.
No, it seemed like they were going to give it up even if they knew.
All right, weird play from Secret. Snakes on cooldown. Think about it again in 90 seconds, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. Give him some time to maybe farm up that Blink Dagger, though not if he gets conned by BZM. They are right next to each other in this jungle area.
He has the Hex
He's
and a
going
Shackle
to
with
actually
Donald.
get the initiation first. He doesn't have the Serpent Warrants. The Dawnbreaker Ultimate's going to come in, but the Blink Dagger from Uragi saving BZM's life. They do throw out the arena. That's going to catch Puppey inside. They're going to pull Puppey into an awkward place here. May still be safe, though. Uragi, he can blink forward. BZM can do the same. And OG, they've got enough heroes to ensure a kill on the captain of Team Secret. Meanwhile, Team Secret just kind of chill. They're farming 3 different lanes right now, so.
Race to the BKBs here.
Yeah.
And OG kind of know it. They know they're incredibly strong in the 5-on-5 before Secret has these items. Even without their out BKB, it just doesn't matter. Amar has his 2,000 HP, triple bracer. Forcing the issue here.
Low-level hammer will not stall out OG at all. They're just going to focus down this mid-tower. Secret now here, going to show up, start putting some damage onto Uragi. There's the egg out. Chrysalis doesn't want to be able to commit to this. He stole a lot of damage from that Alchemist, but fighting into the egg is just far too dangerous.
That's going to be his BKB down. Another kind of awkward engagement by Secret here that OG is happy to take and then just go back to farming. Grievous greed's your friend.
Yeah, maybe it could have been a lot different. Maybe the Serpent Wards was up, or maybe they get there before the tower goes down. But it seems like Team Secret just slightly off in this timing and execution.
I mean, I also think their best spell to connect on these engagements is the Ice Shards. Like, this is the one spell that can lock someone in.
Yeah.
Force them into an awkward position where Razor and Invoker just pummel out the damage. That said, it's not that easy as a 5 Tusk to just run in and get the perfect shard. And that's why Puppey is just rushing Blink. So the double Blinks for these Secret supports, it's going to be a very important window that they're going to have to hit a big fight into the Roshan off. They're both about 300 off this timing. It's a scary game to be blinking into Phoenix and Willow.
Yeah.
Co-op Mars, like there's so much counter initiation from OG. At the same time, it is necessary. Who else is starting these engagements? I don't think any of the Secret cores just want to run in. When we saw Crystals do it, what does it do? Almost nothing, right? So
it's just immediately an egg in the back line. If there needed to be, they could have thrown out the arena, which would have blocked some shots from the Razor. I mean, it's always tough playing these ranged cores against the Mars arena walls.
I think OG has a window here, and they're going to smoke up. Still knowing that Secret is away from the two BKBs on Invoker and Dawnbreaker. They have a very nice opportunity to just take the fight with the Dark Willow Phoenix spells that will destroy any 5-on-5 engagement.
Well, looks like they could be getting a kill on Puppey. It's not really what they want out of this situation, the 5 position.
Oh, he's trying to break it here. In fact, Secret smoking back themselves. Blink on Shaman. And he maxed Hex, so his jump is very powerful.
They were really hoping some big core would show in the mid lane that they could kill, but no luck there.
They ping this Quap top. Smoke is running out. I don't know if they're going to get here in time.
Yeah, it seems a bit of a stretch, especially since OG is actually kind of connecting to this Queen of Pain. They're going to pop out Blink Dagger into the Dawnbreaker ultimate. They do have Taiga somewhere nearby, but he can't get there in time. In fact, he was stalled out by Puppey.
A nice find. Can they convert anything off the back of it? That's going to be the big question. Does Secret feel strong enough to go into this Roche pit? I think you do. You have BKB on Invoker. You have this Dawnbreaker shard, which acts as his own BKB. Shaman wards around too. Protect him this time.
Yeah, with the tag team and the Shaman wards, surely it's enough. 20 seconds until the Queen of Pain is back up. They're going to go for it.
OG might contest this. Their heroes are incredibly strong around the pit.
They've got the Terrorize, they've got the Egg, they've got big team fight combo here. The Bramble's going to go out, catching 2 already. The Shards looking to block in some heroes. Crystal's going to back away. Uragi jumps forward though, goes for Resolution. Does have the BKB, he puts it out on the Egg. High ground Egg as well. Secret not able to deal with it at all. They're stuck inside the arena as well. Amar soaking up the damage. A beautiful Terrorize combo up, but a snowball save. He picks up everybody. Does Sonic Wave on 5. BZM comes through to wipe Team Secret out of this one. Resolution's gonna be chased down. Nisha's caught by Uragi as well. Inside of the Brambles, 1 by 1, they will get chased down. OG losing nothing for that team fight.
God damn, that was a Sonic Wave of the tournament right there. Sends them all straight into the abyss. High ground Egg. Nobody can even get close to contesting that. The arena locks him in at the end. It was a beautiful snowball save. Secret just getting caught between 2 objectives here. Roshan in the team fight. OG stalled out long enough for their Queen of Pain to come back for that dire outpost. A beautiful team fight, abusing Sunray on the tanky heroes to just stall out these Radiant BKBs. And suddenly, you're all trapped in with them instead of the other way around. Terrorize into the wall, into the snowball.
And then this Sonic Wave. I mean, Puppey with the beautiful snowball saves, but it just doesn't matter. OG set that up far too well.
I mean, he's just saving them for the highlight reel at this point. 5-man wave. You don't get a better clump than that.
Really well done by OG, as you said, using the tankiness of their heroes to stall out the fight long enough for BZM to get there in the first place. I mean, the whole reason we thought Secret could Roshan was the fact that BZM is dead for a solid 20 seconds.
I agree. I still feel like that was a little hesitant by Secret. Like, if they all go in the pit, they all start hitting it. Sure, it's super risky, but if you're willing to take that risk in the first place, you have to commit one way or the other, and they'll pay a heavy price here. That's Aegis on Amar, and Ags up as well. Secret on the run for sure now.
Still, nice reactions from Puppey when he strapped himself to the shard. Not that he would have lived anyway. It was a very fast snowball timing by him. He gets some more dust out of him. Actually got 2 dusts out of OG with that Glimmer Cape pickup. So no Blink Dagger for him. Why do you think he opted away from that initiation?
I think he just doesn't want to jump into what OG has, to be honest. I wouldn't either. Like, you're jumping in, punching this Mars, and then you're automatically dead almost.
This is really cool. They've got the Aghanim Scepter on Mars, and they gave him the Aegis as well. Up against 2 ranged cores.
Gave him. I think he took it, but
Mar basically saying that he's going to have Bulwark on all the time, so the Razor and Invoker, half the time they're going to be hitting this Mars whether they like it or not, so better for him to have the extra life.
I mean, hell, he's got the Brigand's Blade too.
Terrorize catching a Dawnbreaker. Rezo sleeping. Uragi's going to be able to chain the stun. And BKB going off, but he only needs 1 more hit. He gets through the BKB. Meanwhile, Secret was set up behind OG in this bottom lane, but with heroes, they still don't have enough. The A goes down, they have to retreat, they're gonna try and re-engage now. They have to win this fight, but up against this tanky Amar, it's so hard to be able to deal with them. The Bulwark is going to work on Nisha. Sentry drop, Taiga just gonna do it with the physical damage. BZM collects it in the end, and look at Crystallis. You can't run away from Amar. He's gonna get you with the Bulwark. Uragi shows up towards the tail end. Another 5-man wipe. OG completely outplaying Team Secret at this point. This is looking like a game one done and dusted, Avery.
There's just not enough damage in the tank. Amar is way too strong. Not to mention, Yuragi is a full AC at this point. The one saving grace for Secret could be a numbers advantage off the Donald, but when he dies first, that fight becomes absolutely impossible. This has got to be almost the game here if Secret lose one more fight. I don't see them coming back in a situation where all of the OG's cores are scaling this hard.
Yeah. They're going to poke, and maybe they'll burn out the Aegis of Amar. Nope, he's going to back up before they can get to him.
I mean, hell, Amar isn't even going Blink. He's just going straight Satanic.
Yeah, he doesn't need these sort of mobility items because at the end of the day, he just wants to walk in, throw damage around, dented Sunstrike. They really want to take away this Aegis, but not going to happen. He's going to get a big heal and a minute and a half left. They can still force some more fights. They could go straight down mid if they want.
I would take any fight Secret gives you at this point. You still have Aegis, like you said, and Egg coming up in 20. No reason not to take a fight, even potentially without ults. OG very strong. As long as their Alk doesn't somehow just get full Hex bursted. I mean, even if that happens, I don't know, this Mars just does so much damage.
Yeah. Look at him, just casually taking down a tier 2. What are you gonna do about it, Secret? Bramble into Terrorize, forces out the BKB. He doesn't have the TP, you're right. Uh-oh. Crystallis, as long as they keep the vision on him, he is in big, big trouble. They're just gonna kite him out, slow him down with Shadow Strikes, Brambles, bit by bit. Crystallis gets picked apart. Back over to mid lane. Oh, that spear so close to landing, but the unstable concoction is there. Nisha popping his BKB, Resolution coming through. They do have the stuns onto the Alchemist, but they don't have the damage. Nobody is doing a damn bit of damage to OG at all. Snowball going out, Resolution slowed down by the bulwark. He jumps over the wall thanks to the hammer, but Puppy's gonna be left behind, and OG just keep pushing forward. They can wait for this Aegis regen if they want.
I don't think they're waiting for anything. Spartan Soldier's way too strong here.
Here we go, full health, back into it.
I don't even know how you win a fight. You gotta hit some kind of 3 or 4 man meteor combo.
Yeah, like they don't even have like these big AoE team fight spells that could potentially turn a game. It's just really that, as you said, the meteor. But they have no way to force them to group up.
I mean, the problem is, again, their jump is on the supports. Just so hard to jump into this lineup.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way Zayats is going to get a full shackle on a core without somebody dying in the process. Pretty much means you have to find a numbers advantage. You have to find OG alone, out of position. Not a lot of map to do it with.
Zayats can't even get a D ward off, not with the Mar around.
I mean, he's also been using this Ag's Bulwark to D-ward hills and stuff. They give him gem a lot of games. It does give some flying vision for these cliffs. Pretty nice use of the item. Cement the map control.
Team Secret, you kind of have to just go for a split pushing stuff at this point. And maybe try and contest Roshan. I don't know, we'll see. Next timing for them, probably Refresher on the Razor, which, I mean, Crystallis is getting close to. Still not convinced that's going to be able to make the Alchemist or the Mars squishy enough to kill. Good pick off here on Puppy.
Not sure I'm convinced either, but is pretty much going to be their last
hurrah.
Yeah, their last ride. Trying to win it off the back of the double BKB, double Eye of the Storm. Again, if you can get any of these OG cores shackled alone with the Razor pumping in the damage, they will die. It's just OG are aware of this, and there's no reason to split up.
Yeah, they're going to jump on Yuragi now. They have the Dawnbreaker coming in as well. They can do a lot of damage very quickly. OG did not stay grouped up enough. They lose their carry, but they are going to be able to collect some heroes in return. Nisha actually running in, trying to, okay, yeah, immediately TP's out, but the damage is too much. The Sonic Wave burst through him. Nisha did not respect that.
That's that Axe Mars damage as well. He just sits there and right-clicks you. It adds up in these fights. Like, all these fights, it's deceptive how much damage this hero does.
Yep.
It's not as flashy. It's, you know, not as pretty. Gets the job done. Lamar just walking this game through. Every tower, every hero. that is the pickoff that Secret can find. This Hex Shackle is very powerful. It lets them combo all their damage. If there's no BKB, you will get shredded. Then you're still stuck in this team fight scenario, which is just still impossible at this point.
Yeah, it really is. Nisha realizing too late they could not take this team fight. They didn't have the Razor or the Tusk there to start.
All right, Resolution trying to build into a Bloodthorn here. And I think they need it. They need the damage. They need the extra single target burst here in the windows of which they can output it.
Yeah, as it stands. As you said, without the Shackle combination, all these OG heroes just, they live too long. Secret just runs out of damage, runs out of time. So they need something that's really going to amp up that single target. At the same time, OG, I mean, they've got so many items. Amar's now trying to build into a Desolator after a Satanic pickup.
Right, the other problem is OG can just play for Roche, which is spawn. They can play around Dire Outpost and abuse buybacks. Like, these single target jumps from Secret are great if you get a core, but that guy can just come back in the fight with the extra net worth they have. Taiga poking them, trying to start the engagement.
He's going to be caught in the brambles immediately. Crystals is going to come in from behind. They've already taken down Taiga. A decent start with a refresher going out. He starts draining away the damage from Amar, but look at Amar. He's just challenging the Razor. He doesn't care. With the Supernova there as well, they can protect the egg. All of Secret are going to have to retreat from this one. The Invis Rune pickup, no, denied. The Arena's going to catch him. The Spear will ensure his death. Crystallis, the carry of Secret goes down. Nothing's left in the tank now for Secret. OG, they could just go down the lanes, maybe force another lane of barracks.
How the hell do you kill this Mars?
I don't know. I have no
I'm
clue.
just watching this hero go through with the level 20 talent, 80% front reduction. He just sits there.
Yeah.
I have no idea how to kill this hero, I'm going to be honest.
Can't let him get to this point. BCM actually blinking forward, so Puppey thinks it's an opportunity. A snowball punch, a decent chain stun. They hit the Starbreaker as well, but he's too tanky. Now they're going to get caught. Now Resolution, he's going to be the one pay the price. Turn around, Science actually dropping the wards. The Dawnbreaker buyback, this is the last hurrah. It's all in from here. Starbreaker trying to go through Uragi. The Bulwark is right on top of him. Does not protect Uragi, but it does do the damage. Resolution is slowed down. Nisha's taking a lot as well. He goes in, Fizz trying to get away. Amar turns around 180 to kill Puppey. The Phoenix almost going down, but a pin catches Science. Not able to finish off that Phoenix. A Sunstrike, it does land. A triple for Nisha. Team Secret getting a little scrappy with it, throwing all these buybacks to just ensure a 3-for-3 trade-off in the end.
Triple buyback, at least you get the team fight win. You get some morale, you get a tip out of Chu for the beautiful Sunstrike. Again, look at the damage in this fight. 8,500 from this Mars. This hero is invincible, and at the same time, he is destroying you. There's absolutely no answer for the Spartan soldiers in this game. Nisha doing his best.
Oh, they're going to walk right into him. Snowball delayed a little bit. They actually do pick him up. They got to stay away from the Mars. Again, even if you drain his damage, Crystallis, he's got to keep his distance. They're going to hit the arena. They're going to be able to get the Bedlam on top with the BKB being gone.
All right,
Crystallis is so susceptible to this magic damage. The Meteor on top of Taiga is actually going to be able to run him down. Amar's left alone here. But can they actually kill him?
It's a god. Are you that strong?
Look at him just walking away from 3 heroes of Team Secret. They cannot deal with the god.
The god of war, too powerful. Who is the god killer in this game?
Yeah.
There isn't one.
Not for this game anyway. Not a death zone. Daedalus is what he's decided on.
I mean, they gave him the double damage. I think even OG, they're afraid of Amar themselves.
Do not take anything from Amar at this point. Nice pick off here if they can get it. Nisha does do the damage. Sunstrike going out. Kitsu as well. Picking off these supports in their darkest hour. Nisha, they are giving them just a little bit of light to work with. The Roshan's dying fast though, and Team Secret aren't going to be able to get there in time. The spoils of war go to the Mars.
The long-range maestro right there, man. Just picking them off from afar. Putting both supports in the grave. At least Secret's getting something off this, and now they have a jump.
They're going to jump out of Uragi. They've done this before. They can burst him, certainly, and they do get him. The Sonic Wave goes out, but it doesn't do enough. Puppey's pushed over to the side. They start threatening him. Walrus punch up in the air. They have any stuns? They don't. Nisha still on cooldown. Throws out the Tornado, but it doesn't land. Secret, I mean, they know they've got OG. kind of stumbling backwards right now, but if they let OG get back to their 5-man, it could just be the end of the game. They kind of have to keep hitting them.
I mean, this is beautiful gameplay from an almost impossible position. They are finding the openings, finding the numbers advantage. Nisha just dancing around them. This Meteor, you have to think about the damage that this spell puts out now. It'll actually absolutely dice you up.
Yeah.
The big hero for OG, again, the raid boss in Omar. Yeah, he's perma-slotted now. He's got Titan Sliver, he's got Daedalus. At the same time, Secret's been kiting him around the map. The downside of this Mars is he's pretty slow and he's pretty clunky. No blink, no mobility.
Yeah.
I mean, he has to walk in and hit people. Put on your best tap dance shoes.
Yeah, just
run
try
around.
and dodge away from him as much as you can. It's the only way to win these fights because that was just 1,000 damage crit doubled up.
I mean, if you're near this hero, you're going to disappear.
Yeah.
So stay away.
Push forward. Mar says he'll do it all by himself. Taking down heroes, taking down towers. He's got the Aegis. He can force Team Secret to him by just threatening the objectives.
Amar wants them to come to him.
The Secret, I mean, they gotta scramble back here. Amar's gonna take the tower pretty quickly if they're not careful.
Nisha does have an Ag, so the Cataclysm Burst could be enough. They also have this Bloodthorn on Resolution. The single target burst is getting there for Secret. Still, I don't know if it's enough to bring down this man. This absolute monster.
They're poking at him bit by bit, but the Satanic Heal, not even activated, just killing the creeps, gets him back up to near full.
Berserk Potion on top, why not?
All right, they come in for the side. Chrysalis, they find the opening. They're going for Uragi. There's so much damage after the Cataclysm, but Amar is dealing it right back in. Caught inside the Brambles. Chrysalis, second BKB, keeping his distance. He's almost done, but Amar can't quite finish him off. Chrysalis has to retreat. Nisha's not going to be allowed to. The Brambles holds him in place. Nisha, with him gone, he does have a buyback. He's going to have to use it here. Otherwise, Amar will force the Megas. They're going to get the Bloodthorn out onto him. He's chased the wrong direction. Chrysalis coming in from behind. They can finally do the damage. Life number 1. Can they get him in life 2? Satanic back up in 5 seconds. Amar is going to have to play for that one here.
Amar
They're going to
versus
commit
the
for
world.
this kill. It's just a 1 versus 3, basically. 2 supports trying to help out. The Meteor laid down. Taiga gets wiped
Burning
out. A
him.
TP away. No, denied by the Cold Snap. He roofs it forward. Resolution trying to challenge him. They're keeping their distance. Amar will finally fall.
The god slain here outside Secret's base. Off the buybacks, Nisha completing the wipe here, 25 for this Invoker. All of a sudden, what looked like it might have been the final push gets turned around with that Meteor Sunstrike damage, shredding double cores right off the bat. Alk and Quap got nothing off in that engagement pretty much. 300 or less damage from both of them. Look at the output from this Invoker, my god.
Everybody was probably convinced OG was just going to take this game 1 at some point, but Secret, they didn't go into that trap. The god is nothing to the non-believers. Team Secret will continue this push forward and see if they can keep OG stumbling.
Radial deafening blast up now. Zayat has his BKB. Suddenly the initiation that Secret can just jump and commit to is becoming a lot more formidable. Uragi pumping a stun.
Poking, but Zayat immediately pounces. They have all these buybacks, but they're going to be able to focus down Uragi, and he does not have a buyback. Resolution is out of here. He gets back, but he can come back in with his ultimate. Secret can potentially keep this going during the 70 seconds the Alchemist is dead. Unfortunately, they're going to have to do it without Zayat.
I mean, they get everything they want there. Tier 3, almost a rack, but more importantly, double buyback from OG. Phoenix and this Mars buyback, the most important. You can be a god, but if you're in the grave, there's nothing to do about it. Suddenly, win condition opened up for Secret here. If Amar goes down one more time, you're looking at a very different OG squad. This Alk just feels absolutely squishy. When he gets hexed and shackled, Nisha destroys him.
Secret have kind of put together a game plan for these fights. They need to get the initiation on the back line. They can blow up Uragi first.
Yeah, leave
Amar
the Mars
for last.
I mean, this Mars can't use his influence in the fights. He doesn't have the ability to just stick on cores, make them fight him. Now all of a sudden, Secret tank ability going up. Blink Glimmer on Puppey, the BKB on Zayats, AC on this Razor, along with this Trickster Cloak. He's a lot tankier than before, and of course Nisha building into his final slots, gets the Timeless Relic, gets
Yeah,
the
another
Hex.
15% spell
He is
damage
gonna
on a
hurt.
Meteor. That is one-shotting heroes.
We were talking about Secret needs a God Slayer. It might just be this Invoker.
And they do it. Secret trying to find an opening here. OG smoked up, playing as 5 on a high ground. They're going to run into Puppey here. Puppey, Glimmer Cape, no way out though. Jam does spot him.
found the
Science
Hex.
goes forward, but look at the damage he's taking. Overwhelmed by the Mars. They do have the Cataclysm going out, but they didn't burst any heroes
Awkward
down.
fight
OG,
for Secret.
they survived through the initiation this time, and Secret, now they're the ones stumbling backwards. Crystallis, he uses his second BKB. He's trying to do the damage. The Tornado might just be able to buy him a little bit. He's getting behind Amar, but it doesn't matter. A pin through. Nisha TPing out desperately, but it's only going to be him, the only core alive. As the Dawnbreaker and Razor are dead. No buybacks. OG rushing towards the Secret base now.
Zayats found the Hex on the Alk and decided to shackle another hero, and all of a sudden the counter initiation from OG around the egg. Too much for Secret to handle. Perhaps a botched initiation indeed, and all of a sudden they're forced into a situation where no buyback on Razor, no buyback on Dawnbreaker, 60 seconds for Amar to put the soldiers to work here.
Team Secret, if they want to do this, it's going to have to be a perfect combination, but
Damage
it's not
test.
doing enough damage to Amar. They threw everything they had at him, and he just shrugged it off.
The God, too much for the God Killer. And OG will end up taking this game 1, but damn, what a comeback from Secret to make that a contest. Maybe striking a little fear into what felt like an impenetrable defense from OG. I think Amar, he felt it a little bit, you know? A God can bleed, apparently.
He felt it a little bit, but in the end, OG still claimed the victory off the back of a Mars. I have to say, that has got to be a fan-worthy territory for Team Secret. That kind of performance with a Mars on the main stage here, you cannot give that one to him again.
It's Puppey, though. There's one guy who stubbornly gives something
That's
and
true.
knows how to beat it. That's, yeah, you give this guy Mars again after first pick Mars destroys you that hard. I mean, I don't think I've seen a crazier draft decision if that happens.
Well, it's something that we're going to have to wait and find out. OG versus Team Secret is just heating up. Game 1 goes to OG. We'll see whether or not Team Secret can fight back.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long. Can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But used to stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. That you move your body, make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. The way that you move your body, it make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
I gotta be honest, these many days into the event, I was just like, I don't know if I've had the energy for this last day, but that's the kind of game that you want to start your morning with here in Genting. ESL 1 Malaysia 2022, it had everything. It had the team fights, it had some comebacks, and it had a lot of action all game long. So many team fights that were just on the razor's edge of going one way or the other. But ultimately, it did seem like Secret just kind of lost the sauce at the beginning. They could not invade the Alchemist jungle as much as we were hoping, Winter. We saw them struggling time and time again to get inside, but as you mentioned, the draft from OG was just too good at protecting it.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned this like in the earlier panels, you know, I think Mars is like a hero where you can just first pick him, and he's not really, like, he doesn't really care about like getting countered, and this game, Secret needed to do well on the laning phase to invade the Alchemist jungle, and they kind of like, I felt like the way they swapped the supports to the two side lanes, I was kind of expecting Tusk to lane with the Dawnbreaker so that they have more kill potential on the Elk, and the Shaman to lane with the Razor, because the Tusk doesn't lane well against the Phoenix. You can't harass, you can't trade against the Phoenix, and you don't really help the lane as much as a Shaman can do in the safe lane.
Yeah, our theory was that maybe they don't want to split up Rezo and Zayats.
But they could just let them play the hero, you know, and let Puppy be greedy on the Shaman.
Right, exactly. And so the alternative is you let your 5 Shaman and have the Dawnbreaker lane with the Tusk, but it also seemed like Zayats was a little unfamiliar with Shaman, the way that he used that first Serpent Wards in the Roche pit.
That too, that was definitely like a huge mistake. But at the same time, I felt like they could have just committed more heroes, and I don't think OG would have been able to contest that Roche anyway. But it definitely affected their timing a lot. You know, they needed the early game to go well for them.
And then once this Scepter came out for the Mars, Adam, it seemed that this has been a favorite of Amar, but not a very typical item build from Mars in general. This is something that ATF, I think, is trying to pioneer, and he brought it to great success in this game.
We were theory crafting about it before, like there wasn't really a change to the X, just some bulwark changes, like why is he going X now? I think the two things is, one is the mana cost, maybe Refresher's not as good right now. I think another thing is he's playing against range heroes, like Razor, for example, this game, so he wants to use the Bulwark a lot. So he's just, I mean, he scales and it looks so OP, honestly. He makes it look so broken.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Refresher idea. I think, because, Sin, you were looking through the changelog, you're like, there's no specific buffs. Like, why wasn't Scepter good last patch? It was, it's just that Refresher was better, maybe.
Yeah, I think it's also a little bit, again, we'll keep coming back to this over and over again, but a timing thing, right? Where in the last patch, if you got this early BKB refresher, that was game ending. And I think now, if you can't really support it and actually use these spells in succession, Axe allows you to scale. Amar uses this item to farm. He's going to waves, he's using Rebuke, and then he's using his shield one time, kills the wave, goes jungle, farms camps. You effectively start farming kind of like you had a Battle Fury because you're just cleaving everything. It's a free spell, it has no cooldown, so you just walk around camp to camp.
Yeah, it has to cost some mana cost, you know. The spell is too good.
It's pretty wild. I think potentially there's also the possibility, that's what's really cool about Dota, like sometimes people just discover builds that you haven't really used before. Like maybe if Amar could go back in time, maybe he would have played this more in the old patch now that he sees how good it is. Who knows?
And as we look forward to the final segment of post-game discussion, we usually like to crown a most valuable player. But it's never specified where that most valuable player comes from, and I think you'd be hard-pressed to argue for Nisha not being the most valuable player in that entire game. Obviously, OG, Amar, everyone on that team was playing out of their minds, but Nisha was on another level, Winter. That Invoker was single-handedly keeping Secret in the game.
Yeah, like given the situation, like how hard the game is for his team, like I was so surprised at the amount of work that he's been like in this fight. He somehow killed the two supports just by being, landing all his spells, and they were like already so far behind. But it gave them like a glimmer of hope, or maybe we can still come back into the game because the timing of their heroes. If the game drags on to super late game, the Invoker is going to be able to outscale the Alchemist. He's going to be able to outscale the Mars eventually, but it's going to take time, you know. So all these small little moves. It's going to buy them time to get to that point.
I think Nisha ends the game with the highest hero damage as well. Despite all of this highlight reel we have from the Mars dealing amazing damage, part of what Nisha is taking advantage of in this game is that new level 20 talent where you get 80% damage on Chaos Meteor. Used to be a level 10 talent for 40%, but now when you hit that level 20, it is just amazing what you can output. And yeah, I think what's really impressive about it, and I think, you know, probably some people will disagree, they'll be like, man, how could you not pick Amar as MVP for that game? He carried, he was amazing, and he was, but I think for me, I'm looking at like the perspective of what conditions do you have, right? Like Nisha actually needs to play incredibly well to even keep them in that game, and he just kept delivering over and over in these really, really difficult fights. I think this is the first time in the event we give the MVP to the losing team's
This is
player.
unprecedented to say the least, but if there ever was a performance to grant it to the losing team, it had to be that one. That's the kind of bar that you need to set. But it can't just be Nisha versus the world. How did Secret get into this situation, Adam, that really, was it the laning phase where we didn't really get to see the Shaman and the Tusk go into the lanes that we expected, not being able to invade the jungle as successfully? What are you looking forward to in the next game for Secret to repair?
I feel like Alchemist has been a very niche pick this tournament because a lot of teams, they show their supports early. I feel like generally the teams that have like the protect high ground supports like the Undying and the Phoenix, they tend to pick up this Alch later on. It just feels like he has kind of a free game. I feel like teams haven't figured out how to approach this yet. I think scaling is one way. I think if Secret did do better in lanes, they did have a good shot in this game because the Invoker was really, really strong at some point. Even with the Mars scaling, they showed glimpse of hope, right? Like they could have made a comeback in that game, I believe. But the timing was kind of off. And Dota, sometimes it comes down to just who gets the jump first, and that's kind of what happened towards the end.
Yeah, you can only judge so much from the draft, and we actually got a chance for OG to do a little bit of legal work for us. We sent them to Dota Court.
Alright guys, we're here for Dota 2 Court. We're gonna watch an Overwatch case. I've got Amar, the defender here, and Taiga, the prosecutor. We'll find out if this guy's guilty, so let's go into that replay. Okay, what's he reported for? Feeding?
Let me see.
It says feeding.
Click on start reviewing. Start reviewing? Oh, okay, that's feeding.
Alright, so he's jungling. Let's see his perspective.
Show scoreboard.
He's running up.
Alright.
He's
not really. I mean, I guess he's feeding. He's just so stupid.
I mean, he's stacking camps. No, he's stacking camps. Look, he put wave under tower, so 2 camps would push, and he gets a free TP. He also bought back, so he wants to reset, you know?
Okay,
so next time when he dies, he doesn't have buyback.
Let me see.
See?
Okay.
He has 7 sentries to go block camps.
He died 12 times so far.
Alright. I like that defensive angle.
Look. He's blocking camps. He's taking natural
Oh,
life.
he found neutral. No,
he found a new.
Doesn't even pick it up.
Doesn't pick it up.
This guy's griefing totally. Like, look at how he's playing. He's walking like in first time playing Dota.
He is level 9, 26. I mean, his team is not doing bad.
No, his team is trying how to carry him. Yeah.
But he's not griefing.
He's definitely griefing. What is he doing? Why is he
Amar,
walking
what's he
too
doing
fast?
here? As the defendant. What's he trying? Is he
Creating
holding
space?
creep wave?
He forced PLTP. It's enough.
Did he get the PLTTV?
Yeah,
Right.
PLTP.
Okay.
Too much. Look, they die actually. See? This chrono because PLTP.
I'm sure he's not feeding. He has 5 wards.
He has a tomb as
and
well.
5 wards in his inventory. He hasn't placed a single one, I suppose.
As an ancient, okay. Yeah, that's not something you
I think this
expect.
guy is griefing and deserves to be in low priority for 2 weeks.
Okay,
straight.
Amar, why would you hold on to 5 wards? What's the reasoning?
Maybe he waits night time, so he makes the map bright.
Why is he tanking creeps Amar?
So he stacks waves for cores to farm. He support, he useless.
But why would a go here and farm? It's dangerous.
No, he's stacking 2 camps. So 2 camps come to him and he farm.
18 death.
But he's support. You cannot flip support for dying.
Alright, I mean,
See, they killed Odi because he bait.
still running down now. Okay, he's
Oh, he
holding
dropped
away.
items. Oh, he dropped the ward. Okay, Amar, any question? Any
Why would you do
statements
this?
to
Okay, so is there a good reason to offer your
Can you
wards?
submit what is this?
Submit resolution?
Yes. Okay. Griefer. Why he put words on the ground?
So that's the breaking point.
Yeah,
Everything
yeah.
else is
It
justifiable.
doesn't matter. He support. If he does, it doesn't matter.
All right, I guess we've got
Not
a verdict.
guilty for hacking,
It's even the defense attorney here just gave up. He's guilty. It's a griefer.
It's obvious a griefer.
Don't drop your wards, guys. You can do anything else, but don't drop your wards. That's the line Amar draws. And he's guilty in this court. That's it.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, Arena of Stars, to game number 2 of OG versus Team Secret. And if you're having a good time in the arena, we still got some extra fun for you after this game, win or lose from either team. If you want to go see MLP Dota, John X Fire, Effie, and Slacks, be sure to go to the signing sessions in the Madison Square area. But if you're here for the Dota, well, I've got the draft ready for you. Batrider and Monkey King banned out by OG, Mars and Viper taken out by Team Secret. OG picked up the Chen, and Razor and Ogre picked up by Secret. And I know, Cinderin, you had asked me about this, about the Mars dynamic in their earlier series in the upper bracket. And it's getting echoed here again. In game number 1, OG won, and they got it with a Mars. And then systematically in games 2 and 3, Secret immediately first phase banned the Mars, and they're like, okay, not again.
Yeah. And I think it's understandable. I really wonder what Secret came in today with in that game number 1 that they thought was the counter. Maybe it was the Razor that they felt like, okay, if OG are going to first pick Mars, we're going to beat him in lane, and it just didn't work. So they're still going to run back the Razor even though they banned the Mars, which kind of feels like Secret maybe wanted the Razor regardless. But yeah, OG with a totally different opener this time, so we'll see if Secret's opener was going to do better against this one. Obviously, last game OG got their hands on Mars plus Queen of Pain, and this time they choose the puck over Quap, even though both are in the pool and they're going into bans, which makes me think that OG considered this hero a better pairing with Chen.
Yeah, how about the fact that they actually chose Ogre over Undying? And both teams are ignoring the hero this time.
Maybe Puppy thinks this hero is better against Chen than Undying is. Both heroes are pretty bad against Chen in lane, right? So perhaps this fares better, or he wants to be able to scale into late game with triple Bloodlust core.
Yeah, with the Razor, I guess that works better. Yeah. With the Razor.
It's also the Midas against the Chen army.
Damn.
Yeah, that multicast though.
If anyone would do that, it would be Puppy though, right?
He would specifically not use his Midas until he finds the Chen creeps.
Yeah.
And OG, we saw it in the group stage, they have both a handle on how to play Chen and how to deal with Chen. Their go-to strategy against was the Elder Titan, which Secret doesn't seem too interested in quite yet.
I think it's because of the Razor, like he was talking about Undying. I think ET has similar problems. They're both not the best against mobile heroes. Okay. Like Puck Quap, I think Secret kind of expected the Quap to come out because of the Razor. That's what OG did last game too. So Ogre kind of makes the draft a bit more balanced out in terms of lockdown.
And later on, they also continued banning out Amar with the Viper as their second ban. And now they're starting to target Yuragi, take out the Faceless Void, take out the Terrorblade. Meanwhile, Zayats catches a stray. His Techies gets banned out.
That's probably Zayats' best hero against Chen. And also, I think when you're playing with this, when Secret had Ogre earlier in the tournament, they like to put Zayats onto the Techies because these two heroes are pretty good in tandem, right? You have a 5 that actually has a stun and a slow, Techies can connect on it. And Ogre's downside as well as the support is that he has atrocious teamfight damage for the most part. Like Ignite takes forever to tick up, and if you're against Chen army, who knows what it's even gonna hit, right? With the multicast, but Techies could cover that base. Now Secret need to take a different approach.
Yeah,
also the sounds would have been great against Puck, obviously.
The other heroes has to definitely take the team fight box and like have some more damage because Ogre and Razor, that they don't really have much to offer in the team fights. You know, they're just gonna be bloodlusting the Razor, running in. They're gonna need a lot more, you know, in terms of team fighting. Whereas the Chen and the Puck, they have the creeps, they have the setup with the coil, they have the silence, they have a lot to offer for their teammates.
Can we talk about this Lone Druid ban?
Tell me about it.
What do you think the
I thought you were going to tell me about it.
I'm just wondering, because the Void and...
The push, I guess, because Ogre and Razor, maybe they feel like they won't be able to deal with a Chen coming in with a core that can allow them to speed up the game, to take their towers quickly. So they feel like they need to remove that out, but otherwise it's rather strange.
Well, they get one answer against the Puck. I was expecting to see the Shaker, but Sind. Instead, they opt for a Skywrath Mage.
Yeah, I don't know. I was looking at this as an option as well for Secret. I think they definitely wanted Techies here because I think it would just have been a better version of Skywrath for this game. But they want some sort of instant lockdown for the Puck with the sounds from Skywrath. I guess they weren't too big of fans of the Shaman that they ran in the last game, and they're probably worried about what he can do into Chen. But as far as I can see from Secret right now, their team fight is very, very lacking, and I think you're a little bit susceptible to potentially just kind of getting run over in towers, which is why they banned the Lone Druid, right? Because they don't have very good defensive mechanisms right now.
They're kind of all in on lanes, I feel, with the Sky and the Ogre. Those supports are just basically to win your lanes. If you don't win your lanes, you're going to be useless in the game.
I feel like if Secret took the team fight approach, they would have problems with catch against Puck too, so they were kind of in a tough spot. They decide to go this. I think it's more normal for Secret. They draft like strong laners and supports that like can kind of play together instead of like maybe OG style where the supports are like heavy team fight and the cores are just scaling and catching people.
So what OG do against this Skywrath is they pick a carry that has inherent healing. Usually what Bloodseeker fares the best against are heroes that consistently need to harass you down but never really get the full burst. Skywrath in laning stage is about that. You want to get the enemy hero to 2/3 or half and then you go for the kill after. And if you're playing into Chen Bloodseeker, I think that could prove to be quite challenging to actually kill off Yuragi in lane. So I like this pick. You also Rupture the Razor, which he absolutely hates. This hero needs to move in fights all the time to deal damage. And you kind of get caught in this awkward spot where you get ruptured and coiled. Like, wait, what do I actually do? You know,
terrorize with the Rupture.
Do you think it's definitely a Yuragi Bloodseeker? Because Amar has played this hero.
That's
in the
true.
past.
They could also put it 3. It's actually a flex for them. But
how does he do in the lane against the Razor though? If you do that.
Yeah, I think that's a harder lane than the Tide. I think you you pull the creeps away as much as you can with Bloodseeker. You can still last hit range creeps with Blood Ray. Anchor Smash is obviously annoying, but I think you can sustain this lane because again, Tide and Skywrath kind of are poking and prodding you step by step. So as long as you get some CS along the way as Bloodseeker, you should be fine. But if Secret play their lanes like excellently, play them almost to perfection, and they deny as many creeps as possible from Bloodseeker, maybe they can bully him out, which would be huge.
It's kind of like a very similar situation in the last game. The way they are drafting, the way their ideas are very heavily centric around having a good laning phase. Their heroes are very, very focused on dominating early, and once they can dominate, they can unleash their heroes. But if they don't dominate, their heroes are just going to be run over by OG.
I feel like OG has heroes that have much stronger early presence this game compared to the last game though. Last game they had like this big team fight to like protect their own areas, but this game with the Chen, I've mentioned this before, when OG picks Chen, their whole drafting style changes. They try to play faster, and you can kind of see it with the heroes like picking the Puck over Quap and like showing this Bloodseeker Willow early. It's not that normal for them unless they have the Chen.
Yeah, I think that's actually a very good point with Chen, because when you pick Chen, after you secure the lane, you want to be able to ball in a group and play at a high tempo game so that you pressure the opponent. Even though we mentioned time and time again, the patch right now is kind of slow, so you want to take things slower, and you want to try to be more greedy with your heroes. You try to scale more, but when you're playing against this kind of mentality and you have Chen, you're able to upset the balance by playing faster yourself.
We'll see what carry they choose to up that tempo, because it looks like Secret are expecting it to be an off-lane Bloodseeker, the way that they're banning out this Ursa that would have made life hard for the Tidehunter. Monkey King is banned out first phase by OG.
I like the sniper ban. I just want to mention that because Nisha has been playing this hero incredibly well, and you give Bloodlust to that hero in addition.
Yeah.
It's a hero that can lane pretty well against Puck. OG don't have the best backline catch. Yeah, you can jump in the Puck, but you can probably protect him because you have a front line of Ogre and Tide. So I actually think this was a really intelligent ban from OG that I think a lot of teams would not have found right here.
How's the Lina matchup versus Puck these days?
I don't know, actually. I think it's probably, if both players play equally well, it's probably relatively close. In the past, both Puck and Lina would have used the side camp. They both benefit massively from the water runes. I think it's another alternative for Secret that kind of fits the sniper role. Maybe that's why your mind went there, because I think that could make sense. Again, I think you want some heavy artillery in the mid lane as Secret, so I could see Lina being an option for sure. At the same time, though, she is kind of susceptible, perhaps, to the pace that OG are setting here. Like, maybe it's going to go too fast. Lina does need a couple of items before she really comes online. And what Sniper would have offered that Lina doesn't is just better tower defense. You defend from really, really far away. Shrapnel is an incredible spell against Chen for holding towers. But Lina is definitely not a bad idea here.
There's still a Timbersaw in the surprise OG didn't insta-pick it.
Also true.
I feel like it's Slark if they want to carry for the Thai lane. It's a pretty good Slark game. It's nice to buy eggs now. You get stats from Pounce. It's hard to link. Pretty free game, I think.
Yeah.
They are looking for a carry.
Is there a world here that Amar wants to play Huskar? Like, how bad is the Razor lane with Inner Fire?
Depends on the support though. Like, he's Huskar with
20 base damage Ogre.
Yeah, Willow against the Ogre.
Oh, nice call. Wow. I was not expecting them to go for this,
I
actually.
think Slug Chen, I think I talked about this in group stage. Some team picked it. I think it was OG2 actually.
It was OG, and it was against Team Secret also.
This is a mid-tide.
It's a
Yes.
it's a
I think so.
mid-tide, yeah.
So Resolution with his Enigma last pick, and Cancel is limited. They've got silences, but nothing that's spell and
but BKB Black Hole is going to be game winning this game.
The tide was a red herring. Like they didn't. I think OG didn't consider this option at all. They were not expecting this to
How
be a
does Spark
possibility.
X interact with Black Hole? Do you still like take too much damage? Because you kind of do like heal, right?
Yeah. So you mean the shard, where
Yeah.
you, the depth shroud?
If
Yeah.
you get 2-man Black Hole, you pop Death Shroud. Like how much do you heal through? Will you still die?
You can probably keep. How much AoE damage does Secret have? So they have Midnight Pulse, Rupture,
Sky Ult,
or
Ravage, Anchor Smash.
Yeah, you
from
probably
a
still.
mid-tide
Yes,
with
you're
the,
probably still
yeah.
dying. But
Just between Mystic Flare and Black Hole, this team fight from Secret is very intimidating.
I think OG are really on as much as a time rest they've been in any game this tournament. I think if this game goes late, I have Secret all the way. Even with a mid-tide, I think they can just outscale. So OG gotta keep up the pace here.
All right, well, I'm encouraged by that because I want this to go to 3 games. I want to do this last day in Genting right. So I'll give it to 2 casters who are going to do it very right. It's Cap and SVG.
Thank you, Tsunami. We're going to do our best because this should be a very interesting game. Sure, OG took that game 1, but Team Secret, they learned from that last game. They drafted themselves some team fight. And oh, by the way, it's a mid Enigma.
Oh, yeah.
Nisha's going to be playing it here.
The Niche Enigma. I was worried about Secret's team fight going into these last 2 picks. Skywrath, Ogre, not a lot of AoE. One of the issues they ran into last game, but as you said, Tide Hunter, Enigma, some old school wombo combo.
Avery was ready to throw in the towel already for Team
Oh, okay,
Secret
come
when he
on,
saw
come
the
on.
first 3. He was like, where is the team fight? But they drafted 2 of the biggest team fight heroes you could possibly hope for. Not interested, hold up, what was that? Amar said not interested to play versus Mars again. Oh, he's already trying to get a little bit of all chat, trying to get underneath Puppy's skin.
I mean, honestly, no. I don't think anybody
I don't
is.
think anybody wants to play against that Mars. I'm pretty sure Aster saw that game and it's like, all right, if we face up against OG, we're not playing against that Mars.
That thing just went pure raid boss mode. So
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to get it the rest of the tournament, no matter what all chat he writes. And this is a much more interesting game just because of the last picks here. This Slark pick, we've seen this hero rise back to popularity a little bit. It has good matchups in this game. Not a lot of huge lockdown for him, of course. Secret snap picked this mid Enigma. This was not something they were debating. This
No.
was not something they cared about this Slark coming out at all. They just jammed it. They already knew what they wanted. Now you have a black hole answer for this Slark. You have some conversion for Chen creeps, maybe some extra tower defense. More interesting though, I feel like they know something about this Enigma Puck matchup. Because when you pick it that quickly, you don't even debate. Nisha's got something up his sleeve here.
Yeah, I wonder if like level 2 Eidolons are really tough for Puck to be able to deal with. Like he can't actually just do enough damage to kill them easily.
It makes sense. Enigma is one of these mid lane dominators. If you haven't played versus it before, and if you know what you're doing with it, there's all these mid Enigma spammers that just get out of control. They destroy lanes, and they can build into fast items you wouldn't necessarily expect. Nisha's already got Orchid on the menu here. This is going to help skew this matchup a lot, right? If you dominate the lane, get to a fast Orchid, just rush it, suddenly Puck's game is a nightmare to play, and you're just mowing down the map. And at the same time, you have the late game black hole scale. So very interesting strat coming out from Secret here, and even more so, they're aggro tri-laning here, dodging the Slark Tidehunter matchup. Very smart. They're going to put a lot of pressure on this Chen, who's going to get his small camp blocked. Yuragi wants none of this. He TP's bottom. Instantly matched, though.
Yeah, we'll see how much Team Secret is able to keep up in this game of musical chairs. See whether or not they can get the lanes that they want. I could already see, I mean, the first orb that went out, it did hardly anything to the Eidolon, so I could see how this is going to be a constant problem for BCM. And just purely the fact that you're going to have all the range creeps denied as well. I mean, Puck is a hero that's very dependent on experience.
Even more so now, there's no small camp to farm.
Yeah,
you just
that's
have
true.
to play this one-on-one. There's nowhere to go, nothing to do. You just have to take it for the team, try and come back later. This should be a lane domination from Nisha here, especially since he's been dominating in a lot of these matchups anyway. Microing the Eidolons around here. Looks like he's played this before, even if maybe he hasn't.
It certainly does. Puppy, he's trying to put the pressure on the Chen and keep him from being able to find any good creeps. He knows how, I mean, this man's a Chen master, so he knows exactly what a Chen wants to do in the early game.
I mean, anytime Chen gets zoned off the early waves, it's a huge deal for you. You set him back a long way. He's missing a lot of his early timing. Again, he goes headdress for a reason. He wants to get the double hero value out of it. He's just playing with tornadoes in the jungle. Puppy's like, sure, have fun. I'm back to lane.
Yep, drop the double tornadoes, whatever. You have fun with that one. So Amar versus Resolution, because they do manage to keep the matchup that they wanted. They did not want to have the Slark versus Tide matchup. Slark really takes advantage of those big tanky heroes like that.
And even more so, this Razor versus Slark.
Yeah.
Just getting ranged heroes versus Slark where you can just right-click him the whole time feels pretty good. Also, forcing Slark into this off lane, very unnatural for the hero. He really wants to play under his tower, abuse the extra regen, try and get to his level 6 where people can TP and come help him. This lane never pushes deep for OG. It becomes very hard for Yuragi to walk up and just start CSing. So he's having a decent early start here, but I suspect this lane might get harder over time. Crystallis looking for first blood.
There
He'll
it
get
is,
it.
picks it up. He's going to take a lot of damage from Yuragi. In fact, he's probably going to be dying here as he's not going to be able to outrun the fish. It's going to be the Chen. Chu takes the counter kill, but still being able to get first blood is a massive pickup. And Amar is feeling a lot of pressure with the Chen not in lane here. Puppy and Rezo really gunning for it, and Amar drops the blood right and doesn't actually get any last hits, so he is going to limp away at no HP. Puppy taking a lot of damage here. They're going to turn around.
Does that Fairy Fire, trying to bait it out.
Shadow Realm, Fairy Fire, he baits it out successfully. Good work.
Another pause here. The anti-Puppy pauses. Right back into it. I mean, first blood, definitely worth it for Crystallis. At the same time, giving extra XP to this Slark and free waves, it's going to feel bad.
Yeah.
And it's going to be boots for Yuragi, which is going to help him a lot in this off lane. He's top of the CS board, top of the net worth chart. I was thinking this lane might get difficult. I'm not sure that exchange was really worth it for Secret. Ideally, you want to pressure the Slark or be killing him, not these random supports.
Sure. Meanwhile, Amar, he managed to full heal up, and they're going to go for the kill on Resolution underneath the tower. Now he runs into another Bramble. Taiga will take the last hit as a result. Checking on that mid lane, though, you could see Nisha doing very well for himself. 16 denies, a good amount of that is probably his own Eidolons, but either way, it doesn't change it. It is Nisha owning the mid lane.
Yeah, that is an absurd amount of denies for 4 minutes into the game.
Yeah, look at that. He's only given up 3 Eidolon kills so far. So he's done a very good job of making sure BZM doesn't collect in that extra bounty.
The level 5 here is the big time for him. These level 3 Eidolons pushing you into that black hole is where this hero really starts to become a menace. Again, he's probably going to rush the Orchid this game, which will be the big mid-game timing versus Puck. Things said, though, BZM is not doing too bad. Even with all those denies, he's pretty much even in net worth, and he's doing his best to keep up in levels here, considering he has no Spall Camp or anything to farm.
Mouth is stunned. Puppy was making the rotation. Not going to be here in time, though.
The real interesting thing to me is, does OG have the outspam for these Eidolons in this game? Well, let's say this Catapult comes in 5 minutes. You have some random flag bearer creep that catches up. Nisha just starts pushing towers with Eidolons. Who's actually killing these things?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't know. You know, I guess Chen comes in and takes one.
Yeah, that's something. But speaking of Chen, he's going to be run down here. Crystallis should be able to pick up that kill. Well, it's Zayats instead. At the same time, Yuragi is going to get some damage back into Crystallis, and they have the Brambles potentially coming in. Crystallis does not get hit by it, though.
Now, this is the better trade Seeker wants. Get the support kill, not give anything on to Slark on the turnaround. Bringing more of OG's resources to this bottom lane.
Oh, trying to catch the courier. BZM.
I mean, this is the part where this matchup becomes annoying. Level 3 Eidolons, Catapult Wave is mid. This is a big pressure point for Seeker. Puppy wants to use it. That's why he's lurking around here. OG, you're going to have to be careful with how they respond here, and I don't know if they have the resources to do it because of those TP's bottom. Chu is only level 2. Taiga has no mana. I guess he has triple mango. But still, where's the outspam going to come for this push? I think Secret might be able to do some serious damage here.
Yeah, especially if they can secure the 6-minute power rune with Puppy hanging around. They do have Taiga, who's also going to be doing the same.
Oh, they missed the D-ward mid by a millimeter.
Oh, no. So close. Rune does spawn into Haste Rune. He's going to immediately challenge Taiga to a fight. He's got Shadow Realm, but no TP, so I think he might just be dead here.
Yeah, he is dead for sure.
Too far away from any saving objectives.
Big bad Ogre right clicks, taking him down. Again, the Radiant Catapult's still alive mid, so this pressure point exists, and Flag Bearer creep coming in. This mid push is aligning perfectly for Secret.
Looks like Amar is taking a lot of damage. Resolution doing very well for himself in this 1v2. 29 and 15 CS, not bad. And Amar is lowest in CS in this game. Here comes the catapult push.
Oh, he's just going to give it.
Really? I mean, who really thought with level 6 and these early Eidolons, thought they were going to try and do some serious damage to this mid tower, but no.
Yeah, I think they had the window. Again, no coil on this puck, and I don't think OG supports can do anything here. Just choosing to farm up instead, not overextend. I mean, Nisha is getting very farmed. Now he's starting to pull ahead in this matchup. We see almost 1,000 gold ahead after that kill.
Puppy. Is he going to die to Taiga here? He's actually running into the hands of Yuragi potentially. I'm not sure what's going on here. Throws out the Fire Blast stun. Yuragi's like, okay.
It's an Agi.
Free Agi, I guess.
Yeah, put him on the board. I do think Yuragi has gotten more out of this early game than they might have anticipated, and he's already up to level 6.5. Kill and assist on the board. Pushing for that Orb of Corrosion. I think OG recognizes they're going to potentially have to join some early fights in this game depending on how fast this ball push comes out from Secret. Rezo trading top. Getting mana burn though, pretty annoying.
The way Amar keeps on getting so low, I'm surprised they haven't made a support rotation up here. But I guess they've been kind of focused on the mid lane.
Yeah, and
Really
another smoke to mid. They got the
They do manage
silence.
to get the silence on him. The mouth is going to be there as well. The orb is already worn out, so he's going to have to use the Waning Rift to try and get away, but he's still slowed down. Another Fire Blast coming in, and BZM, is he going to get run down here? The Black Hole goes out. No chance to jump to the orb. Resolution, meanwhile, top lane, had a rupture on him, but was able to turn and fight. Amar comes back in now to try and claim the last hit. Is anybody going to TP in to help out poor old Rezo? No. Bloodright finishes them off. They show up now, but it's a bit too late.
Man, that lane is on a knife's edge. Secret choosing to commit the resource to mid instead of top. They probably could have done either one, but I agree this mid lane is more important. Getting this Enigma rolling, shutting down this puck, is going to cause the greatest differential in this game, even if Tide suffers a little bit.
At the same time, I mean, just the player, I feel like maybe you'd want to shut down Amar more. Nice dodge there. Ignite doesn't land. BZM still has to be careful though. The
OG
silence,
bringing
but with,
numbers.
The Chen coming in from the side and Taiga with the Brambles, they might be able to pick up both supports here. Zap's coming in, Science is dead. Double kill for BZM as he gets a bit of revenge. He does lose his mid tower in the meantime though, so there is a trade-off for Secret.
I think that mid tower was going to die no matter what though.
True.
I don't think Secret wanted to give up both supports there, especially when they can go into these lanes and make something happen. You have the Ravage up top. You have this Enigma who's so strong. These Secret supports really want to be out on the map during this time period, so a huge pickup from OG, taking the aggression off the map, freeing up space for their cores to continue to farm.
Yeah, considering how good like all three of their cores, especially their side lanes are, I feel like a two-man rotation to a Tidehunter with Gush or a Razor, I feel like it's a pretty easy fight to win. Now they're going to try and go for this Bloodseeker Amar, or he's going to TP out.
Ooh.
Rezo opting not to throw down the Ravage.
I think he would have got him there, but I can't blame him for thinking he might have gotten out. Either way, sending him to base is going to free up this tower push top. These are the little rotations you were talking about. Secret can make them and make them worthwhile. They have the cores to set up the kills. The threat exists on almost all three lanes in this game. That's what this Sky Ogre lineup is designed to do. Whereas OG, they're going to stuck responding for now, trying to get the levels on this Chen farming up jungle. Almost level 5. Big power spike for him.
Double damage Puppy's going to show up. Just going to put some damage onto Yuragi, but I don't know if this is really that smart. It's not like the Slark is in any sort of danger. Oh, he knows the pounce is coming through. He's going to stop the TP. Chrysalis dodges it, but it also means he's now dead. And Amar takes great pleasure in that fact, immediately tipping Chrysalis.
Send them to base. No teleport. He'll have to walk out.
Yep.
Top tower is going down to this Tidehunter catapult.
And because he didn't use the Ravage, maybe he can defend bottom lane.
It's definitely on the menu. I don't think Secret want to give this OG lineup too many towers. The idea of this Tide versus Chen matchup is you stall him out in the early objectives and close his map. Especially when Secret have the cooldowns. Black Hole in 20, and more importantly, Orchid already completed on this Enigma. This is not a push you want to give to OG for free, and Secret agree. Teleporting Skyrath down here, moving the heroes into place. Still, this tower is just getting chunked.
Taking a lot of damage. They get
Got
the
the
silence out of
silence.
the Slark. A big kill. They can get it. He sidesteps the ultimate. Gets away into the trees. He's out of mana, though. He's out of sight at the same time, so he just does start healing up. The rotation coming through from Secret. Looks like they should be able to catch two here. The Terrorize doesn't save him.
So Secret will defend this tower on literally 2 HP.
All right, well, might as well deny it.
doing some economic damage. And again, maybe the most important thing is this is the Chen mech timing. He's going to get sent to base and have his creeps mopped up. So the biggest thing that always sets this hero back is if you go for these pushes, you go for the fights, you lose your army, suddenly you disappear off the map for a little bit.
Yeah.
That's what Secret's mainly looking for. They would have really liked that Slark kill. Beautiful silence from the fog. Just not enough lockdown.
Fire Blast denied haste room by Taiga.
The other thing OG's gonna have to think about in this game is the early Roshan, the early group up from Secret. You have this Tide Hunter going Wraith Pact, or at least the Vlads. Combine this with Enigma, who went to Orchid. The Eidolon pressure, the amount that OG can't really deal with them, everybody's gonna be bloodlusted. This group up from Secret is deceptively strong, despite the fact they have 2 single target supports.
Yeah, and that makes things really awkward when you want to be able to like rupture and coil and force people to like break that coil or force them to run away with the rupture on them.
Speaking of rupture, Nisha.
They're going to throw down the Ravage. Mid lane at the same time. They're going for the Nisha kill. They should be able to get it. Bottom lane, they did kill the Slark at the same time. It looks like actually Taiga's in trouble. The heal comes out. The mech is just enough to keep Taiga alive. So Core's traded out. A Ravage used to kill Yuragi. At the same time, Nisha, who's the most farmed hero in the game, does get caught in the mid.
Very nice find. This Ancient Seal has proven to be very effective, just silencing the Slark from fog and bursting him up with the damage. Of course, this Enigma kill, probably the bigger one right for now, just because of the amount of map pressure you can exert with Orchid. You don't want this hero being taken out. You want to keep abusing this puck matchup while you have the ability to do so.
Oh, the smoke's gonna break. Science runs headlong into it. Probably doesn't feel too good about it, but at the same time, Chrysalis wasn't caught. He had the Orchid on him. Terrorize does catch the 2. Nice disengage there for OG.
Beautiful backup comes in, bails out BZM, and now he can continue farming into that Witchblade. Amar will finally clean up this tower bottom, which did not get denied on 2 HP.
Yeah, what happened? I feel like you're extra incentivized to just deny towers in these situations now that you actually get some gold for it as well.
Sends a message, you know? You can have it. It won't help you.
It won't change the fate. 6-9, 14 minutes in. Pretty even game all around. And a game that, I mean, what would you give the late game scenario here? Because we heard the panel talk about it. They were kind of favoring Team Secret if it does go late because they've got such big team fight spells. Do you agree with that? Or do you think the Slark has something to say?
I mean, you can always win late game with Black Hole's Ravage. It's never outside the window. That said, this OG lineup becomes so annoying just because Secret doesn't have the best BKB core. So now you're looking at Dark Will, you're looking at multiple ruptures, puck spells, who's jumping around, Slark going in and out. There's a lot of poke, a lot of harass, a lot of spells that Secret aren't going to be able to deal with directly, more just deal with them through the amount of net worth they have. I think those types of lineups tend to be very annoying in the late game. Maybe a slight edge.
Tail on a resolution here. They've got the Slark rotating over, so Rezo can't TP away. He's going to get pounce canceled. Yuragi will probably thank Amar for giving him another agility stack.
Yeah, up to 3. Echo Saber online. Having a pretty decent game here. Secret's still up ahead in the cores, but barely by anything. And their heroes are a little clunky. They need to be finding stuff on the map.
That's
this
awkward.
is what they want.
Now they do have the Chen heal. That could be enough to save him from the Orchid. At the same time, Nisha being slowed down. They actually got the silence onto the puck. Looks like Zion showed up at the right time. BZM barely living. He's going to have to jump to the orb, and he's nearly going to be black.
Bottle.
Good enough, though. Oh, no. BZM hits the coil. He turns around, Orchids him again, but BZM stays out of sight. The Eidolons can't kill him. Tiger's going to get out as well. Chu, well, he's stuck inside the army here. Puppy's still going for it. He does get Taiga. BZM jumps over the orb, and he TP's out. How did BZM live through that?
Absolutely massive life there from BZM. I have no idea, man. He bottle ticked through the black hole initial damage, and it's enough to keep him alive. This Enigma can't get the Orchid and the Malefice on the backside of that. Just walks it off.
I mean, I almost wonder if it would have been better for the Enigma to just try and right-click the puck. The black hole just did not do enough damage by itself.
I think every pub player in the world felt that escape a little bit.
Yeah.
We've all been there.
BZM sees an opportunity. Pick on his Zayats, perhaps. He does get silenced. Raptors are going to go down with the Skyram Mage ultimate. BZM He thought maybe he had a free kill, but Secret showing up in force. Resolution not shy about dropping the Ravages.
Yeah, you're not escaping that one. No flashy plays to be made there.
Yeah.
Ancient seal his fate. Send him off the map for 20 seconds. This puck is still the lowest net worth core in the game, a product of that early lane. So Secret's still trying to use this advantage for now. And again, Vlad's up on this Tidehunter. He's going to build to scale this game. Ags on the board. Blink at some point. There's not any hard save to this Ravage jump initiation outside of potentially Chen level
Rocky
25.
starts going to town, trying to bring down Resolution, stealing away his stats. The Bedlam's going to do a lot of damage as well. Rezo's done for. They do have the rest of Secret in the neighborhood here. Amar's going to look for an extra kill. Can't quite get in range for the Rupture, though.
OG, think about Roche. They have the Chen, Penitence, all the creeps.
Roshing right in front of Team Secret. I mean, I guess they don't have Black Hole, they don't have Ravage. Terrorize with the coil, they don't want to use it just on an Ogre. They're committing heavily for this 5 position, but Team Secret don't really have any firepower they can throw right back. A buyback immediately from Puppey. He knows they want to be able to go for this. They're going to keep diving. OG, they're going to get a dive back onto Puppey. Is there any response from Secret? No, they're just getting run down underneath the tower. Amar's chasing through on Zayas. Chrysalis at the same time, sticking on top of the Chen. He pops his BKB. He'll kill the 5 position, but he's committed so heavily to go for it that his BKB is going to be wearing out soon. Half health as well. Forced back into the hands, into the Centaur stomp. Yoragi committing for the kill, and he gets it too.
The
Resolution, the Bedlam damage overwhelming him bit by bit. OG, they wear down Secret, hero after hero. Team Secret, all this big team fight, but it's all on cooldown.
OG just punishing them with the TPs in, getting the number advantage, and Chu making the plays from the grave. Yeah, you killed the Chen, but his army's still alive. Beautiful Hurricane at the end of that fight. The sustain doing wonders for OG versus Secret's limited damage at this point in the game. Puppey just dies twice right off the bat. He's a significant amount of their long-term damage over the course of these early fights with Max Ignite.
And I have to wonder, I mean, they committed twice to kill a 5-position Ogre. Like, where's the rest of the team? What is the response? It's finally here from Chrysalis, but it's a kill on a Chen. Who cares? As you said, he's still got his army up, and he makes a big play here with the Hurricane into Centaur
Pull him
Stomp.
into the stun. Absolutely beautiful. I mean, Secret have no Ravage. They have no Black Hole. This is not a fight they wanted to get sucked into. OG dictating the pace of the game. Taking it to them first. Now it's going to push them to the next set of items here. Slark top of the leaderboard. He's going for a Shadow Blade. Eventual Silver Edge for the break. BCM building into a Yules. Once he has that, he's not going to be as susceptible to this Skywrath burst. And he's going to be very annoying in the fight. At the same time, Amar, the second carry here behind Jiragi, building a BKB of his own. It's going to be a big power spike for OG in the next few minutes here, and one where Secret falter on a single fight, it means Roshan, and suddenly your map control is disappearing to Slark.
Yeah, it's the big downside of these big team fight spells, right? Is the large cooldowns that if you throw them around and you miss, you lose the team fight anyway. Well, then you're just powerless to do anything for another 2 minutes, and OG will make big strides in net worth during that time period of time.
I mean, not to mention, Chu is quietly climbing this board, even as Philosopher's Stone. He's got full Locket mech. There's a lot of sustain that's coming out for this OG lineup, and again, the damage for Secret, it's kind of based around these 2 big ults right now, unless Chrysalis gets a crazy link, which has just been difficult for him.
It really does make this Tidehunter Enigma look, I mean, they don't have the best damage, to be honest.
No, they don't. It's a lot around the spells right now, a lot around this Skywrath Ogre getting multiple rounds of spells off in the fight.
Yeah.
If Amar is chasing you down and he's BKB'd, if Slark is just shadow pouncing you from the shadows on the back end, it's not that easy to just commit these ults.
Yeah. And we were talking about maybe OG having a hard time putting out the damage with the Wraith Pack coming out from the Tidehunter, but it seems to be the opposite problem. Uragi does pick up that shard, one of the most value shards, I would say, in the game, the Depth Shroud. So we're going to see him. It could be a good save mechanism against all this AoE team fight. Combine that with the Chen heals, and you may be throwing out some big spells and not do any damage whatsoever.
And he's happy to go in and bait with that sustain behind him. Yeah. That's the Shadow Blade idea. He'll go in and start the fight, throw it on his ult, throw down the Depth Shroud. Even if they Black Hole him, even if they Ravage him, he's going to get sustained by the Chen. And of course, classic OG, they have another carry waiting in the wings, right?
Yep.
So you commit these ults on one of them, it's not like you're taking all the damage out of the fight. And that's why these lineups are so hard to team fight into. You have to think about the multiple threats. All 3 of their cores can win the fight over the long term. Pick and choose your spells carefully. It's going to mean a lot here. Again, Secret want this Roshan in this game.
All this big team fight, what are they going to do with it? Are they going to be able to find a big enough opening for them to, as you say, take that Roshan? This smoke play is so important. OG.
They're looking at Amar. They don't have blinks on their cores.
Yeah, how are they going to be able to catch him, though?
You can't.
Like, they can't. They don't have a blink stunner, so that BKB should go off all the time.
Now, this is where Secret would ideally like to be forcing the Roshan and make OG come into them. Their lineup just doesn't exactly have the best damage to do it.
Coming in from the side. He's going to do exactly what you're
He's
talking
just
about.
poking
Just try and poke at them. See if he can force out a reaction. Fakes the Ravage. Resolution, though, does go down on the half health.
Amar getting Malefist here.
Okay, he's going to take a bit of damage. They start committing for him. They drop the Sky on Mage ultimately, but he pops the BKB. Chrysalis looks to be able to run him down. He's ruptured, but he's going to continue. He gets the kill on Amar, but now he has to stand still. Uragi's going to go for that kill, and the supports are not close enough. Team Secret cannot save their carry, and now Puppey may be left behind, but they do have the big
Double
boys.
coil snap.
Does double snap there. Nisha and Resolution, they want to be free to walk into the Slark if necessary. Look at this Chen army, though.
Holy
Turns
crap,
it around onto Nisha. All these skeletons. Nisha, he pops the BKB for fear of going down to a Chen army. Chu's living through it all.
He's just getting out.
Teleports out. Chu is still alive. The supports got run down. Resolution may have a hard time getting away as well. Uragi's going to catch up to him. Are they going to die for this tower? They see it with their orb. They're going to go for it. They've got the pounce up in a second. A Yule Scepter into the pounce. Resolution. Well, he's not going to drop the Ravage. Probably wouldn't even save him. Uragi picks up the triple kill. Look at that 81 agility. Your Agi is now my Agi.
Thinking about the tier 1, maybe even the Roche. The one thing is Secret didn't use their big team fights ults. That's the saving grace, but goddamn this Chen army, man.
Look at it, there's so many skeletons.
I mean, he was just killing Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, the skeletons are hitting as much as the hero does. They're hitting for like 67 damage or something.
Chu, the Necromancer. Honestly, he's destroying these fights. The sustain prolonging the Razor Chase, the heals, the Frost Armor on all their heroes not even going down, the damage output from these skeletons.
Yeah, he's got the Magic Aura as well from the small Centaur.
He's got it all.
15% magic resistance. Just a free cloak to everybody.
Secret, they still have their ultimates here. They want to use them. They just don't have the Blink Daggers yet. It's so hard.
And every single time they stumble, they're falling farther and farther behind. It may get to a point that OG has such a big net worth lead that it doesn't matter that you've got those big team fights.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Secret try and force this Roshan. It is half HP, and it's the best way to make OG come into their spells.
OG, though, they do have a good amount of poke, so Secret has to be careful about that.
They also have Terrorize.
They do not want to get caught in a bad Terrorize Rupture combination with the coil on top. Resolution's a little bit low. Uragi trying to force some things.
This looks similar to last game.
It is. It's looking kind of awkward. A bit of deja vu. Team Secret. This time around, can they make the Roshan fight work for them? They're committing for it. Chrysalis is going for it right now, but he wants to jump out.
Very awkward standoff here. The Wraith Pack just times out.
Uragi, he may just go for it himself. He's going to force Chrysalis into the pit. A little hit. Resolution, gonna get stunned up here. Terrorize, being threatened. They do have the Rupture. BKB immediately goes out from Chrysalis. Puppey, he's gonna put himself right in the front line. The Ravage going down. They all get away. Nobody getting hit by that one. OG, they now just have to watch out for the black hole from Nisha. He's gonna turn around and go for it onto the Slark, but he's already in phase. He's not taking any damage. He's turn around and just rip through the Enigma. Chrysalis, he's gonna get stopped by the Curse Crown as well. The last man standing will be the last man to fall. Team Secret as they get wiped again. OG, Kings of the Pit will not be denied. This 2-0 against Secret. They have built up a 12,000 net worth lead. They are just out-fighting Secret again and again.
Immaculate positioning, flanking coming from BSM on the backside of the fight, takes Skyrath out completely. The Ravage gets forced, they all kite it. Nisha in the middle of them, BKB'd with nothing to black hole. And of course, the Chen Aura is just going to work the whole time. Vlad's, Locket, Mech, Frost Armor.
I mean, this is just great stuff. They force out the BKB. They turn on a dime. They see the Ravage coming. They're already out. They had the BKB. They had the Shatter Dance going too. And Nisha then forced a black hole. The Slark, you were saying, you know, that's what Uragi's going to do every time. He's going to get on top of this Enigma and force him to use the black hole.
Yeah, he's happy to tank it up. I mean, if Chen's staying alive, if Willow's alive, 2 carries for
Pickoff's
OG.
getting more and more awkward. It looks like Nisha's going to be run down underneath the tier 2. Uragi now, after that kill, has an Aghanim Scepter on the way, plus another 1,000 gold. The Aegis to be able to work with. This guy's going to be fearless. He's going to run down anybody and everybody. They're going to try and go for the kill on a BCM. The silence does go out, but he's got the self-fuel scepter. He's going to be able to take that off. Chrysalis has to just stand here with the rupture on him. Nothing he can do.
Too many carries for him to
Godlike,
handle.
here comes the Beyond Godlike.
That's just the
Uragi
game.
running down hero after hero. GG's call, that's it. OG, leaving no question. They are the ones deserving to go to the grand finals against Aster. They are the best chance to take down the most dominant team here in ESL 1 Malaysia.
Perfection out of this Chen lineup, pushing them into that grand final. Another lower bracket run from this team. They just cannot be stopped once they have the momentum. Solidifying themselves as one of the best teams in the world for sure. Potentially at this tournament.
I mean, Team Secret, they went through. I mean, this is a revitalized Team Secret that looked to be in pretty good shape as they head into the TI qualifiers, and OG made them look like chumps.
I mean, this second game wasn't even close, man. This Chen, they just played around this hero absolutely perfectly. They got all the auras, they stalled out the game, get to his timings. This Enigma pick had a lot of momentum, had a lot of lane advantage, fast working on the board. Secret just can't use these spells. They can't find an opening. They get split pushed on the map. OG gets their first round of items. The fight collapses. That Roche pit, that sealed their fate in both games, man. They could not get anything going around that Roshan.
You said it. Perfection. OG's playing top notch here in game 2. And they are in very good form heading into this grand finals. It's going to be a real treat to be able to watch them against Aster. But Team Secret, top 3 ESL 1 Malaysia. Till they met up against OG, it was not a bad performance by them, and they seem to be in pretty good shape for TI qualifiers, so hopefully we're going to see a lot more of them. But now, it's just OG and Aster. That's what we're going to be waiting for, the big best-of-5 grand finals. But before we get to that, give it up. We've got Avo on stage with OG.
Thank you, Cap. We're here with Tiger from OG. Tiger, congratulations for your win. Fantastic job in those games, but I gotta ask, in this tournament, you've had to adapt to a new position, that kind of new support, 4.5, How is that process for you guys, every tournament having to adapt?
I mean, this tournament, it was easier to adapt, I suppose. We had Seb as standing, amazing player, amazing offlane, I was position 5. I love Seb, I miss him a lot. But I also love Shu. Honestly, I'm just so proud of my team.
Since you speak about Seb, lovely Seb, I know he's a very talkative player in the games, right? I know Misha's also very talkative. Who's the voice now in the team? Who's the one that's making every call? Who's the one that's talking all the time?
I think everyone is talking actually a lot, but I think Space has been showing a lot in communication together with Amar. Everyone is stepping up in communication, especially when you don't have your captain here. So I think it's good. I think we learned a lot from Seb when he was playing with us, and we bring us into this tournament.
Finally, Taiga, I know that you are one of the teams that gets a big crowd buff. How has the SEA crowd been treating you? How have you liked these cheers?
Honestly, I think the C crowd and OG crowd supporters are the best ever, honestly.
There you have it, C. You're the best crowd ever. We're gonna go to break, but give me one last roar for OG. One good chant. There you go. Now we'll take it away with a small break and come back very, very soon.
Do you want to play like a pro and gain that sweet MMR? Watch the DHL Pro Tips to improve your gameplay. Then test your knowledge to win a €250 Steam gift card. Become a pro by visiting esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips.
흔들리는 나의 눈빛 모두 알고 있는 걸 아무리 숨겨보려 해도 가려지지 않는 걸 I'll never miss this chance make you dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게
OG take this lower bracket final against Team Secret and move on into the best of 5 against Team Aster, and perhaps Ori willed it into existence. Slack's got a chance to interview him after they won their winner bracket final, and it wasn't Secret that they were interested in facing off against. It wasn't Fnatic that they were interested in facing off against. Aster wanted OG, and they're gonna get OG. And I think OG are more than happy to see that matchup yet again, because it was Aster that eliminated OG from the Arlington Major. And now they'll get a rematch in the form of a best of 5. And it was a a little bit more definitive game coming out from OG. Game 1, sure, it was definitely the story of Amar's Mar, but this Game 2, as good as the Enigma looked, as cute as the idea was to shut down the puck, it wasn't enough to bring Secret to a victory in this Game number 1, Sind, or Game number 2.
No, they tried something pretty different, which, I think I admire. I always admire creativity and trying these new strats. We were talking about how Enigma, we thought it was going to be offlane on the panel until we threw it to the cast.
Yeah.
But Enigma mid against Puck actually fares really, really well. It's one of Puck's worst matchups, but I think BZM played really well. He weathered the storm, he stayed alive, he didn't get ganked and killed by Skywrath or Ogre, and ultimately ended up having a really big impact, whereas Nisha has to really deliver in this game. And one problem that Secret's lineup has is that it's very one-dimensional. You have Tide and Enigma as two of your cores that have these big AoE ultis. And what OG exploited was they just made chaotic fights. They didn't group up. They kind of like pincered them. Slark comes in from one angle, Bloodseeker comes in from another, then you have Chen heal, and you try to stay alive and force them to use the ults without getting kills. And when those ults are down, what do you have left?
Yeah, and I think that the supporting cast from OG has also been coming very much into their own. We keep saying how impressed we are with Chu, and you heard it from Taiga. He is more than content to play with any of these support pairings that is thrown his way in the way of stand-ins, but Chu has far surpassed most people's expectations for this tournament winter.
Yeah, and definitely as a stand-in, he's outperformed like what he should be performing and how is he performing right now. And I think that overall the stand-in again, it's not the same like if another team gets another stand-in, because he's kind of like part of the team, so it's natural for him to integrate into the team. But at the same time, you have to be playing a lot of Dota to play like how well he played in the game. The micro skills on Chen, the tornado to set up the stun, everything has to be practiced a lot of times.
And maybe that's why, Adam, like you alluded to, the way that OG play whenever they have Chen feels completely different than whenever they have some other opening draft. And I imagine a lot of it is the product of the fact that your coach is the one playing the Chen. He knows exactly how to execute the strategy he has in his mind, so why not just do it in the gameplay too?
That's very possible. I think OG as a whole, like the way they draft, even if Taiga plays the Chen before at the major, the way they approach the game and the heroes they pick are very different. Because I think in general, they pick a lot of team fight, but when they play Chen, they have like very small spells. Or at least that's how I look at their draft most of the time. And on top of that, I think the problem with how Secret approached the game is that they had like very lane dominant heroes, right? And then when you play this way and you die 1 or 2 times and give back the advantage from laning phase, you kind of lose your whole advantage, and the momentum of the game swings to the other team's favor.
Yeah, I like that he actually brought up that point. Like you look at the teams in the final, Aster, Secret, OG, and the team, and it's obviously Aster against OG in the final. The teams that actually the way they look at the game, they prioritize more on like team fight, more well-rounded draft. Whereas you compare to Secret in third place, they have a tendency to, I feel like, over-prioritize laning phase, and because the whole game is slower, maybe in the previous patch it's easier to execute because the game is fast. So you win your lanes, you snowball, you run at the enemy, everything works better. But right now, since everything is a bit slower, like I would say like around 10 minutes slower, and you don't have that team fight and damage from your supports later, it's all out on lanes, then your supports don't give you as much value as like say like a Chen, a support that's really good in the team fights.
And maybe that's a strategy that oftentimes brings success against, no offense, but weaker teams. Seeing as how Secret makes it this far in the tournament, you can take your laning superiority and convert that into a win generally. But once you get to the top 3 of the tournament, it's not that simple, Sind.
Yeah, I definitely think there's something to be said about how quickly the teams adapted in this tournament. I think, some of the losses that we saw earlier on were probably just players not playing at the usual level that they can. Some players will take a little bit more time to learn the new metrics of the game, the mechanics. And Secret were really quick to pick up on that, so they definitely got a lot of momentum compared to certain other teams that kind of got shafted when this patch dropped. And that's how it is. It's always going to be a little bit of a... It's a different skill set, basically. Like, you could call it random or whatever when a new patch drops, but, some teams are just quicker and better, and Secret was one of those teams. But the deeper you go in the tournament, the more experience the players get, the more understanding the teams have. And today, Secret just met a superior team, honestly. I think OG just played clearly better overall, which is a good sign for the finals, because we said, yes, after yesterday, our ass are just going to own, because they kind of crushed Secret.
Yeah.
Now another team also did it, so maybe this is going to be a really even match.
But all things considered, Secret should still be pretty satisfied with where they ended up. Of the Western European teams that are in that cutthroat qualifier, Secret by far made it the furthest. And it wasn't just the product of one player, it was a team effort. I think Puppy has helped Crystalis come into his own on LAN, because pretty much the only experience they had prior to this was Riyadh, and also letting Resolution and Zayats have their honeymoon phase. It's a much stronger result than they had at Riyadh, and then obviously Nisha having an outstanding game. I mean, he's just very unassuming. He just comes in, smokes everyone, then leaves. It's hard to really get a gauge on what he's capable of, but in that game number 1 with the Invoker, I think, Adam, they should be very encouraged going into that Western European qualifier. And now that we've seen all the teams, we saw Liquid, we saw Entity, we see Secret, we see Alliance, and we see, what was the 5th one? Liquid, Entity, Secret, Nigma Galaxy. So between these, which ones do you have as your front runner looking forward to?
Nigma Galaxy.
Nigma
sure.
Galaxy. They didn't do that well at the tournament, though.
Their quote-unquote ace wasn't here, right?
True.
They're playing with Stan in new patch. I think they have a... Some teams just have the feel of how they like come together as 5. Like if you look at the OG roster now, they have like the same kind of vibe. I also want to mention them a bit because I feel like OG Day 1 and OG Day 4, they are different beasts. The OG today looks so clean compared to the OG we saw a few days ago, and I think that's the best quality they have as a team. I think we're going to have a really good finals.
Yeah, if anything, being the lower bracket, I felt like probably played advantage towards them because they get to play a lot more games, and then I feel like it's even more so because there's a new patch. And if you get to play more games in a new patch, you're going to be able to figure things out faster.
I would respectfully probably disagree about the qualifier. I don't think I would have Nigma as the front runner. I think it's still got to be Secret. It's not just recency bias, but it's also the fact that I think historically speaking, Nigma Galaxy and Kuroki's drafting generally gets better and better later on in a patch.
True.
They have very little time to prepare. Like this is happening pretty soon. I believe I guess in Nigma's favor, I suppose the European qualifier is one of the last ones to get played, if I'm not mistaken. I think it starts in a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks.
Yeah, I think they're staggered.
So maybe that's gonna help them. If they had the first one, I think SA starts on September 3rd or something like that. If that was Nigma, I would be pretty worried. I think they have the time to prepare, but Secret got a lot of experience here, and I still think Nigma have a bit of catching up to do. Aside from that, don't count out Entity. They look good. They look really good in this tournament. They lost 2-1, and they were, very competitive in their games. So I think in the Western Europe qualifiers, any of those 3 teams have a good shot. And then Liquid Online,
Right. Liquid against Western
Impossible
European
to call
teams
that.
specifically, yeah. How about you, Winter? Which front runner are you taking looking at the Western European TI-11 quals?
I probably feel like Secret has a pretty decent chance still. I feel like today wasn't like a true representation. They still have a lot of potential as a team. Like once they figure out, like what I mentioned to you, like during the breaks, like they need to be able to swap the lanes. They can't just, we need to lane Rezo and Zayats together. We need to be able to be more flexible so your opponents are more picks. It's going to be better for the team in the long run. Maybe the first couple of games it will be rougher because you are switching up that dynamic, but in the long run it's going to increase the skill ceiling of the team.
Yeah, you can't stick to that rigidity, especially if it's going to be that telegraphed. And believe me, all those qual teams are looking very, very closely. But now we're going to be looking at 2 teams that are already qualified for TI, Aster and OG. We see the immense growth that we've mentioned of OG throughout this entire tournament. Taiga specifically cited how he was looking forward to playing more lower bracket games because you get more experience. Aster seems to have just been on steroids for their leveling up throughout this tournament. I don't think that many people were expecting them to just 2-0 smash Secret in this upper bracket final, but they did it with total ease.
Yeah, I feel like Aster has definitely, it's kind of weird. I think Adam pointed this out yesterday. He was like, it was like there wasn't a patch for this team, right? Because Aster, I think more than most other teams have kind of seamlessly just transitioned, except on the very, very first day of the patch where in game 1 against Secret, they kind of were caught off guard and it was like, okay, we understand something new after this one game. And then after that, they kind of just more or less cleaned house. I think one lost to Fnatic in the upper bracket, and that was it, just one single game, but they won the series. So they're still the team to beat. the reason I'm kind of hesitant to just say they're the favorites is that I feel like every single time this story happens, OG always wins the final. Like literally every time. And they win it 3-1 in a best of 5. They lose game 1 and then they take the rest. So, you know, I want to be hopeful for Aster. I think it's been, you know, aside from PSG LGD, it's been a really long time since a Chinese team has been like really, really good on LAN. So I think the Chinese fans will be hopeful that Aster can carry the torch this time that LGD aren't here. But it's going to be a tough ask. I don't know if you guys have any favorites. I think it's pretty even.
Falk brought it up earlier, actually. He said that Aster is way better at punishing on the map. Like, I think the way Monet plays carry is a bit different from other people. And you can tell in their games, like, what they prioritize. They prioritize towers, the objectives, and they're just always 5 and always very willing to go, and they execute very well. So he mentioned that the tri-core of OG might have problems coming online against a fast-paced Aster.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. You know, maybe their playstyle, because you mentioned that the way they transitioned from the old patch to the new patch, it was like the patch never happened. Maybe it's because the way they played was already so optimal that it doesn't matter if the game is slower, because it's very all-rounded the way they're drafting. They have early game, they have mid game, they have late game. So even if the patch is slower, it still fits their playstyle. And if anything, because OG is more greedy, they might actually run into a lot more problems against Aster.
And do you think that there's anything that Aster learned by watching this Secret Series, maybe vulnerabilities that they're going to be able to expose?
I think Mars is going to be so contested in this series.
Almost certainly.
XXS has been getting it overall last pick. There's literally no way that's going to happen here. It's either going to be first phase banned or first phase picked. There's a possibility that these teams have a slightly better understanding of the Mars and countering it, so maybe it will close out the first phase overall instead of being the total first pick. But Mars will be huge, Chen will be huge. I think both heroes are very likely to just get banned more or less every game, and I think OG will not get Chen a single time at least. That would be my advice for Aster. Don't give Chen away, because that is OG's fastest hero. Take that out of the pool so that you play a little bit slower game, and that's where you can shine with your playstyle.
Well, OG is going to get some time to recharge before that best of 5 grand final. But if you're in the arena and you're looking for stuff to do, don't worry, I've got you covered. Right now, probably still right now, Slacks, Effie, MLP Dota, and Jonix Fire are doing an AMA/signing session, so you can go on over to the Madison Square if you want to get a piece of that. And if you're watching online, I have things for you to do also. You can get some sweet ESL merch. Go to esl.gg/URL and you can get some hats, hoodies, shirts, pants, probably, all the above. And we will be back in around 20 minutes, but don't miss anything. We have an opening performance ready for Grand Finals, and of course, we're gonna have the 2 teams. Thanks for sticking around, ESL 1 Malaysia. We'll be right back.
In Dota, an instant attack is an ability that instantly applies a hero's auto attack. They ignore attack speed and the natural cooldown that comes with the regular auto attacks, meaning that you can use them between attacks to greatly increase your DPS. Some instant attack abilities consider evasion, others pierce through evasion entirely, which is a huge buff to whatever hero has that instant attack because it means that you don't have to waste an item slot on MKB. All instant attacks, however, do not trigger effects that react at the start of an attack, because there is no start of the attack. For example, Juggernaut's Blade Fury Shard does not proc Untouchable, making the hero an insanely strong counter to Enchantress. Instant attacks do, however, trigger effects that react the moment that the attack hits. So, if you swashbuckle a Centaur, for example, you will take a lot of damage from Retaliate. More importantly though, most instant attacks do actually trigger attack modifiers. This means that if you have a basher and you sleight of fist a crowd of heroes, each hit will individually roll to bash the unit. This is precisely why basher has a 2.3 second cooldown, otherwise Ember Spirit could pretty much ravage the entire enemy team on a 6-second cooldown. Where these instant attacks get really fun is with some of the more interesting attack modifiers in the game. For example, with a Satanic plus an instant attack, you can pretty much heal yourself to full HP whenever you feel like it. With the Battle Fury paired with an AoE instant attack, you can exponentially increase your damage so long as you do a bit of trigonometry. Since Cleave is is based on where your hero is located at the moment of the attack landing, you can, for example, angle Abaddon's AoE miscoil such that you do an absurd amount of burst damage to the unit in the very back of a group.
Something's telling me let's go. Close the curtain on the show. Follow where the wind may blow. We can go, go, go. Leaving everything right here. 'Cause home is where you are, my dear. Starting over with no fear. We can go, go, go. Don't you wanna get away from the noise and the troubles we face every day? Well, there's a better place, I know. So pack your things and we can It's time to hit the road. They don't have to know where we're gonna go, go, Would you follow if I ran to another distant land? Come on, baby, take my hand. We can go, go, go. Don't you wanna get away from the noise and the troubles we face every day? Well, there's a better place, I know. So pack your things and we can It's time to hit the road. They don't have to know where we're gonna go, go, go. Don't you wanna get away? I think I know a better place. We can go, go, go. It's time to hit the road. They don't have to know where we're gonna go, go, go.
Moving nearly in sync, but not in step just yet. When you time that look, you know this can't be second best. It's all in the timing. There's not a right way or a wrong way. It's just a short way or the long way. Get there together in our own way. Good timing is everything. The wrong move when your seconds end will slow us down. Good timing will never make a fine line. Is it choice or is it fate? Don't slow us down. What we do at the start is gonna be there too at the end. Get the pace up, keep the faith up, never breaking the link we've found. It's all in the timing. There won't be a right way or a wrong way. It's just the short way or the long way. Get there together in our own way. She be in the right place, always at the right time. Looking like a dream worth chasing. No place, hit me in the nighttime. Trying to come through and I say, okay, okay, okay. What else I'ma say? Sucker for a pretty face, okay, okay. And she always get away when I say, never help myself, pretty baby. She like 2020, always driving me crazy. She like spending money just as soon as I make it. Even with the drama, little mama, my favorite. She come with finesse and stutter steps, everything fresh to the death. She ain't gotta flex, she just say less. Come correct her, don't come at all. That girl done it all, run it all, window to the wall. Every time she call, it's a mission. It gon' be a trip, pay attention. I ain't even mad, she different. Just like sunlight in the distance, a little out of reach, ready made for the way. Cause the life is a beach, at least it's a mutual arrangement. with her, it's a mini vacation. Lose track of time like daylight savings. She be in the right place, always at the right time. Looking like a dream worth chasing. In my place and me in the nighttime. Trying to come through and I say, okay, okay, okay. What else I'ma say? Sucker for a pretty face, okay, okay. And she always get away when I say, I say what you have, she say what you got. I say what you need, she say what you want.
Hey everyone, we've got Team Aster here for our little Guess the Hero game. We'll start with the first one. Here's your hint.
这是什么？发条计时那种。
Clockwork? No, but next hint?
We can't.
Can't? So no guess?
Yeah.
Right, it's Shadow Shaman.
Ah.
Right, he's like,
What?
This one, I know. This might be easy, this might be hard.
风暴之灵。Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit.
No.
No?
But here's another hint.
What? Mirana.
There you go, it is Mirana. 1 point. Very nice there. You can see. Hey, cat, right? Here, this is.
狮王。
And it is Undying. 2 points, so that's 3 points total.
Okay.
Very good. All right, this one, again, abstract. So take your best bet.
脚上绑了3个这个圆的是什么？
I don't know. I was next hint. Next hint. Next.
叠上叠的。
Here.
Tidehunter.
Tidehunter. Any other guess?
So it's wrong?
No, not Tide. Not Tide.
Okay.
One more.
Oh. Tinker.
There you go. It is Tinker. One more point. 4 points. There.
Oh my god.
Right there.
Okay.
怎样？ This one, I know.
Harry Potter. 哦，那个
If only.
斯拉达。
How did you?
He
last
guessed.
How? That's 7 points now? No, 6. 6 points. You guys have 6 points.
你怎么猜出来的？
How?
就猜。
Just guess. Just like that. It's like that's lucky. That's lucky. All right, this one. Here, this way.
这个简单。
这是什么？
给你猜。
啊，已经这样玩了吗？
已经很简单了。猜不出来吗？
猜不出来。
炸弹人。
炸弹人。
Techies. And it is Techies.
哎，是跟你了。
Nice.
Why?
So what's that? 8 points?
哦，这个
车嘛，然后把它推过去。
Yeah. That's it.
Okay.
You guys get 8 points. I think that's the highest I've had so far. Great guesswork. You guys know your heroes. And that's about it for that segment. Great guessing.
Well, we're going to get to see a bit more of Aster, but of course these players need a break. So we're going to give it to them. Of course, there is no rest for the wicked, and I've assembled, well, 2 of the most wicked people that I know. I've got Avery, as well as, what would you like to be called? So,
Holy
oh my
crap, it's
God.
Slacks.
Oh, hi guys, it was me.
I prefer the zebra, but
Yeah, thank you, Avery. It's so good to be on a panel with you. It's so good to be close to you and in a situation where you cannot physically get away from me quickly. This is something that they don't allow us to do in the back. I am supposed to maintain a certain amount of distance, but nobody can stop us up here or they ruin the show.
why do I keep ending up with you?
I don't
That's
know.
all I want to know. Who did I piss off in the Dota scene? Who's
We
trying
were
to ruin
asked,
my
you know,
career?
it's like, okay, we got a little bit of time. Let's go ahead and have a fill panel. Let's have some fun. Who wants to do it? Of course, Slug's me. It has to be me.
I'll take any moment I can to be in front of the precious camera. I love it.
And of course, I have so much fun with Slacks. I was like, sure, I'll do it. And nobody else wanted to volunteer. So we voluntold Avery that he has to come up on panel and
I mean,
join
I'm
us.
always happy to talk about Dota with a respectable
Oh,
gentleman.
that won't be happening
All
here.
right,
We
well,
won't be talking about it any.
We get a random from the crowd. What do you guys think? We get some random. How about that
Yeah,
guy?
do you
right
guys
there?
think you could do this job?
Yeah, come up here.
Who
What's
out
your name?
here thinks they can replace Tsunami?
Oh, yeah.
That's
yeah,
what Reddit's
you,
always
yeah,
saying,
come on
right?
up.
So now's the chance.
Not you. No. Right. Yes. Oh, we can only get one. We gotta get the guy with the.
There's only one
yeah,
spot.
I was pointing to him. I'm so sorry. Oh yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. No, not you. I don't like the look of that guy. Yeah, bring this random kid up here.
What's
What is
wrong
this
with
guy's
this
name?
look?
What?
What, you didn't like the glasses or what?
Ah, no, he winked.
Are you,
Oh,
are
he
you
winked
accepting
it.
the liability here, Slash?
Come here. Yeah, here you go. We'll just bring this rando on here.
This is.
What's your name?
This is a great idea.
James.
Ah, James, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for James. our
Hey,
panelist.
James!
Last game, Team Secret, you know, they had 15K gold net worth disadvantage. The win rate and pick rate of Dark Willow is pretty, what do you think?
Team Secret lost.
Correct!
Hey! 1 for 1. This guy's good.
This guy's pretty good. All right, so go ahead.
All right, Avery, hit him with your best question. I know
Best
you've got
question.
some. Yeah.
Who's going to lose the grand final? Careful what you answer here.
Yeah, there's a. Remember, you have to go sit back down there.
Yes.
He's thinking about this one.
James?
Aster's going to lose?
Aster, yeah.
Aster's going to lose.
Crowd, was that the correct response?
Get that other kid up here. What the? All right, no
No,
worries.
do you
So
actually
where
think
were we?
Aster's going to lose? Yeah, it's
Oh,
hard to tell.
okay.
No.
I
Think they're
just
too
baited
good?
into saying it now. I feel
Hey,
bad.
I mean, that's 2 for 2. An analyst pandering to the crowd, that's exactly what you're supposed to do. Honestly,
Well
James,
done.
you're a natural.
All right, who is going to drop 20 kills plus in a game in the grand finals?
Why
Who's
are
it
you
going to
guys
be?
just picking
Which
on-
game is it going to be? Which hero is it going to be? Which position is that hero going to get drafted? No pressure, though.
If
Leave
you
James
answer
alone.
correctly, you'll be a god in the Dota 2
Yeah,
scene
if you get
for
it,
all time.
If you get it all right, you get to live with Slacks for a year.
That's right. No, he doesn't want to answer that.
You could
He's
be a
just
second
The
child.
don't want
ultimate
to win.
DHL drop. You get to
Yeah.
drop into his house and live with him. He's more than welcoming. I've done it before.
That doesn't sound like a reward, though.
Well, it's a reward for everybody else because we're going to film the entire thing. So
Yes,
it'll be a good content piece.
I like how he's slowly getting further and further away on the panel. You're supposed to look up. There you go. All right.
Bring it in.
James for TI. This is very hype.
All right, so Slacks wanted to do this panel segment, so I assume that you had some ideas of what to be able to talk about while we're up here. Or do you want to talk about Dota? Because
Yeah, no, I'll talk
I'm a
about it.
Dota
I'll talk about
host,
it
so
right now.
I will gladly start talking about the upcoming match, but I assume you don't want to do that.
I will talk about it right now. I want to know why all these teams are cowards. We all want the Centaur Ags. We've all been asking for it. And they're just greedy. They won't do it. It's all about the money with these boys. It's all about the fame. What about the fans? When will we get the opportunity to see the Centaur Ags in the grand finals? That's what I want to talk about. It's competitively viable, Avery.
It is. I like that shake of, it's
competitively
It's
viable.
viable. Well, you know, there is something else that we could do for the fans. In fact, Centaur might actually carry in, say, a certain drop.
Oh,
Slacks.
yes, absolutely. Avery, James, bring it in here. Did you guys know that you could win a trip to the International?
I didn't know that.
It's true. You actually could. Today is the final day to sign up at the link, which I believe is it will be displayed during the content piece.
You
So
are
click on it. It's all
putting a
good.
mag
We're gonna play a
about
little
a weight
video,
on me right
and
now.
if you win this contest, you go to TI and you film the final episode of the DHL adventure. That is right, my friend. So watch this video. It's not cringe, I promise. You'll enjoy it. All right, here we go. Let's take a peek. And don't forget to sign up.
All right, Effie, this is it. Take this letter, deliver it to us in the past, and warn us about our dark future.
Oh. Hey, everybody. That was neat. What's that? You got something for me? Okay. Let's see here. What is this? Looks like it was written by a crazy person. Hey, what are you doing over there? What is that?
Nothing. Mind your own business.
Doesn't look like nothing. It looks like you're polluting that body of water, sir. Don't do that.
I've been reported hundreds of times. Do you know how many single draft matches I've played before? It's not going to do anything. Nothing's going to change. I am the shadow pool. Sue me.
Yeah, I guess I'll sue you. That's a good idea. I'm taking you to band court.
Okay, good luck.
The plaintiff,
DHL Man, who still doesn't have a name despite us making these videos for 4 years, is accusing his rival of environmentally harmful business practices, exploitation of employees, and generally being a toxic tryhard. The defendant, the Side Shop Man, says DHL Man is overly sensitive and uses the report button too frequently. That's the defense.
All rise for the honorable judge, he who must always be named the best caster in Dota 2, not carried by Cinderin in any way, the man who got second at the International 6, the man who's come out with many very successful custom games, despite what some may say, the round but not square, the very in shape and not morbidly obese, His Honor. Judge Sunsvan presiding, let the ban court commence. I have the ban hammer at my ready, forged by the great Gaben himself. The defendant, DHL Man, please rise and bow. Lower. You may present.
Objection.
Yes?
DHL Man, he's a moron.
Noted. On record. Go ahead, plaintiff.
Thank you very much. We at DHL are looking to go green. Carbon neutral by 2050, clean energy solutions, sustainable packaging, really having a focus on the environment and the future of us all. In the other side of the coin, the man in this courtroom was recently seen dumping toxic chemicals into the mid-river, as shown, I believe, very clearly by this evidence. If you could, wheel that out for us, please?
Be warned! This video has very graphic material. You may need to look away, unless you're a sociopath, in which case, continue watching. Enjoy.
You guys went up here to pollute at the DHL facility. I was gonna vandalize, but this seems way more fun. Gonna dump some toxic waste into this river. Like and subscribe for all the best viral videos, because all that matters is how famous you are. Hashtag SideShopMan.
Deepfake. That's a deepfake.
This is some very compelling evidence. Do you have any more to present, Side Shop Man?
Yes, I do. This is very important and relevant to my case here. Now, imagine if you guys could have neutral items on fast delivery and the timing was relative, but in difference, only one person could have that iron talon in the jungle. It could be you.
Anyone understand that? What?
Only one for $1 million.
I've heard enough. I'm ready to make my ruling. DHL Man, you provided sufficient evidence. Side Shop Man, not so much. In the case of DHL Man versus Side Shop Man, for the banning forever from the Dota 2 universe, I find you not guilty.
This guy put toxin in the river. Toxin in the river, bro. We saw him. Did you watch the TikTok?
But take DHL Man away. He's guilty for life.
Okay, this is not how this is supposed to work. He was on trial. I am called the defendant. I am the defendant. This isn't right.
I win. Finally.
Help! Everyone, help! I'm going to jail again! No! Help! Actually, I can help. Go over to esl.gg/DHL. We'll fly out to the next event, come film the next scene with us, and you can save me in this predicament we created. Help! For real!
Yeah, that was not cringe at all. That was great. Really well done, Slacks. I very much enjoyed that piece. And I'm also going to be enjoying talking to Avo, who is definitely not cringe at all. And I hear he's somewhere out in the crowd talking to somebody. We'll hopefully be able to talk to him a little bit. But apparently we also have our own secret member. Avo, you there?
I'm there. Hey, you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me, Cap.
You're out there?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
There you go.
there he is.
Hello, Cap. How's it going?
Hey.
Hello, audience. You can see me, I bear gifts. I am your courier today, but I need to find people to receive them. So, yeah.
Who
scream.
wants to receive
the more
Avo's
you
gifts?
scream my name, the more I'll like you. That I am a talent, so I am a narcissist. There you go. Thank you so much.
Can we get a chant going? Avo, Avo.
Please.
Avo, 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 Avo.
Thank you, guys.
Hey,
Okay. To start us off, I am looking for a big group of Dota people, because Dota is a team game after all. Who here came in a massive group? Raise your hands. You guys are actually huge. Okay, how many people are you? 8 people? Yeah. Oh my God. Okay, so who gets left out of the team?
Who gets left?
Yeah, you can only have 5 players, man. You all decide together? They're already out. Oh, you kicked him. Oh my God. Okay, they already kicked him. We're good. We got the 5 players ready. Okay, how did you guys meet? How did you guys meet? School. You went to school? Yeah? And you're all Dota fans together? You play Team School?
Yeah.
Okay, how excited are you to be in the crowd today?
Very exactly. Whoa.
Okay. Well, for you guys, I just have a pack of shirts that I don't want to unpack, so, go ahead, take them. There you go. I give gifts to everyone. Now, I'm looking for something very specific. I am looking for a bald person.
Oh, I got one over here.
Please raise your
I
hand
got one
if
over
you're
here.
bald.
Avo, over here on panel.
Me!
Sir, you have a beautiful head.
Yes.
You can say whatever you want.
I cut my hair for Yuragi!
I have the perfect present for you, my friend. Please, camera, can I put this on your head? Is that fine?
Yeah!
Remember, never hide your head. Be proud of it. Be proud of it, my friend. I have 2 more gifts, guys, so I'm looking out for an OG fan.
Won't find one.
One more screen, please. OG again. All right. I see you raising your hand. You seem very excited.
Yes, definitely.
Can you get a chant started for OG? Can you do my job for me?
Sure.
Let's go. I believe in you.
How to chant?
Yeah, just start chanting. Everyone will follow. It's amazing.
OG, 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 OG.
My wife is giving
Thank
birth.
you so much for this. You get a gift and an applause, of course. One beautiful ESL hoodie for you. There you go. Now I'm looking for an Aster fan. Hello. I saw you raise your hand over here. Aster, yeah? Okay. Scream into the mic again. Come on, let's go. Aster! There you go. Jayo, Aster! Jayo! This is for you and your friend. Enjoy this wonderful tournament. OG versus Aster. We cannot wait for this game to start, which is why I'm going to end this and go back to the panel. The sooner casters stop talking, the sooner we start the game.
Woo!
That's right. Thank you, Avo. We are going to keep talking because we are all deeply narcissistic, and we're going to delay the match as long as possible just so we can get some more airtime. Look at my panel here, and we've got a fresh member to the panel. Slacks, you selected this man personally. Apparently,
That's
we're having
right.
another
We
episode
had
of the
a-
Mass Panelist.
We had a special guest coming in from the back rooms, actually. You guys might not believe this, but SVG, you might have seen him at the International.
Oh, yeah.
Two-time
Number
TI winner who
Two-time.
thought perhaps before the game they might come up. Ladies and gentlemen, please, can we give a round of applause? Take off your mask. Our special panel is just some random guy.
It's
Just some
him.
Random guy. It's the
Random
younger
guy.
who
Random
wanted to come
guy
on.
for the panel. All right.
Woo!
I know everybody's really excited to see the 2-time TI winner.
Yes.
And the random panelist.
Two-time toilet winner. I misspoke. Two-time toilet winner. Congratulations. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing fine.
Okay, good. How you
You seem
enjoying
a
the
little choked
crowd?
up.
Hello, crowd. How are you guys? They are so excited for the next game, I guess.
And what is your name, sir? I didn't get your name.
People call me T-Moon.
T-Moon.
Yeah.
All
Actually,
right.
it's in Malaysia we have cucumber. Then we call it T-Moon. But I modernized the name to T-Moon.
Ah, fantastic. What's your favorite hero?
In Dota.
Yes.
I love.
No, wait.
Or of the talent. I mean, Slack's your hero?
I love Void Spirit.
Hmm?
Void Spirit.
Void Spirit.
Yeah.
That's a disgusting choice.
Absolutely disgusting. Give it up for this guy.
God.
He's giving out MMR. Fantastic. A lot of Void Spirits in here. Anyone that you've been watching? Anyone you've been stealing their Void Spirit strats?
I use my own strat.
Wow.
What strategy is that? Enlighten us. Give us a little hint. Maybe,
Yeah, what is
maybe
the
the
strat
finalists
in
might use it.
Archon 2 right now? What's
I just go mid and play what I want to play. If I die, and I die. I don't care.
Okay.
Sounds like the Thompson strategy.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Went pretty well for him.
That's a true C attitude right there. Oh my God.
C proud.
What about items?
Items.
What are those?
Usually I buy Divine Rapier on Void Spirit.
Ah.
Yeah.
Of course.
Vine Rapier, first item.
First item.
Mana
yeah.
culture right there. Mana culture.
Fantastic. There's a few Void Spirit players about to be hitting up to the stage. Any advice for them from our expert?
Do I want to do? There's a.
Do what you're gonna do.
Yeah. They play their own
Fantastic
style.
insight. Thank you very much. Everybody give it up. Do what you're gonna do. Get the hell off of the panel. Thank you so much, guys. Fantastic job there. Well done. Goodbye, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for one of our own. Well,
Damn, they're chanting louder for him than for you.
they should. The guy can play Void Spirit. I can barely play anything.
Man, you're just a techies undying spammer.
I don't play Techies anymore. That would be Funny Bomb Man, the man that's left in the game now. Techies is dead. If you are a techie enjoyer, you know what I'm talking about. Rise up, brothers. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna go ahead and stop Slacks before
There
he
was
goes on
one
his
guy
techies
who
rant.
clapped right there. Thank you.
There was
There's
nobody.
always one guy.
There was
for
nobody.
You, Slacks. Now we didn't get to actually see Team Liquid here in the stadium, but we do have them in a video. We've got them playing another game of Who's There.
All right, we're going to be playing another game of Who's There, where we test the players and their auditory listening skills and see whether or not they can figure out who is in a team fight purely by listening to it. We've got Team Liquid here, we've got Insania, as well as Mickey, who are going to be joining us, and we'll see how they do. Just going through, second time, you're allowed to pause. You just yell out, but just say whatever heroes you hear, and I will write it down for you, okay?
I'll try my best.
All right.
Nice.
All right, what'd you get?
I hear Puck, Rubik, Tiny, Avalanche, Winter Wyvern, Snapfire.
You want your gear?
Okay.
Juggernaut.
Okay, so you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Who's
6.
supposed to do
So you got 6 out of 10 so far. So are you gonna give a second listen? This time, you could just yell out pause whenever.
I'll try.
And then you say whatever you need to say, and then we can unpause. You ready to go?
Yeah.
All right.
Rubik, Zeus. Oh, that's a Doom. Or
8 out of
maybe
10.
Night Stalker too.
8.
I heard the eating sound of the creep, so it has to be Night Stalker or Doom.
It was a Night Stalker.
It was Doom.
But Doom wasn't.
Okay.
You think Aiden's gonna beat you?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I feel like I missed some obvious ones.
Careless man.
All right, we'll see. So you're gonna listen to it once all the way through. You could just yell out heroes whenever you want. I'll write it down.
Oh shit, I only get one listen?
You get one listen, and then we're gonna do a second listen where you get to pause.
Okay.
All right, ready?
Alright, go. Puck. Rubik. Zeus. Earth Shaker. I like jug in the end.
All right, so now you can say pause whenever you need.
Okay.
Okay.
Pause. That was Puck Orb and Drink File. Okay. Go.
Okay.
It's like a really distorted. I don't know. In an Alienware headset, I would have known what that was. All right, go.
Of course. Yeah. Sure.
I think Chaos Knight Stone.
Okay.
Probably not. Okay. Press play. Pause. It's Doom's Devour. Tiny Stun and Juggernaut. Yeah, Tiny Jug. That's all. Can you say which ones I said, and I'll remove the ones I don't agree with?
Okay.
It's definitely not Shaker.
Puck, Rubik, Zeus, Jug, CK, Doom, Tiny.
Oh, it's not even 10.
No, it's not. All right, so Mickey got 8, and you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You had 7, but Chaos Knight was not on the list. So
Yeah,
you
I
have
figured.
6. Here's what you were missing.
I was Aster's pick. I knew it was the major games.
I leave you nerds alone for a few minutes and you start playing games. This is no time for fun. Actually, it is now, because we are going to play this exact same game. I want you to stay very, very focused. I know I've been asking the crowd to be very loud recently. I need you to be pin, drop, silence, because we need to concentrate. We are going to play our own version of that game. Should we turn away? There's nothing. Okay, I think they will just play the audio. We can all play along, and it'll be a team effort. Production, if you could, play the clip. Seems like a North American Dota game, because everyone is muted.
Yeah.
A lot of communication mutes there. No one's allowed to ever talk in those games. Wait for it. A lot of great signs.
Dota is greater than LoL. That is true.
See Dota, best Dota?
Absolutely true. Yes.
Give Centaur a card, please. Okay, we've got the clip.
Okay, here we go.
Play the clip.
I don't know what that is. You guys are.
I.
Oh, that's Sven! Sven stun! I got
That
one.
was-
You guys all suck. Sven stun, I heard it. Easy.
Okay,
Bad.
okay, we're hearing
God.
some things from the crowd. Sven, I hear Sven. Necrophos, I heard a Necrophos. What else we got? We got the Sven already. Say something else other than Sven and Necrophos.
Necro?
Yeah. I already know the
Yeah.
Necro. I know Necro Sven. Give me other heroes. There's 2 other heroes right now. Okay, wait. Let's start one more time. We're going to play it again. Everyone,
again.
be very alert. Do not say Sven or Necro. I can't hear anything otherwise. Shut.
Necro. Sven? I heard a Midas.
Okay. Was that a Viper Strike that I heard?
I heard a Timber as well.
A
I think.
Timber? No,
Timbersaw.
no, we're getting a no on Timber is correct. So
What?
now we have 3 out of 4. Sven, Necro, Timber. Who's the 4th hero? Okay, I'm reading this guy's lips. Say it again. Hoodwink?
Sven?
Is it a hoodwink? It is a hoodwink! We did it, ladies and gentlemen! You guys are on point. Sven, Necro, Timber, Hoodwink. What a terrible draft. It must have been SEA Dota that we were looking at. Oh, it's a Enigma Galaxy game.
Draft. Oh, no. Oh, no.
They're on other teams. There's the Bushwhack, Necro. There's the Sven that you heard, the Timber. It all made sense. Amazing stuff. I learned so much about the audio design. Would you have scored better, John? I know you were scoring these players. Were you impressed or disappointed with how they did?
I was impressed overall. Trying it out myself, I heard absolutely nothing. So I can relate to them. I'm actually deaf now.
I legit did not know what the hell was going on, if it was supposed to play in our ears or not, but the crowd was great. They understood what was going on. Yeah, they are great. Now give yourself a round of applause. You guys figured that out. I didn't do a goddamn thing. Woo! Well, that was a thrilling experience. Now that I finally have John and Mike on my panel for once, I'm sure Cap already did the pleasantries, but take me through it again. What was your experience like? Your first time in front of a crowd, casting on LAN, John. Did it live up to the expectations?
Oh, absolutely. The crowd here is great, of course. In Southeast Asia, it's always the best. Malaysia is special as well. Malaysia Boleh!
Malaysia
It's a great
Boleh!
place. It's a great place to be around, and I'm happy that we got to experience our first LAN event with a crowd, in front of a crowd here. It's just amazing.
And Mike, how long did it even take you to get here to Malaysia from Australia?
Oh,
like 9 hours. I had to fly all across Australia to get here, go up north. I don't know. They took me all over the place, Tsunami, but it took me 9 hours. I'm so happy to be here. What a beautiful country this is, and what a beautiful crowd it is as well.
Oh my God, it has lived up to the expectations. I've been walking around and everyone has been so happy to have Dota back on land in this region. It has been far too long. And looking towards Singapore, Slacks, you think this is going to be the loudest TI we've ever had?
I mean, absolutely. Loudest TI we've ever had. Although I'm not sure Singapore could beat this arena, to be quite honest with you.
Really?
These guys
Arena
are
of Stars?
absolutely
Better than Suntech?
bonkers.
I think you might be right.
Yes.
The Dota hasn't even started and already we're packing the crowd. Everyone is looking forward to grand finals. John, expectations. Aster versus Secret. You cast both these teams. Did you cast both these teams?
I think we casted Aster for quite a while.
We casted Aster.
Absolutely.
Stop pandering for your Arkosh fan bundles. I'm
Go
trying to do
ahead,
hardcore Dota analysis. John, who's your favorite looking to this grand
I'd
final?
like to see Aster kind of take it. I'd like to see
Okay.
them go far. I want to see 5 games. I think we all do. Want to spend the entire Sunday here. So as long as it goes 5 games, I don't mind whoever wins. But I'm rooting for Aster. I had to talk with Baboka and XXS. They were very good guys to talk to. So I want to see them do well.
Wait, which one did you do? Did you do the Sea of Seafood, the Stackathon?
I think we did the Guess Who
Guess Who.
and Guess the Hero.
Okay.
So we had both of that, and they did really well in Guess the Hero. Like they got the Tinker one really well.
Yeah, and that's rare because we don't see very much competitive Tinker. So you're taking Aster in this one. Mike, which way you going?
Listen, one thing I learned at the Stockholm Major is once the crowd gets behind OG, something happens. These guys, the blood gets pumping, the magic starts, and I can't root against these guys. They've destroyed all my teams over and over and over again. At this point, I'm just an OG fan. It's just that.
Yeah, and they destroy my fantasy points every single time. I'm gonna have to start putting ATF on that list. Which player do you think that? Did you get to see ATF's tier lists, Slacks? His
I did.
offlaner tier list. Could we see the offlaner tier list? Because I think that we might have some points of contention.
Oh.
If you guys missed it, we got a chance to interview ATF and rank how he looked at the opponent offlaners. It's a bit critical of jabs all the way in D tier, Slacks. You think there's something personal going on there?
For ATF, of course not.
No, of course not.
Sweet boy. I'm sure they have
Sweet
no
boy.
beef.
Of course not.
Hey, shout out for putting himself in C tier, though.
Very humble.
Yeah,
he gave
very
me an
humble.
explanation.
No sarcasm there.
Like he told me that he's pretty bad, but then he said jabs copies. So it's like a copy of something that's bad is just lower, I guess.
And the ones that he was impressed by, what do you think it took? What does it take to impress ATF, huh, Mike? You think it was the in-game, actual skill, or is it how they use their chat wheels, how they use their tips, things like that?
I think ATF, he's a toxicity enjoy. This guy,
Okay.
he likes the trash talk. It's not about gameplay. It's all about how you trash talk and, well, maybe an impressive bank account balance as well, considering he is, ATM.
Right. Average gameplay enjoyer versus the typical GigaChat fan of out-of-meta stuff. I guess I can get your prediction as well, Slacks. It's Aster
Predictions.
versus OG.
Predictions. You ready for this? Hot take. I hope OG lose. Boo!
Whoa!
Boo!
Whoa!
I don't care!
Whoa!
I don't care!
That is uncalled for!
I've seen what you people clap for in your pubs. It means nothing to me. All right? How much more can OG win? I don't care. It's China's year. Let's get some Aster. I've seen enough.
Okay.
Oh, no, look. OG win their 15th tournament in a row. Yeah. No. Enough. Put them in the garbage can for once. Someone please step up to these bullies. Boo me if you want. I want to see someone else win for once in my life. Thank you.
You have some people, are you calling these guys bandwagoners? You saying they're just jumping on the OG train? You
If
win
OG
2 TIs?
cared about you, they would have got the Centaur eggs. They don't care about you.
Raise your Centaur Ags signs. I know there's a lot of them out there in the crowd. They are not delivering. They are not pandering to you guys. So why are you such big fans? Why are they such big fans, Slacks? Is it just 2 TIs and you just get them all?
They just want to be on the winning side. They just want to be winners. Well, I've been a loser my whole life, and I want a loser to win for once. Let's go, Aster. Sorry, Aster.
Well, if there was ever a time to break the curse, I think Aster are looking to do it probably at TI, but it's a good start if they do it here in the Arena of Stars. So let's get you a grand final. Stick around, Malaysia. We will be right back after the break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Don't look up, we're nearly in sync, but not in step just yet. When you time that look, you know this can't be second best. It's all in the timing. There's not a right way or a wrong way. It's just a short way or the long way. Get there together in our own way. What we do at the start is gonna be there too at the end. Get the pace up, keep the faith up, never breaking the link we've found. It's all in the timing. There won't be a right way or a wrong way. It's just a short way or the long way. Get there together in our own way. We'll slow us
It is almost time for the grand finals, ESL 1 Malaysia. Are you ready? It's Aster, it's OG, and I'm joined by an amazing panel to start talking about these two teams. It is Effie, it is Jabs, and Ninja Boogie had a little bit of a fight with his headset, but he is here. How you doing, Ninja Boogie?
I'm good, sorry, I'm struggling a little bit, but
it's all good?
Everything's okay. Yeah, I'm surprised to see Jabs here.
Yes!
I thought I was going to be pairing up with Insania, but I always love myself a little Jabs.
Yeah, it's a bit of an upgrade, perhaps, Jabs. How are you doing?
Good. This is my first time paneling, so kind of nervous.
Don't be nervous. I think you've got a lot of people in the crowd that really love everything you say. You can say that Broodmother is the best hero in the patch right now, and people will believe what you say. That's how it works as a pro on the panel. How are you doing? Because obviously you see these two teams in the finals. You faced both of them. You went the distance 3 games against both of them. Were you expecting to see these two teams face each other here in the final series?
I would say that I think I feel like Aster might win this because like they're actually playing really good.
They are playing really good. Effie, we are going to start talking about Aster first, and I know you are a big fan.
It is time. It is their time to shine. It's time for Team T to take it home. I love OG. I know there are a lot of OG fans in the crowd, but I mean, this is a storyline and a half. Getting over your mental block and just completely crushing everybody along the path sounds fun. But I do think Aster today have shown us exceptional, or throughout the tournament, they've shown us exceptional ability to play together as a team. It seems like instead of emphasizing on individual player timings, they've just been playing around each other and have just been going for these team fight heavy drafts and out fighting everybody else.
Jabs, I have a question for you. Since you played against both teams, which team gave your team a harder time?
I would say OG.
OG?
Yeah.
Okay, and then since we're talking about OG, what is this beef you have with Amar? Why were you rated D? Was it something that happened in pub, or was it like you had a game in a major where you guys were up ahead, like 22K gold lead, and I think you did all chat, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's just for fun.
Okay, but nothing serious.
Yeah, nothing serious.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, like nothing serious.
Yeah.
Well, it's always good fun. OG, of course, formidable team. They got here through the lower bracket. OG special, of course, and a team that we already saw earlier today. Effie, this team, is it unstoppable?
I mean, I don't know how they look so consistently good every single tournament they play in. It is ridiculous. They really are a magical roster.
It's getting tiring at this point.
It's getting exhausting. Like, they're bound to have one bad series, but they really just deliver every single time. But I really think they've come into their own the last couple of days. The new patch might have caught them off guard a little bit, but it seems like they've managed to blend a style of the old heroes that they really favored. For example, the Razors and the Vipers that have made a re-emergence on ATF, and also fitting the new meta into what they like to play. So, in OG, they're looking like they've got the momentum right now, too.
They really do. That being said, both teams, both OG and Aster, have such incredibly different playstyles. We're going to try to tear that apart a little bit to make it make it a little bit clear what we can expect from this upcoming series. Because we talked about Aster, when we see them play Ninja Boogie, it's a 5-man unit.
Yeah.
They're like on the same page. Every time we have to choose an MVP for the team, you can make a case about anyone.
After the laning phase ends, they just start to click, and they are very well they're coordinated and like they connect with one another. And you know, against who did they fight in? It's Secret. Sorry, against Secret, like they just look unstoppable. And I'm curious to see if OG has what it takes to break, this Great Wall of China.
They did say in an interview yesterday that the team that gave them the hardest time was OG.
Oh, okay.
So they probably put a lot of preparation into the series. I'm wondering what it's going to look like because I honestly have no idea.
No, it's always when OG shows up at the grand finals, it's a different beast. But one thing that people have to realize, and that makes OG at the moment very special, we saw them at the Stockholm Major. They made it to the grand finals. Obviously, Seb was standing in at that time. And everybody's like, oh, Orso Arlington, they came 4th. Seb's standing in. This is partially because Seb is such a god-tier player. He won 2 TIs. They're doing it with Chuvash. How does that feel? I mean, seeing Chuvash, Jabs, as a coach, step it up, basically being the position 5, it feels like this team has a roster that they can sub in anyone, right?
I think Shu's like playing post 4 right now, and
Yeah.
Taiga's 5, and Taiga Wards is like really on par right now. Like even game against us, like his ward actually like win the game. A lot of time.
Very unconventional
Yeah.
warding. Yeah. Yeah, I saw him kill Palos at top when he forced the BKB, and then Palos got greedy, still kept going. There's that one ward that was just in front of the tier 1 in Dire, and he
OG have a lot of like lane wars.
They really do. Yeah.
Sorry,
go for it.
I have a question. If Sunby would stand in for Fnatic and, you know, like the same situation,
He's already sweating.
you reckon you guys could reach the same? Just say yes. Just say yes.
Probably not.
Doesn't believe it's going.
It takes a special type of coach to
It
be
does,
able
it
to
does.
do that. That's for sure. It also takes a special type of person to play with the same person for 7 years straight. I want to talk about this a little bit. We mentioned it at the very start of the tournament, but maybe you guys don't know. In 2 weeks, 7 years ago. All right, we're almost there. September 7 years. 2015. Math is great. Baboka and XSS played together for the first time, and they never stopped Effie. This duo has got great synergy.
They really do, and I think that it's starting to show, right? I mean, they've always done well, especially within China, but this faith that you can have in each other as an offlane duo really makes a difference. We saw it with the Fnatic stand-in situation at Arlington, how the offlane was the crux and the heart of what was pulling the team through. And we also saw it in the new iteration of Secret with Resolution and Zayats, who are the closest of friends. So I think that Baboka and XXS are going to give us a show.
Jabs, I have a question for you. If you could play with anyone for 7 years, just like Baboka and XSSV did, which player would you pick? Which player would you pick if you could play with the same player for 7 years, like Baboka?
7 years?
Yeah.
It's a long time.
I would say you.
Oh. True love. True love. We chose the right path for this one.
Dabs, is that the truth? Blink twice if he's...
There's a kind of, you know, a two-letter named position 4 player that I believe is also, no offense.
No.
But I, of course, mean
DJ's
NB.
good.
NB. You got, you know,
But we did win a major together.
All right, it is time to get this grand finals starting. Of course, we want to do it in style. We're going to take a quick break, but then it is time. So make sure you find your seat if you haven't yet. If you have snacks, get them later, but get ready for this grand finals. It's Aster versus OG.
She be in the right place, always at the right time. Looking like a dream worth chasing. My place, it be in the nighttime. Trying to come through and I say, okay, okay, okay. What else I'ma say? Sucker for a pretty face, okay, okay. And she always get away when I say, I can never help myself, pretty baby. She like 2020, always driving me crazy. She like spending money just as soon as I make it. Even with the drama, Lil Mama, my favorite. She come with finesse and stutter steps, everything fresh to the death. She ain't gotta flex, she just say less. Come correct her, don't come at all. That could done it all, run it all, window to the wall. Every time she call, it's a mission. It gon' be a trip, pay attention. I ain't even mad, she different. Just like sunlight in the distance, a little out of reach, ready made for the way. Cause the life is a beach, at least it's a mutual arrangement. If I'm being honest with myself, I wouldn't change it. Every time I'm with her, it's a mini vacation. Lose track of time like daylight savings. She be in the right place, always at the right time. Looking like a dream worth chasing. My place, and me in the nighttime. Trying to come through and I say, okay, okay, okay. What else I'ma say? Sucker for a pretty face, okay, okay. And she always get away when I say, I say what you have, she say what you got. I say what you need, she say what you want. I say what you on, she just say a lie. She could have the whole world on a string in a pocket. Stage dive with it in a mosh pit. Everybody watching, she don't care a gossip. She stirred the pot cause she just a little toxic. She know she the plug in the charge in the socket. I would say it's love, but it's more catastrophic. Defies logic, a little obnoxious, but I'm so far gone like a Drake tape. Never had a chance in the first place. Maybe that's a mistake. I just had to know how her lips stays. Body talk letting her fixate this way. She know she my favorite escape. That's why she hit my line when it hit it. In the right place, always at the right time. Looking like a dream worth chasing. My place and me in the nighttime. Trying to come through and I say, okay, okay, okay. What else I'ma say? Sucker for a pretty face, okay, okay. And she always get away when I say it. 지지 않는 걸 I'll never miss this chance make you dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 붉어진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 빨갛게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 아무리 어렵다고 해도 시작하면 되는 걸 처음이 어색하다 해도 이미 익숙해진 걸 I'll never miss this chance make you dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 붉어진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 빨갛게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 우리 둘이 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 우리 둘이 두 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 I'll never miss this chance make you dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 붉어진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 빨갛게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 우리 둘이 두 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 우리 둘이 두 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 It'll never catch up to me. You said it. The time adjusts the mail. There's a warning in the breeze. If you got it, then maybe you understand. When the slow tide turns to rush, does it make you any better? Turning noise back down to hush. In the morning, the night from the
everyone in the arena, please welcome to the stage, OG! Avo, are you ready to get this started?
Crystal have used the black hole on XXS resolution. Looks down the Mars. XXS does go down. Silence quickly placed onto PQ. They take out a second, but immediate buyback to there. They know that the black hole's used and they still have their old master, so they'll look to chase down Secret. Mono with the crit takes out Puppy. Full kill for him as well as he ends Rezo's life. They're chasing for more. And look at the Zayas. Zayas trying to take Crystal for refreshing point. XXS is second round. Somebody used locks down Crystal out of the game. Give him the rampage. Ultra kill rampage. Mono here on the base game. Another one. Rampage.
感觉挺棒的吧，大家都打挺好的，就感觉我们团队氛围很好啊，大家解决问题的效率特别快，都很好沟通，一起总结问题，所以能打到决赛。我觉得剩下的3支队都有可能击败我们，所以我们要做好准备。感谢大家支持吧，我们会继续努力，然后越打越好。
Does have the BKB, he puts it out on the egg, high ground egg as well. Secret not able to deal with it at all. They're stuck inside the arena as well. Amar soaking up the damage. A beautiful terrorized combo off, but a snowball save. He picks up everybody, does Sonic Wave on 5. BDM comes through to wipe Team Secret out of this one. Resolution's gonna be chased down. Nisha's caught by Uragi as well. Inside of the brambles, one by one, they will get chased down. OG losing nothing for that team fight.
I guess they were easy games this time for us, not like the last series. And yeah, I do feel great beating Secret. I mean, our performance, it was after patch, it was kind of shaky because like new patch and like everything changes and like the way we draft and the way we pick. But I think we could be back at it again. Yeah, Aster is a good team, and I think I want to smash them. But they're a good team, so we'll see.
不管谁上来，我们都会全力以赴去击败他们。大家一起打一个精彩的决赛吧。
We're ready to smash some people now. Let's go.
Game of this best of battleground finals. Who will smash? Who will be decided by gameplay and also, of course, by draft. We're moments away from that. Before we head into that, let's take a quick look at a comparison between two roles that Jabs knows a lot about. It's the offlaners that we wanted to go have a head-to-head with. It's Amar, it's XXS. Jabs, your opinion on these players, please.
I would say that XXS is like pretty good farm right now. Like he can play like a both like carries type or
Yep.
like a he not like greedy as Ama. Yeah.
Not as greedy as Amar. Amar definitely one of the more greedy offlaners.
But I do agree with Jabs there. Like one of his biggest benefits is while he can handle that core role if you need it to be, he also just excels on these Mars type initiating heroes who can do so much for his team. We've seen Aster time and time again win these team fights, collapse on the mid lane on the back of XXS's play.
And we have going into this first game. What is, Ninja Boogie, according to you, the thing that you're gonna keep the closest eye on for this match?
Well, for me, I think Mars is going to be highly contested by both teams. Amar has been playing it very well, and you know, XSS with great success as well.
Yeah. I think we have to look at the Aster plus 5 hero because like this guy only play like a defensive support. If you look at it, like he play a lot of Wyvern, Abaddon, Dazzle, Oracle. Like I think how this team works is like this guy gonna play a defensive support and be like behind. Yeah.
Well, defensive support, undying support already removed. The Chen as well. Respect there towards Chuvash that we saw earlier, and actually Taiga plays it as well. We got the Shaker removed. OG, and this is something that I would love to hear, Jabs, your opinion on. Going into bonus time for this second ban, how unusual is that?
I feel like Aster, maybe OG didn't think like Aster gonna ban the Shaker. I feel like Aster gonna first pick Mars. I don't think they want to give him Mars. Oh, never mind.
I think also Aster's ban is targeted Chu, since he is a stand-in, and you know, maybe they're targeting his hero pool. He's been very effective with both Chen and Earthshaker. So I'm curious to see what they're gonna pick for choose.
Well, the Mars Willow opener from OG has worked so well this entire tournament. Of course, the Taiga Willow, the Mars from Amar, we saw that they should have been probably banned out in a game earlier against Secret Epi.
Damn, this is so old school. I guess the trade-off is for Aster, you can secure this first phase Ori hero, like potentially a Queen of Pain, a Puck. But Queen of Pain did get picked up. But I do like the Quap a lot here. It feels like her matchups usually go very well for her regardless of who she's playing against. So securing her in the first phase simplifies a lot of your draft.
Yep.
But also there's a lot of natural synergy in playing with Tiny, which is probably going to be Vivoka's hero. This is a very aggressive hero and needs to play with a support that can enable that kind of aggression.
Right now, Cop is really strong in the lane because of the remove on small camp. Because Cop is one of the heroes that doesn't farm small camp. It's not like Puck or like Ember that used to farm small camp. And now Cop can win the lane harder.
So let's say Jabs, Puck and Invoker are banned. What's the hero you'd suggest for Fnatic?
Kunkka.
Kunkka or DK? Which is better?
I think Kunkka is better because DK right now is really out of the meta. That hero doesn't feel good right now.
Okay.
Yeah, and BCN play really good Kunkka too.
Yeah, so they do have one last ban, so I'm curious to see if they'll ban that Kunkka out, because all their bans right now have been focused on this Pop.
But this matchup is kind of hard to say, because sometimes Cop can win Kunkka too. It's really depend on the player.
Ever since that Shadow Strike changed, right? It was more favored in Kunkka before that. Now it's kind of.
And now Kunkka doesn't have small camp to farm.
So, with the re-emergence of defensive style supports, support to saves, we've seen Aster run some Oracles, we've seen them run some Abaddons. I wonder if they are going to look towards something like this just to dispel the Mars-Willow combination.
I feel like they probably might ban Y1 next, because that's
one of his go-to heroes.
One of his best hero.
I'm surprised they're letting Dazzle go through.
5 seconds remaining.
Because when I was looking at his stats, he had an 80% win rate in 17 games.
One of them is against us too.
Yeah, well that's probably why.
Let's see, another saving support for Aster. Which one would you ban? Dazzle?
I would ban Y1.
You would ban Wyvern over
Because
Dazzle?
you cannot arena into spear on Y1 too when he used the first skill.
So I do think this is a good call by OG to take these out, because just based on their first two heroes, you can see what the crux of their fights is going to look like, right? You go in with the Mars, you do the follow-up damage with the Willow, and basically any target that you go on in the early game, Quap included, is going to suffer if they do choose to take these fights well. So by taking that away from Aster, I think they're debating whether or not they want to leave the Dazzle in the pool, because it does seem like a good pick for them, but it might be a little bit too much to just take out 3 supports in the second phase. That's what they're concerned about.
Well, they don't have too long to be concerned about it. This is a lot of bonus time being used. The reserve time is down to 25 seconds.
There's a lot of support banned right now, but I feel like OG is gonna have to pick on the third hero first. They might consider picking Y1 themselves.
Omni Knight.
Okay.
What do you think OG's thought process is?
The thing about Omina is it's buff the carry, and then they have 18 and 74. It's kind of easy to pick the cover up after that.
Okay.
And it's also a potential solution to Faceless Void that Aster have to run in the group stages.
But it can go 50-50, right? If the Omni Knight gets caught in a chrono, he's kind of, But Janwell did play pretty good Omni Knight. He was able to cast his spells before the chrono came up, and there was no burst.
A lot of support got banned.
Yeah.
So Shadow Demon is a support that looked really good yesterday, especially when OG played it. That new spell, Disseminate, has a lot of potential, especially on tanky heroes on your side of the team, right? Like the Mars, it is simpler to just cast it on an ally before they blink in and potentially make it discouraging to go on him. Also, the disruption would have just countered what OG want to do with their Mars here.
Yeah.
Dazzle is still in the pool though.
I would like to see XX as Brewmaster, because Brewmaster can dispel everything on Ominite, and it's one of his best heroes too. I remember at the last major, he's played really well.
But don't you think a tiny Brewmaster lane is kind of weak and can get punished? Since they have overall aspect in the face.
Yeah, but it's Ominite, you can try to pull.
Okay.
Like that person's wife. MVP?
What do you think about Enigma for Asher, Jack?
It's
Listen,
pretty decent too.
I think they're lacking a little bit of team fight. Yeah, Brewmaster.
Oh, I would
does.
like Enigma more than Brewmaster
Yeah.
because like you can buy red pack and like it's pretty good landing with Tiny.
I feel it's like one of the more stable offlaners now.
Yeah, you're not gonna lose the lane.
And Boboka does love to like roam and pressure mid and help Ori secure those runes.
So Aster do pick up the Dazzle. I suppose that time they spent deliberating on the side of OG was just the decision between are we giving away the SD or the Dazzle? And potentially banning out the SD could be whoa.
Old school matchup. Quap versus SF.
That's a classic and a half right there. Now, it used to be that Queen of Pain was had a little bit of an edge there. And of course, Shadowfiend got a little bit of a buff. What do we think about it now?
It's like Tiny, like the Asta have Tiny roaming to SF.
It's
so
very
like,
scary.
Yeah, it's
for
really
SF.
scary for
If he's
SF.
out of position, and Boboka is definitely going to be roaming mid.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got a small chance this SF might be carried with Ominite in the lane.
Ooh, that is interesting. Yeah.
If like Asta picks some melee hero that like weak in the lane, I think they might put SF as a mid and like there's still a Kunkka for them.
I would love to see OG ban Enigma just because I feel it would cause them a lot of... And I feel it's like the missing piece in Aster's lineup. Like they need that kind of like team fight hero that's not so weak in the lane.
Yeah. Troll is pretty good against Ominite and Dark Willow later on too when he get to Aghanim because like it's will debuff everything like Dark Willow and Ominite.
Yeah.
And we did see the potency of the Troll Aghanims that we got to see once during the group stages. It actually ended up carrying the game. I'm actually a little bit scared about the SF. I know the hero got buffed a little bit recently, but if you're starting off your grand finals game with a series that can be so hit or miss, I worry that if it goes wrong, the SF gets stomped, right? Chased in the jungle by this Queen of Pain and Tiny. They pick some kind of control on their last pick for this Omni Knight so that he can't be much of a factor. And OG just go into the next game
Yeah. So
kind
far,
of kicking themselves, right?
yeah, so far I'm favoring Aster in lanes. Like I would favor Dazzle and Troll versus Mars and Dark Willow, right, Jeb?
Yeah.
And then Quap versus SF. You know.
It's really like hard matchup. Like it's really depend on like who's play better. But this game, SF, like if you get to like, I remember BCM played a use builds like use dagger BKB. If you get to that point, this game like
he can blow
on the
up
Asta doesn't have like a BKB control this game, so like he can burst anyone in the game. I mean, Asta should pick Enigma. It's really good for them.
Yeah. I like one hero that's also not standard pick, Batrider.
There's also
What are your thoughts about that hero, Gems, in this patch with the whole sticky chain?
There's also Dawnbreaker that is still left in the pool. It's a really good XXS hero. Yeah, it is a double melee lane, but it's an easy way to find the SF early on too.
True.
I think Dawnbreaker is kind of like, cause like the second skill, the range is like is really a big nerf. Like I tried to play it, and like last time you can use that spell on the range creep and the hero, but now you cannot do it.
All right, we talked about it so much in the previous couple of series, and it was ignored until Aster last picked it here.
BP, yeah.
Oh, that's a bristleback coming out as well. Oh, and that was already picked for a hot second, but back to the bristleback indeed.
I mean, this just looks like a typical Aster lineup with just like.
I really like Aster lineup.
I mean, BB does fare well against Enigma in the lane, but I think overall, I would favor Aster this game. What about you, James?
I would favor Aster too.
I also like Aster's draft, but I think the bristleback last pick actually gives them a lot, and it's an easy way for OG to enter this mid game, but I'm mostly just concerned about the Shadowfiend. I feel like there's so many ways for this hero to die early on, and I don't think the Omni Knight's going to be enough for him in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, and then like it's like Almaz is playing Mars, so like he might be able to carry this game. Yeah.
He's going to be the one taking a lot of farm on the map, so you can only imagine that he'll have a big impact on his Mars that a lot of people have said maybe should have been banned, but we're going to find out. Is that Mars enough to overcome the Aster favoritism that my panel has shown? After this draft, we're going to find out. Arena Stars, can you please make some noise for Odie Pixel and Fog?
Thank you very much, Malaysia, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand finals here between OG and Team Aster. You know, Aster, an incredible upper bracket run, and
Absolutely.
OG, they've been building up the momentum through that lower bracket, ready to meet head-to-head here in this grand finals. Fog, we've just had the drafts, and already so much to pick apart. We're getting some exciting picks.
We got Shadowfiend, a hero that's not picked too often, but overall, Aster, they've gone for their more traditional draft.
which looks very standard for them. Not to say that OG's doesn't look standard for them, but some different heroes that we haven't seen too often, like the Shadow Fiend and the Omni Knight in particular. I mean, lots of fighting should be kicking off. Aster, though, I like the way that they've set up this draft, personally. I think that they've got so many of their comfort heroes that they've looked so dominant on. XXS Enigma, I mean, this guy has been absolutely spectacular.
Absolutely, he really has. We'll can't wait to see as we're getting ourselves into this, and interesting to see pretty much for the duration of this grand finals how Mars does end up coming into play. Right, left in the pool, of course. OG no hesitation on grabbing it as their first pick. Well, we'll see if that's going to be something that maybe Aster regrets. Both teams have been insane with this hero.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's. Again, OG does have this style that they tend to go for, is this triple scaling cores, the Shadow Fiend aura with the bristle, viscous nasal goo going around, the God's Rebuke as well from the Mars. Lots of physical damage that's going to be amped up, so we could potentially see Amar playing that kind of carry role as well from the offlane, while BZM maybe more of a place like fast style with that Blink Yule's BKB like the panel was saying.
And overall as well, Mono bringing the troll in this game, of course, having excellent backup in the form of PQ being on the Dazzle. We've seen PQ consistently on these heroes that provide such saves. Be insane, his positioning is always on point. How do you sort of feel that Troll's going to be able to slip into this game? Because we've had a few patches where Troll's been out of favor, but some changes, a little bit of a buff or so, and he's back in here for Aster.
Yeah, he definitely still feels like a pretty strong hero for them, and especially when you have Dazzle, that extra thing that always able to give you extra save, but also versus Omni Knight, a pretty cool interaction, of course. We've seen it, I think, this tournament. The Aghanim is spilled on the Troll Warlord, being able to dispel things
Already
off.
some early action here, Baboka with the toss back on Chu. He should be able to buff himself up. Baboka, the one to fall low first, as OG, they'll try and chase him down. PQ coming in with some body blocks for PZM. He's able to get in range and get that first blood here for the mid Shadow Fiend.
There's some long-range auto attacks coming out from OG.
A huge shot there for BZM on this SF, of course. That'll mean he can get that bottle out incredibly quick.
An important one, too, because he doesn't actually end up winning the block in mid, which can be one of the more devastating things in that Quap versus SF matchup. So him getting first blood's probably going to offset a lot of that. See how Ori's able to handle that extra regen that BZM is going to have.
We'll see how well he's able to play here with the Razors, of course. Nice little bit of a buff to the Razors, right, in terms of additional sort of level of control it offers.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of things, of course, the Queen of Pain, the turn rate can be a bit annoying, some things like that, but overall, this is a pretty good lane now for this Quap. If he just puts levels into the daggers, it does apply a ton of pressure. But like we said, BZM, early bottle, should be able to offset a lot of that harass. And looking at the other lanes, Trolls should be able to farm really well. Monet, he has the luxury of always being able to secure the range creep, of course, with Whirling Axes, and it is versus double melee as a Troll Dazzle lane, so quite strong.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll see how well Monet's able to harass the two. The last series that Aster played, Monet's farm, insane, sort of from start to finish. This man, he never lets go of that top spot.
Yeah, and I'm curious if, I think we probably will see that Aghanim build up, but I'm curious when we do see it, because versus that Omni, versus Guardian Angel, versus Heavenly Grace, it's kind of one of those obvious picks. Even versus Willow, dispelling yourself, all these kind of things, it's really strong.
And overall, how do you sort of rate the measures that Aster's going to have to be able to deal with Yuragi down the line? There's Bristle Pick coming in later in the draft. The potential to be very strong and, of course, buffed up incredibly by the Omni Knight in the mid-game fights.
I mean, maybe that Heavenly Grace is going to be enough to protect, but there's always the Midnight Pulse, like this damage that comes in from the Enigma that's going to get better and better as game progresses. Also, Dazzle, slight little minus armor that builds up. Troll isn't really that bad of a matchup versus Bristle. He's going to have a pretty okay time sticking onto him.
Obviously, so far in the CS, a bit of lead here in the mid for BZM, 10 for 4 against the 6 for 4. That was that first blood and early bottle timing, definitely giving that extra ability to spam out the waves.
Ori, they're playing actually. Ori's playing this mid lane so smart. He was standing on the hill of BZM to make sure he blocks the runes away.
He's going to have to force BZM to TP over, but doesn't mean BZM will be able to get down towards rune on the other side. No other movements coming from the supports quite yet this early towards mid.
Yeah, it was really smart, actually. We didn't get to see it, but he was literally playing on the hill, watching BZM. He was dancing between both the runes, just waiting to blink right in front of him. So a nice play from Ori, even though we do see, like you said, BZM ahead in the lane because of that early bottle and first blood. But mid, Baboka's actually coming in.
He's coming, but he will be spotted by the tower, and of course the high ground vision here up on the cliff, so no chance of catching BZM by surprise.
That's preparation. OG, they've watched Aster play this kind of similar draft so much, the Tiny Enigma. Baboka very active on his Tiny, so putting that defensive ward early, knowing that he's going to make the rotation. Nicely done.
Overall, Baboka's movements been completely on point in the games that he has been able to get the tiny flurry. He's always the one that's able to find that catch to start the fight, so you've got to be super aware of him.
Okay, he doesn't give up all the idle lines, but he has to be very careful. That's why they picked this Bristle matchup, just to be able to clear out those idle lines in lane versus the Enigma at all times. Success, he might lose him this time. Will deny one. He doesn't lose all the idle lines though, quickly, so they were just pretty much resummoned, and Yuragi cleans them out quick.
Yeah, both carries off to a fantastic start. Yuragi and Monet barely missing a creep. So far, neither offlane duo really able to do anything to threaten the carries. I mean, most of that down into the excellent support back up bottom. Very hard to make a move onto this troll, as there's always the threat of the troll and the dazzle being able to run you down.
Can he get the range?
He's going to be able to get him close to the tower. Malefice will keep him contained for a few hits, and Midnight Pulse down. That's a lot of damage, not quite enough. Of course, with that Ring of Hell for Yuragi, we'll be able to slowly heal up, and in fact, Tiger, he's going to be able to throw him over a salve as well, just to make sure that Yuragi stays in a healthy position.
It's a constant thing we see, right? The tossbacks under tower. That's why this combo is picked so often.
Ori, he's got a TP out of this one. There's BZM in range to start getting the raises going.
He just keeps literally blinking onto his face to try to take away the runes. But yeah, still seeing BZM doing excellent in the matchup, but Ori is starting to offset that, even though that bottle was there so early.
See Baboka have another bit of a go towards the mid. Of course, that ward's still standing. So BZM fully aware, and backup will be coming in as well for BZM Tiger, making sure that Baboka doesn't get any chance to close in on the mid SF.
Still annoying pressure plays that Baboka's doing with these little type of
he
movements.
knows now.
He knows.
A couple of times.
Will he get it? Oh, it was just
that
about
was
to
close.
time
That
out.
nearly timed out there. But indeed, we'll be able to get the bounty from taking it down.
And BZM constantly is sitting low, so it's always these nice movements that you do see coming out from the Tiny to kind of keep BZM very afraid of stepping up. Has some help now, the Dispel, that's going to help quite a lot. Baboka in the area, but with that Heavenly Grace on, he's thinking against going for the play. Maybe now.
Might still get a chance for a toss back.
The Grace is gone.
He's going to be able to get him over towards Ori. Chu trying to head in to help out. BZM has got the boots, so a decent amount of move speed to run away, and with the spells already used, no further lockdown. He's more than fine. He's able to walk it off.
A nice try.
And top lane. Pressure coming out from Yuragi. The stack's building up onto XXS.
Oh, he's zoning him off the wave, though, and that's a catapult wave. Yeah, he knows.
That's
Look
some
at
good
that.
damage onto the tower here.
Really knows.
Astra's going to have to bring in a +1 if they want to try and force this Bristle
No
Bristle
mana.
back.
There's no mana on Baboka, but he's just going to walk up and take the experience at the very least while his Enigma is getting zoned out. Really smart move there from Yuragi.
And this is the thing right with the Bristle. At this stage of the game, when Yuragi's sort of playing like this, what hero do you really move over to be able to threaten a Bristle at this point?
Nobody. That's why they went for this pick, right? Versus the Enigma, he gets absolute free farm. So yeah, he's going to be something they're going to have to deal with later on with either co-op rotations or if they start building up toward like some earn charges and % damage from XXS. We do now see Chu taking the mid lane. They're going to send BZM to the jungle. No stacks, but either way, looks like he doesn't really want to lane versus Ori much more anymore. The constant spam is keeping the Shadow Fiend very low HP.
I mean, would you consider there being a bit of a window once XXS gets the level 6, has the Black Hole to get some extra members in to try and deal with Bristle, or even in the caught in the Black Hole in the Midnight Pulse, do you think they're not taking him down?
I think they'll be able to bring him down. They'll have to bring probably 3 heroes total, though, at the very least to try to do it, but we'll see if they even want to do that. Because Yuragi, it's like, that's kind of space that he makes if he does do that, forcing so many heroes to make a play onto him. But he's playing very far up, and here comes the TP, so...
Let's see. Ori's going to make the move over with Baboka as well. Be able to get him back under the tower. See Yuragi turn, trying to do as much damage as he can to XXS. They've got the pure damage of the Sonic Wave, and that will get the job done. They take him out.
Beautifully done. Bringing the 3 heroes, and Blinks in front of him to get the Sonic Wave in his face. Perfectly done there from Ori. And that's pre-Black Hole, so now XXS for the next situation. We'll have Black Hole if they want to do it again. NES earn charges. Big move.
I will imagine Yuragi will still return to that top lane. Definitely having to be a bit aware of Ori. We'll see again that move, as you say, bringing just enough to be able to deal with the Bristle and showing that indeed that first Sonic Wave usage from Ori comes in at exactly the right place at the right time, being used to slow down Yuragi, who's been having a completely free start so far.
So slowing down the Bristleback, very important. You see Monet absolutely at the top of the net with 600 against his counterpart, so that's going to be really important for him for that matchup. So he's going to be able to actually shred through him. And he's going to go Maelstrom first, so that mixed damage, at least versus the Omni Knight. Chu does not get the ensnare.
Doesn't want to run the risk of chasing into the triangle. See back over towards the river. Baboka coming in with some body blocks onto BZM. Tiger will do his best to help out. The three of them look to run him down. The poison touch is in. BZM falling low. Any help but Danchu with a purification in the Heavenly Grace. Keeps BZM buffed up and enables him to walk back to the safety of his tier 1.
They're having to put so much attention to make sure that BZM doesn't die, though. Ori is really applying so much pressure as the solo Queen of Pain. Haste Rune now, too. They have to keep both supports in the area. Their offlaner and their safe lane doesn't really need the help, though, but they're having to spend so many resources to just protect this Shadow Fiend.
Top net worth still very closely contested, despite that death on Uragi. Him and Monet pretty much matched in farm so far.
XXS hasn't died, though, which I think is really, I mean, both offlaners, important to say, but XXS, when he's picked, they completely counterpicked him, right, with his bristleback lane. He's level 7, like top 4 net worth, still having a great time. We've seen what he's been able to do as this Enigma multiple times this tournament when he gets this type of start. No BKB disables on the side of OG. So once he gets to those points later on, of course, too, you know that Aster's going to have some great advantage in the later stages.
We've seen how effective XXS has been multiple times with the black holes that he uses. They're always perfectly done.
So there's not that much that can disable him, really. It's the Mars and the Willow, but the Willow is actually just the fear. So yeah, pretty easy game, I would say, for Aster, for XXS at least, to set up a lot of these black holes. Going to be difficult. Taiga has to be in position every time to stop it. Unless they itemize, of course, like we were mentioning. The Yules for BZM maybe going to be the pickup. He's going for this. He's actually going for bots first.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see where he goes beyond that as well, right? With an SF nowadays, how are you going to be looking to build it?
I think it is just the Spellcaster build, as we were mentioning, the Blink, BKB, Yules, and stuff like that, because then he can just try to burst down one of those targets. And if he does that, it actually forces the black hole on him every time, because they have no other BKB piercing disable. I guess they have a snare, but we won't count that.
Of course, great team fight combo between the Fear of the Requiem and the Arena of Amar. Huge amounts of team fight control if OG's able to land the combos.
Yeah, they've got the double, right? Two different fears that they can output. But very low level supports, Taiga level 3. Does get the book coming out, but they're going to have to give him some space in the mid lane at the moment.
A very controlled start here from both teams. 10 minutes in, 1-1. Little to if any mistakes being made by either side so far. Very calculated here in their movements.
Pretty much everyone just playing their lanes, except for Baboka, who's moving around a lot, just constantly trying to pressure that Shadow Fiend. That's dead even. Exactly what you could ask for your grand finals.
Absolutely, and no way to really tell which direction this is going to explode in once the fights start.
Important thing to point out, though, is the stacks. Looking at Taiga, he's been prepping them over and over again, so a pretty massive one that's going to be set up for that bristle timing. Does get that.
Won't quite be able to get the Ancients stacked again, but still a juicy amount of farm. Ready for the taking then. Indeed, as you can see, already 7 done this game. He's getting a lot. And yeah, BZM after the bots, looking for the Blink Dagger. To be that first way to get himself in position and find the opportunities for the big Requiems.
I guess he can also stop the black hole early on. So a little bit of things that he can also do with the fun fear that comes down. Here we go. Ancients time. Not a really easy way for Aster to contest over here. Kind of suicide if they actually did. They walk over here, the Mars walks over, and then it's just easy fight for OG. So they're just continuing to play their lanes. They probably know that these stacks are going on, but yeah, not worth trying to contest.
This will allow, you would imagine, XXS to start putting some pressure onto the top tier 1. We already see from OG down bottom, Amar pushing in with the siege creep, but Monet will hang around the lane to try and hold onto this tower as long as he can.
Some good damage, though. I mean, wow, this tower is already down to less than a third HP bottom.
I mean, they're looking for an opportunity to fight with the ultimate here, Amar. And he's going to go for it. He's going to get the setup on a PQ. Quick Shallow Grave comes out. Monet, of course, being held outside of the arena without the hit in the back. Ori jumps in with the screen, turns towards Amar. Amar being bumped up by the Heavenly Grace of Chu. They're not even going to be able to get PQ.
Oh,
PQ is still alive. We'll see rotation from BZM turning with the razors over towards Monet with a Sonic Wave. Pushing them back means that OG, they cannot get any kills out of this. They will also stay all alive themselves. See if Aster's able to get a jump back in on this, but looks like the Sustainer chews too much.
Oh, and every little thing. PQ, the Grave, the Fairy Fire, the stick, he hits 6.
I mean,
right
OG's ready to go back in though.
Oh, wow.
Monet. He's been caught by the razors here. One more from BZM could do it. He has to PO, and Monet will look to turn. He has to pop it. It's his only chance to have any sort of fighting chance. It has been pushed into the side, but he's able to life still off the crease. That might just save the success. He's in with the black hole under the two of them. Catches Jude, catches BZM. Monet, he's able to walk away.
Every little thing coming into play. the heals from PQ, resetting him a little bit, then he runs away, gets the
He
trance
gets
off.
away. I mean, I know
Oh my
ATMs are
God.
supposed to give you money, but that's exactly what happened there. Gives it straight back to Aster. He's able to walk it off.
Oof, and Amar knows. He says the sorry, tries to get the spear to latch, but it actually just harms so much.
We'll see it again here. Trying to get an angle to catch Monet, but as it was, pushes him far enough away from his team. A little bit of life steal off the creep as well as the ult comes to an end, and they just weren't ready for XXS.
Oh my God. That's just such a crazy series of events because of like the Dazzle surviving the initial initiation. He hits 6, he gets these little extra heals onto the troll to survive. Love when you see those type of little things make such a big difference in the early game. And that's the blink reveal, of course, too, for XXS.
That's a huge one. Doesn't get much better than that from him.
No, it does not.
For these early game black holes.
Yaragi still, of course, incredibly
This
farmed.
Bristol's going to be huge. He's going to have an excellent timing on the Aghanims.
But a big hit, really. That was like OG's first real aggressive move, and it gets countered quite heavily. They still do get the tower, but
Baboka, little jump with the Tumbler's toy. Takes him out of the arena, and he'll be away.
that's a big cooldown. It was an Arcane Rune, so 55 seconds till we'll be back up, but nice move from Baboka.
See if they might be able to still get Baboka here. Once again, another bounce with the Tumblers. And Yuragi and Shu, they won't have the catch for this. So Baboka, free to just watch them. Keep an eye on the progress that Yuragi is making. And we'll see that Axe will be done very shortly.
They're starting to swing over. Yeah, Chu just has to stay right next to Yuragi when he's playing this aggressively. Less than 1k lead right now for OG, but you'd expect them to actually be more ahead because of these stacks that happen. Like Aster, I think that they're in actually such a good position in this game because of that. Like having this pretty much even net worth right now after the laning phase is pretty amazing for them for this Enigma lineup. Oop. PQ.
Amar.
He's got the ult back up because of that Arcane Rune.
I mean, you know, the PQ's relatively alone, so fair enough there. Drops the ult, secures the kill. And why not in a game? 15 minutes, only 3 for 2. You drop your ult every time for a kill like that.
No, absolutely. And yeah, that's literally because the Arcane Rune that happened earlier.
Yep.
Sure, he whiffed it, but then the faster cooldown.
And quick moves as well. Maybe catching Aster off guard where they might not expect to jump whilst the arena's just been used. Smoke up from OG. Has been scanned out, though.
Yep.
Aster, they read OG and they know that it's likely that they will try and catch them by surprise, and it's not going to happen.
Nice attempt from OG, just trying to take advantage of Dazzle being dead, Black Hole being on cooldown. Can't find it though, so Black Hole back up in 20 seconds. Aster gonna look to recontrol, and since the scan was successful, they're gonna look for a ward that was maybe placed as Taiga.
See if we can buy some time with the Shadow Realm and see if OG want to fight this. BZM and Chu, they're watching from the side. Curse Crown will kick in Tiger, pushing back Baboka with the fear, they'll take him out. Azori caught in the bramble, but not by the spear, he'll be fine. OG sees the opportunity to group up and take the fight head on there. Getting a kill and looking for the tier 1 mid. The full Aghanims, it's on its way out for Yuragi.
Yep, it's time. And is that max level? Yep, it's max Heavenly Grace as well too, so pretty massive. It's gonna be pretty impossible for them to kill him, and they have no way to actually remove it just yet. They might be able to even like try to force like Roshan and stuff. Like right now into Black Hole, maybe not. Maybe want to look to just continue to get some type of more control of the map, but the threat of Roche is definitely there. BZM pretty far up bottom. Extremely far, actually.
They're going to definitely go for that jump. Baboka and Ori waiting in the tree line. His TP's on cooldown, and even if it was up, there's no way to get away from this too. BZM.
That's a very weird death, to be honest. Very far forward by himself. Quick moves from Aster, though, being able to find that Baboka. Halfway toward his Blink Dagger. Who got the last hit also? It was Ori. Okay, an important last hit too, because he is falling slightly behind those cores.
That's some great farm for Monet, pushing him towards that BKB beyond the Maelstrom. Once he's got that, fully able to just commit in these fights and only have to really worry about the physical that will build up from Yuragi, but outside of that, he can get on top of his target. If he closes in and gets on top of BZM with his ultimate, Shadow Fiend's not going to stand too much of a chance of surviving.
No, they're going to actually hit a pretty even timing on the side of Aster. Their triple BKBs are probably going to hit all at the same time. Looks like Ori's might be slightly delayed, but XXS, his is nearly done. Same thing for Monet. So I think as soon as they have those, that's probably when you're going to see the speed of the game really ramp up. Because this is one of the quieter games we've actually had.
Really,
this
17 minutes, 4 to 3. But I tell you what, it's not been bad. You know, there's been some great moves from both teams. very much showing that they're bringing their A game here for the grand finals.
And now we see Taiga, he has a Veil finished up, and now they're going to start posing this Roche threat themselves. BZM, BKB done. Same thing for Amar. So they actually have the faster timing here for their BKB timings in comparison, but they are playing into Black Hole, so have to be careful.
Just a little bit of a usage here with the smoke, keeping OG able to hover around the pit.
Amar, look where he's sitting.
And Amar, ready to lead in. They know that Baboka's got his eye
It's
on
dying.
them. And they'll have to make a move soon, Astra, if they want to put a stop to this, but they're not going to be able to get in. Uragi, he'll secure the Aegis. So very much ready to start barreling down these lanes and looking for some fights now. With his full Aghanims, the Aegis on the bristle, OG, they're hitting a very strong point.
Yeah, it's time for them to try to control the map a little bit more, because, yeah, they still, they got Aegis, but it's not like they're not far ahead almost at all. Like, Aster, it's still a very even game, and when they have these BKB timings, like I said, I think they're still going to be able to look for these fights versus OG. They're just going to have to kite the bristle, try to kill the backlines, take control of the Omni Knight in particular, and then kite the bristle in the fights.
We'll see again, this time BZM pushing pretty far out the lane, but he's got the backup. Chu right by his side in case Aster do make the jump on him, and as it were, he pushes through that last wave and backs off. Doesn't want to run the risk of stepping into a fight with Aster. He's sticking around for the small camp, but he's just really feeling strong that Chu's in the neighborhood here.
Baboka trying to get initiation without the Blink Dagger.
He was very close to maybe being able to separate the two of them, but BZM has got a haste. So he'll turn and start to build up the raises on Baboka. PQ at the ready when required. Amar maybe can find the jump towards the Dazzle. The Great being used early. And a spear from Amar will ensure that there's no TP out available for Baboka.
And there you see the new Shadow Raises coming into play, right? That slow that it applies. The Tiny actually could not run away whatsoever.
Pretty cool. OG, they're looking to see if they can get further catch here. Amar still has the arena available. If he can close in and catch PQ, it should be another grab for OG.
Next phase boot, is he going to commit it?
He's going to drop it.
Ooh.
Does miss the spear, but there's no Brave, of course, still on cooldown here on the early level, so PQ will still fall. OG, they lead the charge, they'll take 2 kills, and by the looks of it, they'll take a tower as well.
They know they have to play fast, because I think they do also feel that they're playing versus this Enigma, the Blink BKB, without any way to stop it. They do have to try to control the map and get a bigger net worth advantage on the side of OG.
I mean, the next fight when XXS decides to turn up, he's just going to be such a threat for OG with this Blink BKB. He is ready to go. OG's positioning, it has to be perfect. If XXS finds the opportunity to jump in, the fight is just going to be disrupted massively.
Absolutely. And he's been, like we said, so clutch this entire tournament on this hero, so yeah, always eyes on him. And we said, OG still looking to play fast, take advantage of this Aegis, looking to dominate the map, try to prevent Aster from getting this farm. Swinging across with the smoke.
Heading in the direction of Ori. Ori did jump up into the high ground. Sonic Wave to put a stop to the fear, still with the Bramble. That'll be the setup that Tiger has to catch out Ori and get the kill secured.
A very aggressive play by Ori punished. Tiger, time and time again, this tournament himself too. Baiting people, it feels like, as this Willow. 3-0-2. Perfect control. Iragi now playing extremely aggressive, knowing the Queen of Pain is dead.
Still 2 minutes on the Aegis. He's got very little to fear right now, Uragi. The rest of OG smoked up behind him, just in case Aster do try and take a fight into this. Unlikely, of course, considering the state of the Aegis.
It's smart, fast plays, though. Just continuing the map dominance. It's these quick, fast smoke rotations to just to swing across the map.
Look at this. We'll see how good of a read Monet has. He probably will TP out, knowing that this kind of movement's likely.
He's going as far north as possible.
We'll see if he risks hanging around. He's
The
been
scan.
scanned. They know he's there. Has got BKB TP. And he'll opt for it. And of course, between these heroes, nothing to put a stop to that. So Monet's fine.
Do they have any smokes left on OG? Now the BKB is on cooldown. I don't think they do. I think they just used like all 3 in the last few seconds. So
We see here as well, of course, Aster didn't quite see the whole of OG reveal, so smoked up themselves, maybe seeing if they could find an opportunity to catch one of OG's members out alone bottom. As it is, OG playing pretty tight as a group.
trying to play around Ori for the next few seconds also. Just ensure that he can finish the BKB after he did die last moment. And he will have it done. So 1, 2 BKBs, 3 BKBs ready for Aster. On the side OG, as we said, they do have the 2 BKBs done. And the blink now from BZM too, so he can initiate easier onto backlines. That fear is no joke, so really important to point out is just how big the Requiem fear is really going to be. So
massive as a whole screen.
Yeah, and I'm going to be watching PQ because it's really hard to play a lot of these saving heroes when you are playing versus the Blink Shadow Fiends who blink into the middle of the fight and just separate you completely. So it's a lot of A lot of hard tasks, really,
Absolutely.
for PQ.
And that's why we see the build that, of course, he's going for here. The ether lens, the blink. He has to have everything to make sure he can sit right back and still be able to offer up his support.
I mean, that would be so cool if we do see this kind of play come out where he gets his blink dagger and he sees the Requiem
So
here
he jumps
and he
over it.
blinks over it.
Yes,
Exactly. I think
absolutely.
that's kind of the style maybe he's looking for. Or, you know, you see the Mars running at you, and I don't think Amar does have a blink dagger, so he always has the read of when the arena's going to get dropped, so he can blink out of it and stuff like that, because a couple times he's been caught in it, so could be a cool pickup. I actually really do like it if he's able to get there.
Last step. Grouped up here. Maybe he's looking to set up for a smoke. They will. They have all the ultimates at the ready.
BKB's all ready too.
What's the timing of the Aegis looking like? It's gone.
It's
Just
gone.
comes to an end. So Asta timing this perfectly around that Aegis expiration.
And we do see the blink on Baboka was finished up, and Monet, as we mentioned, very likely he's going to go for Ags, so he's got that next, he's got one of the components finished. He does need it versus the Omni Knight.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Omni Knight. Blink dagger done on Chu, so.
Good timing, honestly. Like, he's so quiet. You know, Omni Knight doesn't farm or anything like that, but yeah, getting it at this point in the game. 0, 1, and 2. Such a quiet game, but still finding some space on the map to get the farm.
Able to find the opportunity they would hope for with that smoke Asta. Start to split back up a little bit and might give a chance for OG to get the jump themselves. So Uragi leading the way with a full halberd done. Another way to really mess with the damage output that Mono's going to try and deal in his team fights.
Oh, delicious idlers.
Asta, you can really feel it. They really want to fight.
I think they probably feel like they're getting a bit out-farmed on the map, so they definitely want to try to find something here.
Certainly showing in the gold. 7k lead hovering around here for OG with how much Uragi and BZM are able to stay at the top.
Standard OG, right? Farming incredibly hard on the 3 cores. Even Taiga trying to find any type of space.
And Amar, of course, just building up this gold so he can just straight up buy the Aghanim Scepter. And the build that we've seen him have great success with.
Not versus that like, typical ranged carry or anything like that, but still, we saw how much damage he was able to actually apply, just becoming that 3rd carry. And with the Requiem, or sorry, with the presence of the Dark Lord, with the Viscous Nasal Glue, like we said before, his damage is not going to be very low.
You've got this AoE armor reduction coming out from the Bristle, and you're following up with this huge area that you're just dealing these right clicks. Definitely means that if Asta don't find the jump, find the team fight control, you know, if OG somehow is able to mess with the black hole in a team fight from XXS, definitely a large chance that Amar will be able to have the superior amount of impact in the team fight.
Now, how about when there's 2 BKB black holes? Because it's going to start building to this point. Aster is still going to keep getting tons of farm on the map too on this Enigma.
Definitely, sort of overall in terms of how impactful a spell and a hero can be. Sort of the slow down in kills, you only got to sort of look towards XXS, and indeed, as you say, if he gets the chance to play with 2 rounds of his spells and items, you know, there's not many players in the world that can deal with that.
No, not when they don't have any BKB piercing disables. BZM, though, is getting a lot of farm, and he only has died twice this game, so he's actually going to have this timing on his Arcane Blink that's really nice. So he can actually act as this pseudo-initiator in a way and just disrupt the fights before the BKBs or anything go off. I'm actually surprised that he's only died 2 times this game, so finding tons of farm on the map. That's the one problem with Shadow Fiend a lot of times, is you're just very susceptible to just dying, but he has gotten a lot of help, right? Chu always being behind him to bail him out of some situations with Heavenly Grace. So he's going to have this very good timing on Arcane Blink BKB.
I mean, and do you sort of imagine that overall that the feel from OG is that they have this lead, so they don't feel under pressure? Like, who are we going to see try and step this up? Because still 26 minutes in, 4-6. This is probably going to be the lowest kill game at this point in the whole tournament.
I think both teams probably feel like they have the late game, because OG always kind of builds this like style of this triple core that's always going to be able to contest in later stages. But Aster's, as we keep saying, no BKB piercing for Black Hole. There's a Troll that can have these good matchups as he gets bigger and bigger too. So.
And so, you know, talking about Monet on the Trolls, got that Aghanim's done. So what sort of the big spells this is going to interact with in the team fight that we've got to watch out for?
Heavenly Grace, Guardian Angel, and the Willow spells in particular would be kind of the big ones.
Asta.
I mean, even actually just, I mean, it's like everything. The Viscous Nasal Glue. There's actually so many different things that he's really going to be dispelling off.
You can definitely see what they're going for here. And regards to the Aghanims, Amar, he's also got his done. And now OG, they will be the ones to start to try and look for an opportunity to fight. Of course, Roshan's back up.
It's another like triple timing that they have. Sure, they have like 4,000 gold on Yuragi, but Arcane Blink was done, Ag's done on Mars, like you said, and also the Willow has, I believe, a Yule Scepter too. So a couple different timings that they're trying to take advantage of. Aster seems to know something's up though. Look at Monet's positioning.
They're ready on the high ground, Aster.
They see him.
Do they want to commit for Monet? Spear won't connect. Catch him in the brambles, but they will hold back on the fear for now to decide. Baboka, toss back on Yuragi. Midnight Pulse drop down as well. Chu offering up the heals, so Yuragi's fine. Aster, they'll back off. Neither team able to quite bite in as they wish to in this fight.
That was a lot of abilities he dispelled though. 74 bonus strength on the Bristle at the moment.
And now Aster, after sort of seeing OG reveal their hand to them,
they're ready for fight.
Of course, both teams yet to expend an ultimate in this engagement, so everything's still ready to go. It's all about who gets the jump.
Could be one team fight to kind of decide the entire game, really.
Yeah, both of these teams, they've had their games where they've entered into team fights. They've all survived. The enemy has been completely destroyed.
They have vision right now. Baboka, he's thinking about it.
Do they want to head up into the high ground? He does. Baboka, he's going to look for the leading. Gets the toss back onto Amar with the BKB, and they're really down again against the four of the PQ, and it's as if falling on the fears coming out. PQ taken down. XXS, a bit of time more with the shallow break, but he still goes out. 2 dead on Astra. They've got to run. Monet incredibly low. Ori trying to hold the back. The spear from Amar. This time it gets the kill. Takes the Monet. Has 3 dead on Asta.
Oh, big mistake from it. They didn't get the BKB off on XXS. I thought he was just going to BKB Black Hole on top of the Mars, but a big mistake coming out, and OG heavily capitalized. Amar gets a free initiation.
I mean,
he's like, I don't need Blink Dagger if you're going to toss me in.
I think he was over the moon with that toss there.
Oh, boy.
Gets him put right into the middle of it all. They put pretty much catching the 4 of them in the team fight. They'll secure Roshan. Once again, Yuragi's got that Aegis, and now thanks to that team fight and that series of events at an 11,000 lead, we're seeing the toss back, but he said XXS just wasn't ready to go.
He didn't get the, yeah, he just didn't BKB. I guess he just really wanted to try to get a secondary target or something, but yeah, then we see everything, right? It's a free initiation for Amar and BZM. He's on the cliff, but he gets a good fear off anyway.
And of course, this is sort of the thing at this stage of the game, right, for Monet. He has got a lot of value to his hero. You know, he's pretty farm, but especially when the BKB is out, in terms of damage that he can do to a target, it's not that huge coming out from a troll as a hero at this stage.
I mean, they didn't have 2 heroes in that fight, literally. Like, the Enigma and Dazzle, everyone died before they got anything off, pretty much. So, a disaster for Aster as OG start to run away with this game.
Yeah, huge lead now, 11,000 gold, and the ability to play around this age is to look to push for more. Or maybe not, because we've seen, both teams have been taking it very carefully. And honestly, the patience in that situation paid out the most for OG. You know, they were the ones who were able to sort of draw the attention back up to their own high ground.
Oh my god.
Well, he nearly ended it right by BZM.
Oh,
BZM's still going to find it, but the BKB's there. Or he pops the BKB, blink up, and a TP out will get him out of there.
Oh my god. That was close.
Living on the edge, and BZM having his number.
And BZM now gets another amazing talent for the Shadow Fiend when you do this build. The fear is actually crazy how much it does apply with the Arcane Blink, since it does amplify it. So it's why it's like 5+ seconds of fear that it catches on most of the heroes. It's actually very difficult to play these saving heroes, as we were prefacing before for the Dazzle. PQ has his work come out for him. And now 10k advantage. OG, 3 minutes where they can dominate the map with this Aegis.
Yeah, and Yuragi can just go away once. I don't even know if they can kill him the once. He's massive at this stage, and having the backup of Chu, we're seeing how much sort of strengths and buffs that he can pass over towards the Bristle. It just feels like he's untouchable at this stage. 19,000, nearly 20k net worth, 31 minutes in. Yuragi, he's having a great time on this final pick for OG.
And with Chu having such an early Blink Dagger, he always has the position he can get Heavenly Grace off, and there's so many things. Also that he's dispelling and just buffing this Bristle up. It's usually like 60+ strength in most situations.
Baboka, a bit of a toss back onto Yuragi. And already Baboka looks to be paying the price, and Shallow Grave gets him a minute. It's a 4-man! Beautiful black hole! It's got the 4 of them already in position for the 4-man Sonic Wave! 3 down, the Aegis taken out of the hands of Yuragi's OG! They fight too close to the base! Monet's in with the ultimate, will get pinned back to the wall of the arena by Amar with the spear. And OG, they've got to be careful how they continue this fight. Chu is trying to stay alive as Ori will focus in. Quick reset as Ori blinks back, BKB's up for Boga, in with the toss back, gets Monet in position here, and that's going to be him out of the game. Yuragi dead for 70 seconds. As Asta only losing Baboka, who brought back, and it was a huge buyback, him coming back in, tossing Yuragi over into the hands of Monet, means that Asta get a huge fight on this defense, and of course the way it started,
XXS might not have been able to get his black hole off at the fight around the Roshan pit, but it couldn't have been any better.
He gets the midnight pulls down before it, like resets back, waits for all four to cluster perfectly. Aster still showing that they have some fight in this game.
We'll see it once more. Now OG, they are a team that tends to do this. They do like to go for the dives, you know, fighting up by this tier 3, and it's sort of just a lapse of judgment there, not respecting the power of the Enigma.
Especially in these like cluttered kind of areas when you're pushing onto high ground. XXS now going to be building toward that refresher, so 8K lead for OG, but still breaking high ground, something they do have to respect.
And we saw here, you know, Baboka came in with the buyback, and that buyback enabling them to make sure that Yuragi was also picked up as well towards the end of the fight.
Yeah, those long duration team fights, you see how good they can actually be for Aster with the dazzles minus armor building up and everything too. Monet, a big winner in the fight, second in net worth now. Showing that he definitely can stand toe-to-toe versus that Bristleback, especially if he's able to get Satanic, you could totally see this game completely flipping.
Yeah, if he's able to pop that active, he'll be able to live throughout a great duration of the fight, especially if PQ's able to sit back and continue to pop out the heals. Obviously with that fight as well, XXS, the gold that he was able to build up, he's very close to having the refresher for the next situation, and close to that level 18 on top of it as well.
OG's gonna have to do some kind of crazy initiations in some situations for breaking high ground, or just try to find this Enigma as game progresses. 10K lead still for them, but yeah, you still always, breaking high ground is always gonna be this extra problem. As level 20 is hit also for the Troll, Monet, soon to perhaps surpass Yuragi.
All down to that defense. Well, one of the best sort of defenses against an Aegis push we've seen, really.
Yeah, and OG, they're trying to get these lanes shoved in, trying to maybe take advantage of cooldowns, but Black Hole's back up in 20 seconds, so XXS will have it available if OG tries to push the limit again. I think they might need to actually switch for Amar to get his own initiation at this point.
Sure, someone's got to try and get in, force the action before everybody's holding hands in these situations where XXS, he'll be there every time with the jump.
Because fighting outside the base without the blink can work, but
Yuragi,
fighting in the base is going to be hard.
Well, he was pushing out on his own, and of course XXS, no hesitation to drop the black hole to look for this kill, but they didn't actually have enough damage. Yuragi's able to walk it off. They didn't want to continue to stick around and commit, as they did know that OG was likely to have closed in and be ready to turn it around. So, if anything, quite a careful back off there from Aster. They could have stuck around maybe to try and finish him off, but likely they would have fell into a difficult fight against OG.
And they might actually be baited. XXS, he refreshes instantly. He's got Black Hole available again. This could catch OG
They might not be ready for this.
Let's see.
He's pushing in. See them turn towards Baboka. They've got to be careful how they group up. They might not expect the second black hole, and there it is. It's three. He's in. Gets the three. The more. He's three man. Sonic Flame pushing them back.
Oh my God.
Every core dead on OG. They weren't ready. They weren't ready for that. XXS.
It was a bait. Hit the bottom black hole. It was a bait. This was the real one.
It was a huge bait. They didn't waste time, energy trying to commit to kill a low Bristleback. They knew if they headed back to base, pop that refresher, OG, they weren't prepared.
And now Monet, he's got Satanic done. The game has completely changed. No black hole available for the next 120 seconds, so OG, when they do respawn, are gonna have to hit hard, but Aster, they might even be able to break high ground here.
Here we go, down the mid. From what was an 11,000 gold lead for OG, 2 Roshans back-to-back that they were able to secure. Now just down to a 2K lead, and it's OG that's going to have to deal with Aster knocking at the base.
All right, this Rax is...
I mean, you don't want to buy back, do you? 20 seconds, you're probably just going to have to let this one go. They'll be able to stick around through the fortification. They don't want to buy back these cores of OG, so they'll have to let at least one set fall.
They don't have anyone who can like capitalize. If they do buybacks, they don't have like a blink spear back. Like if they do buybacks, they don't have initiation.
That fear alone actually will save the Rax. There. It means that Aster don't actually have the opportunity to stick around before the respawns come into play. So Tiger able to minimize the damage done off the back of that last incredible fight that Aster were able to bring on the defense.
But what's the solution? Now OG has to ask themselves, what do we do? How are we going to counter XXS? Because Black Hole's going to keep coming back up, and they're eventually going to have to fight into it and have to deal with it. So, yeah, like I was mentioning, I think the Blink might maybe need to get accelerated perhaps for some initiation, but Amar's not queuing it up. He's actually going AC, so we'll see how they just try to find and stop XXS.
Someone's got to deal with him.
I'm not seeing the solution. Sometimes I've seen Amar go for like the Basher with his Aghanims play, I think it was, like a couple of games ago, maybe like a couple months ago, something like that, but yeah, Aster. it feels like even though there's that gold lead, they have control of this game now.
The only answer, really, from OG is to fight when the black hole's not available. So 30-second window here, where they'll look to punish, look to get some kills. They get the grab on Ori, but BKB and a jump to the side. Ori should be fine here. Baboka, he's able to turn, get the setup into the Sonic Wave again onto the three of them, pushing them off to the side. The arena's been dropped by Amar. They should be able to commit and threaten Baboka, and indeed with the Goose stacking up a huge physical hit from the God's Rebuke. They'll take him down. BZM in position, but the BKB's out from Monet. Pops the BKB, walks it off. It'll just be the two supports here dying for either side. Baboka for Tiger.
OG's got to run now.
They have. They tried to pick this fight whilst the black hole threat wasn't there, but that window, it has closed. Double black hole ready to go again from XXS.
Aster definitely keen to fight as well too. PQ with the gem, clearing out all the wards in the area. The gem is actually Chu's from the earlier push when they went for the high ground.
Radiant's top tower.
Fantastic game so far. 11-13.
It's so close still. It's so much pressure really on OG just because of this Enigma though.
It really is.
XXS just on point.
We may just be seeing, one of the reasons why Aster, not really a team you want to sort of give the luxury of getting a last pick Enigma through the draft.
Exactly, and they did early, like they started their draft with their Tiny, this is their traditional combo they've gone for over and over and over again. Yeah, they're smoking, they want the fight. They know they're stronger.
Maybe a bit of an answer there, they have the Hex done on
so
BZM.
Maybe he can be that initiator
Maybe
instead.
he can.
Let's see. If they don't kill XXS at the start of the fight, I don't see them having a chance.
This could be the difference maker. If BZM can find that jump, get that Hex off, buy that time for OG to start the fight, and force it in a way where the chaoticness may make it just that bit too difficult for XXS to find the opportunity.
Let's see. Aster sticking as a unit.
Definitely much the waiting game for Aster. They're more than happy to be the ones that OG walk into, as long as XXS isn't the one to tank the jump.
Yeah, it's really going to be all about next for Ocean, looking at buybacks. So taking a look at these right now, I think Amar, he's been holding his for a while, so he was hanging on to like 4,000 gold. So trying to have as many buybacks as possible versus those big, those big team fight plays is usually the ideal. As Aster trying to get a wrap around here.
OG's also smoked up. Everybody apart from Amar.
It's a pretty huge
Amar himself will have the invis. May even give him a chance to catch them by surprise.
And BZM also has an arcane rune, so some pretty powerful runes they do have for this fight.
Aster's got the high ground.
They found Chu.
They'll see Chu, but a quick blink from Chu gets him away from the combo of Baboka. They know that Aster's trying to make the jump on them now. As OG, they'll charge back into their jungle, pushing Aster back. As there's the jump back, says he's in. Black hole this time round, only catching onto Yuragi. See if it's going to be enough to get the kill. Second black hole ready to go. This time catching Yuragi and Amar.
He's dying,
but it's not enough damage. This time OG, they survive the threat of the Enigma, and they're ready to clean up the kill. Freedom down from Amar. They'll focus towards Monet. PQ trying to keep him alive in the grave, but there's no saving the troll. As he'll fall, PQ chased down. OG, they're able to find the fight.
And respawn on Roche. This could just be their window to end the game. Oh my god, they actually somehow reclaimed the high ground during the fight. They forced Aster to low ground, and from that point, XXS, it looked like he almost felt forced to go for these black holes, but I think on top of the backbeat turn, I think Amar maybe had the bulwark, I didn't see, but something was doing a ton of damage to the Enigma during
I think
that
it may
black
have been.
hole.
And now the push coming in. Buybacks are available from Aster, but of course it will be without the two black holes.
They're gonna knock on tier 4s, there's no black holes. They just need to watch out for tossback plays.
I mean, they're going to have to use the buybacks. PQ and Monet buying back into the action. We'll see if the four of them can hold back OG as indeed with the push they've got, they're right click building up for Yuragi. The Aghanims of Amar, they're beating down with the tier 4s. They'll force out the fortification.
They're continuing though.
Here's the jump of Baboka. They'll try and get the toss back. The Hex there from BZM. BZM jumps in quick with the arcane, living the red flame. There's Baboka out of the game. Aster held back in the fountain. The ancient explode. OG, they're looking to close it. They might be happy to take it to a final way, but Ori, good angle from the side. Close the back to the side. Wait, Monet. He's in on top of Yuragi. Yuragi getting back. Yuragi in trouble. He's trying with the big game. He's outside. Yuragi's alive. Chu keeps him safe and sound. As he'll back off. Ori still continues trying to clean up with the bar. The arena's back up. Yuragi's got to be careful. Incredibly low, but he's ready to turn. Look on him with the brave. No, Ori, another kill. He's picking them off one by one. Ori looks towards Chu. Ultra kill for the Queen of Pain as Aster. They're holding. OG, they're throwing the buybacks into this fight, but I'm going to think it's
save Amar. He's trying to step back up the fear over towards Monet. Amar will live.
He's still alive.
He's back up to full HP. Ori, he's got his eyes, his heart set on the rampage, and he may just get it. Amar, he's been left behind. Ori's dead. We'll give him a pseudo rampage for that one.
Holy moly,
That's
what
so
a
many
hold.
buybacks. OG, that was 4 buybacks.
That was versus the 0 black holes as well. They couldn't end it.
And
They
now-
will get the Roche. But oh my god, next fight now there will be that double
There will
black
be
hole.
12 seconds until the initial black hole, 30 seconds until refresher. And that is terrifying for a team that doesn't have buybacks to fall back on.
Somehow Ori, like in this fight, there's just so many like distractions. Ori's just doing, look how much damage he did.
It's
He did
insane.
12,000 damage in that fight.
I mean, we've seen sort of the setup from XXS, but even in that fight where the sort of huge AoE team fight control wasn't in play, he's just hitting multiple, at least 3 heroes minimum every single time with every Sonic Wave.
And they had the control too in particular, right? Yuragi, he got stuck facing the Troll Warlord because of the bashes, which just allowed Ori to kind of go to town in the back line. Oh
Smoke
my
from
God, this
OG.
crazy game
They're going
right
to look
now.
for a huge play here around the Aegis and the cheese, but it could be their last. If they die, no buybacks, it will be game over. It's a risk to be taken, but of course the buybacks that are on cooldown for Aster, they're also the big ones. Monet and Ori, they don't have buybacks available. They kill. You know, whichever team loses the 2 main cores, it's going to be game over.
Yeah, Glyph on cooldown as well. Aghanims goes to BZM. Level 25 also acquired.
But XXS, he's ready.
That's eyes on him. And will he die during the black hole this time also?
It's been a lot of physical damage that he does have to deal with even when he grabs them.
His damage is also crazy though too, because I think he did finish up the Aghanim Scepter, so even more damage that's going to be kicking off. I think this will probably kill them fast enough before he dies this time around, but yeah, we'll see, because they do have the cheese, they have the satanic, all this tankiness, and the Chew, of course. Chew, time and time again, getting these saves.
Yeah. And it really is easy time for you on this.
Yeah.
One of the answers that may just give you the chance to survive through these incredibly destructive combos that XXS is throwing at you.
Near level 25 on Monet. He's got it. That can be a pretty big one too. I mean, he's always going to be able to survive in any initiation that OG does go for. And Amar, he did go for Blink Dagger finally. So they do have a form of initiation besides his BZM blinking him with Hex.
He's got that fully on disc himself. So multiple heroes getting close to having the abilities to survive through the jump if Aster does catch them.
Aster though, feeling the pressure of that lack of buybacks versus this Aegis, giving the respect, staying in their base for now.
See how much OG want to try and push it around this Aegis.
This is still like, I'm sweating right now. This is such a close game. Anybody can take it at this point.
OG's ready to reveal themselves. Up to the high ground they go. Yuragi pushing forward. 2 minutes left on the Aegis to look for this fight with. Ancient exposed. Who's going to start? Who's going to make the first move? It's Baboka. Look at the toss back onto Yuragi. Big damage there.
Holy.
And the bristle falls so quickly. Dandy just got an extra
Solo
set.
black hole.
He'll drop the black hole. He wants the lockdown of Archu. We'll throw in the heels from the side. Refreshing pot. But Memix is there. Onto XXS. He's out of it again.
The throne.
No buyback in for the Enigma. As OG now look to close it. Onto the Ancient they go. It's game over. It's GG. And OG will take game 1.
The Glyph still being down. Amar, the Aeon Disc was available too. That black hole again for XXS. This time not working out as OG. They persevere. Had the lead kind of the majority of this game. Some amazing plays from Aster, but
It
OG,
really was.
they had this one pretty much the whole game with their farm. I think only at one point it did dip into Aster's favor on that win probability, but damn, what a game 1.
I mean, I don't think you can ask for much more from an opening game in the grand finals. Both teams bring in the top stuff here to start this series off. And yeah, at the end, that Hex, it was what got him in the end. BZM able to make sure that XXS didn't get that second set of black holes off. I mean, what an opening, what a start. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed this one here in Malaysia. We've got many more games to go. Aster not able to deal with OG in this first game as OG will take the lead for now.
Get ready for the DHL drop. Grab yourself a DHL drop sign and customize it with your message. Make sure we spot you in the crowd, because if you're lucky, one of our special deliveries is coming your way. And for all of you watching at home, type DHL drop in the Twitch chat for a chance to win a €150 gift voucher.
The kind of love I got for you. Don't take no for an answer. It's like you came out of the blue and moved me like a dancer. And now I'm falling for you every time you keep your eyes on mine. I'm seeing stars for you. I'm just hoping I don't lose control, 'cause now it's personal. There's nothing I can do. Just give me that love, love, love. Don't give me up. Give me enough gold dust to fill my cup. You make me dance like there's no way to stop, way to stop. Give me your love, love, love. Can't get enough, can't get enough. Ooh, yeah. Everybody in the room don't seem to light me up like you do. Nobody works at attitude like you. I know I make you feel the same way too. And now I'm falling for you every time you keep your eyes on mine. I'm seeing stars for you. I'm just hoping I don't lose control, 'cause now it's personal. There's nothing I can do. Just give me that love, love, love. Don't give me up. Give me enough gold dust to fill my cup. You make me dance like there's no way to stop, way to stop. Give me your love, love, love. Can't get enough, can't get enough. Yeah, yeah. Can't get enough there with you. Go break the rules that you do, and we'll keep shaking together. We're making moves like we'll be dancing forever. No time to lose, we're taking what we're given. Come hear the news, we've lost it all too. So give me that love, love, love. Don't give me up. Give me enough gold dust to fill my cup. You make me dance like there's no way to stop, way to stop. Give me your love, love, love. Can't get enough. Just give me that love, love, love. Don't give me up. Give me enough gold dust to fill my cup. You make me dance like there's no way to stop, way to stop. Give me your love, love, love. Can't get enough, can't get enough. Love, love. Don't give me up. Give me enough gold dust to fill my cup. You make me dance like there's no way to stop, way to stop. Give me your love, love, love. Can't get enough, can't get enough.
Hello, my friends. Hello, hello, hello. Are you ready for the DHL drop? Fantastic. That's right. We are looking for the best signs out there in the crowd. Today is the last day, by the way, to win that free trip to go to the International. But today you get to win this very heavy box of goodies provided by our friends at DHL. So let's get it started. Let's find ourselves some signs in the crowd and pick ourselves a winner. Second hypest thing to be happening for the next 4 hours. Besides, you know, the Dota games. All right, let's take a look. Mom, you are the best. Don't tell Dad. Oh, that's very sad. That makes me, my heart hurt. Your poor papa. He loves you so. We're here for the OG. All right, pretty good. I like the Observer Award, and that's looking pretty hype. What else we got anywhere else? Let's keep looking. We do Sand King battle. Oh, beautiful. I like Sand King. No pandering, guys. No pandering. All right, let's find some more signs out there. Let's keep looking. I'll tell you some signs I see in front of me. Let's see. I didn't choose to support life. The support life chose me. That's beautiful. Dota is bigger than Mobile Legends. That's just a fact. I mean, you're just writing things down. Let's see. You need pick techies. Where is MGod? Forced 50% of the myth. That's just not true. Sorry, Val. I mean, I know the secrets. Anyway, keep looking, keep looking. Do it for Seb. Yeah, a lot of Sebs out there. Lots of Dota 2 players are forever alone. Okay, that one's too real. I don't want to make you win. That's depressing. All right. Let's get somebody up from the top of the crowd. Let's go back. Yeah, that's a lot of signs. Zoom me in over there. Let's see what we got. I'm gonna pick one. It's time to pick a winner. I've seen many. Show me a good sign. Here we go. Oh, that's a beautiful CM picture. That's looking pretty. You know what? That guy's been here all day. I see that sign all gosh darn day. Bring that CM up here. CM ATM, bring him up. This has been there all day. Yes, you to the stage. No, CM, the beautiful CM drawing. Yes, Crystal Medine. Run to the stage, push everyone out of your way, kick them. DHL drop kick them if you must. Get up here. Oh, yeah, we got a big prize here. Mr. CM drawing. I hope he drew. I hope his girlfriend didn't draw. I don't know. Oh, no, that's what they always say. Please, on the way here for the box. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up. This man has been here all day. He did not take off his team's secret jersey despite their defeat. He's a proud boy, a very, very beautiful puppy supporter. Welcome to the stage. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Not even out of breath. I would have collapsed from exhaustion if I did what you just did. Well done. What is your name?
You can call me EE.
Okay, fantastic. You want to have a shot at warming up this crowd? What do you think? Can you give me a let's go and then your favorite team?
Let's go, Secret.
Oh no, I have some terrible news for you. You're not gonna like this, my friend. All right, let's get away from that sad moment and open your box. Congratulations. Don't drop it now. Okay, what do we have here? Show the crowd. First, keyboard. Oh, and that's a beauty right there. Look at this, babe. Oh, there we go. Got a few more things. The water bottle. Oh, beautiful water bottle. And an SSD and a pen. There you have. Are you excited?
Yeah.
Do you own any computer? Great. I'll put it in the box. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of the DHL Drum. Congratulations. Keep those beautiful arts coming. And there you have it. Thank you guys so much. You are the best crowd in the world. We will be back with more Dota 2 action. But for now, keep it where you're at. We'll send it back to the panel.
Yeah, we got a winner for the DHL Drop Quiz, and we got a winner for Game 1 of this Best of 5 Grand Finals. It was OG that is able to take down the throne of Aster here in this first game. And we're going to go back to the very beginning of this game first, because it was a little bit of a quiet start. This is definitely not at the start, though. This is not the start at all. This is actually when Aster started waking up, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, Aster really had some good moments, but if you want to take it back to the start, Cheever, I think that OG actually had a really interesting concept going on in this game. So they had really durable side laners in the Bristleback and the Mars, so that both of the supports could play it around the Shadow Fiend, who we were concerned about in the drafting panel before this. So it actually turned out so well for them in that they actually had the resources to put in their SF without losing anything. And of course, that first blood really helped.
Yeah, gave him the much needed sustain to survive a co-op, and I feel the warding in early game really protected him. All 3 wards spent on their jungle, and the supports were very quick to rotate whenever SF got a little bit of pressure, and gave him a good game.
Good game indeed. Also, we are on the panel with Insania. Insania, when you see Aster versus OG, what does your attention go to in a series like this? What are you trying to look out for?
I mean, I think it's like OG's probably the only team from Europe that's proven that they can consistently do well against the Chinese teams. I know Tommy said, because Aster knocked him out of the major, and he was really, really salty about it. So he's like, this tournament, we're going to get our revenge. So I know he's really fired up for this event.
And
it's showing.
They got some pretty good revenge, didn't they? I think they played around the bristleback Roche timings really nicely. Aster did a really excellent job of avoiding OG for a lot of that game, though. It was very quiet. They dodged them wherever they could. OG were in a situation where they were trying to force it, but they just couldn't. And sometimes it led to a little bit of maybe going uphill and getting 3-man black hold by XXS once or twice. But overall, they did clutch it. I think the Mars played a really great role there. I think Enigma not pressing BKB in that final fight, though, was kind of a mistake by Aster as well.
Yeah, it was a rough time. Aster did a really good job, Ninja Boogie, at the start to avoid those fights until they believed they were ready, and which was that first pre-Roche fight, I guess. And you saw Aster running in, and then they lose 3, they don't get anybody in return, they don't even get the black hole off altogether.
Yeah, Baboka had a wonderful initiation, tossed back the Mars onto the, no, I think he meant to toss it to the bristleback, but it ended up to his teammate, and then XSS wasn't able to react and pop his BKB, and then he ended up being speared, and they lost the fight just because of that.
But that was very clutch by the Mars there.
Yeah, and how many times are we gonna do this? I believe we're gonna do this maybe, well, at least 2 more times perhaps if it continues like this. If they continue picking him, Mars, if they continue letting Mars through, Amar is the MVP of this first game of the finals. Insania, does that come as a surprise to you?
ATF being the MVP when he's playing Mars?
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. I could not believe it when I saw it. No, of course not. I mean, ATF plays a really good Mars, and I think he's one of these players that just does not hesitate. When you play against OG, what you really feel like is these Zoomers, they don't hesitate, and they're so fast. Like, you miss that for half a second, you're dead. You're just gone. And I mean, he showed it in the last fight, right? Enigma comes up slightly too far, go. Insta. No hesitation.
And I think the Mars also ended up, even when he got black hole, did a lot of damage, right? There was this one time where Aster were the aggressors, and they smoked into OG's jungle, and they got the good black holes off, but because of the Mars Aghanim Spear and the reversal black quills, XXS actually ended up killing himself in the black hole, both of them. So that was a little bit of unfortunate synergy there, too.
It's like an old OG concept when you're playing against a lot of stuns. They used to play like Spectres and stuff that just dealt damage while they're locked down. So it's cool to see ATF, like, you know, bringing back a similar concept but with a different hero and in a way that isn't really that popular.
No, it's not that popular. Another thing that's not that popular was, I believe, the item build that we saw Monet go for on the Troll. It's something that Ninja Boogie, you wanted to highlight for this one.
Yeah, it worked out pretty well, and they really needed this Aghanims up. Otherwise, Omni Knight was a great pick, but with this Aghanim Scepter, you know, you can dispel both the Heavenly Grace and the Guardian Angel. And yeah, that was one of their strong timings that they were waiting for. And unfortunately, you know, when they didn't go for an aggressive play with that smoke, you know, XSS was just a little bit too slow to pop that BKB.
Yeah, of course, I mean, great itemization. Did not play out the way they wanted it to, of course, now being a game down. And I wanna look forward to this second game and talk about lessons learned from this, because we want to see some adaptations. It's not the first time that Aster has dropped a game this event, but they've only dropped 2, and it was during the group stages. They've had an easy road thus far. Obviously, it's a best of 5. It's a little bit different. But what would we like to see changed going into game 2, I think?
So I think that Aster actually, they were trying to inflict a little bit of mental damage in this game 1 by giving the Mars away and beating it, because they went for that first pick Tiny, which isn't really that contested when they play the Mars and they're also dependent on the Mars. So they wanted to just take out OG's Mars from the beginning, show them that they're not scared of it, but it kind of backfired. So I do think that in game 2, this Mars will probably be banned by the side that does not have first pick.
All right, well, that seems like an easy enough solution. What do you think, Insania? Will that be enough to sway the chances for Aster?
I missed the drafting phase, unfortunately. I was being shuttled over here, so I didn't really see it. But I think put Ori on a hero that buys BKB and then just goes around and kills people. I think that's like, when I think of Aster, I really think of Ori buying BKB, and then, you know, he plays the Ori game. Let him play some Razor, some Storm, some first item BKB hero. I feel like Pop isn't quite that.
No, and it was a first phase co-op in this time as well. It was also one of the first times we saw Shadow Fiend. We don't see it that often. We are moments away from the draft. Ninja Boogie, I would like to have some quick thoughts on that Shadow Fiend, because It was the first time we saw BZM played. I think maybe once before he played it, but that was when they were already secured in the groups.
It didn't really impress me. It was kind of set up for success based on the first blood and the supports playing around it. But Aster's a team that always fights man. So I don't really think SF's that great of a pick. What do you think? It's Insania.
I mean, it's a pretty good matchup against Queen Mid, and I think with the changes that has been made in this last patch, I mean, you want to play on side lanes more, so SF's not going to get rotated on as much as he would have in the last patch. So potentially something good. Like I said, unfortunately I missed the first half of the game, but I think it's a cool hero. It can definitely be good. I think
the Arcane Blink was it's pretty cool. Like, but just didn't really. I think it was more like Aster made a couple mistakes towards the end.
I have to ask Aiden, don't you feel like letting this Mars through again and proving you can beat it is a little bit stubborn?
I think Aster can call GG right now. It's over.
But, I mean, from your experience, when a team kind of runs back the desire to beat a hero, like a certain team's pick?
I mean, usually when you come into a series, you've done like at least 15 mock drafts.
Okay.
And you've gone through all the scenarios and you looked at which scenarios can we approach properly. Like, they probably figured out that, you know what, Chen and Shaker, we can't draft our game. We cannot play our game against these heroes. So we have no choice but to give them the Mars and try to beat it. You might see if they lose this game, for game 3, maybe they shift it up, but I think usually that's kind of what happens when you go into a series and you end up picking something like this. So this, to me, signals that they're confident in whatever idea they had prepping for the series, which is a good sign. Aster still believes.
I can see that, and I think by shifting the Queen of Pain to the Puck, which is a hero that naturally does better against Mars because you can phase shift dodge these spears and you can make his game a little bit harder, that may be another take that they have to it.
Yeah, we got a couple of respect bans coming out from previous game as well. The Dazzle and the Enigma removed by OG, as well as the Willow removed by Aster. Don't want to face that Taiga Willow again.
Yeah, I mean, it's Mars combos, right? Dark Willow Mars, we used to do it all the time in Liquid. Tommy loves playing this, so yeah, it's a good ban. I think removing Tommy from his comfort is a very good way of approaching playing against him, because he has these heroes that he just played so many times.
Yeah, we got a couple of saving supports removed as well. The Oracle, we saw banned out previous game as well. And the Omni Knight, of course, saw it shine on 2 previous games.
Yeah, he played that phenomenally.
But they definitely placed a lot of respect on that Enigma performance last game by taking it out. It's also just an exceptionally strong hero with Tiny.
Yeah. So you see, when OG opens up with 2 cores like this, they go Mars Ember, you're gonna know, you know that 16-17, the upcoming 2 picks, is very likely gonna be their 2 supports. And the idea behind this is usually try to get like very nice lane matchups. So we have Aster picking their support initially here with a Tiny, and then you're gonna see another support from Aster before you pick both of your supports. And this is a nice way to set up your side lanes to win. Aster, of course, very aware, so they end up just banning a lot of support heroes out from OG.
Would you also want to remove any heroes that might do well against, I mean, the Ember is a flex pick, but we've seen it mostly on Yuragi, actually, for OG.
Yeah, I mean, I think BZM plays it as well. A hero I'm concerned with, if I'm Aster right now, is TA.
Yeah.
I feel like it could be a very tricky puck game. If Mars also buys like Yules, you have Ember to slide him and poke him off the lane, you suddenly have like very, very good answers to puck all across the board. So I think they surely are considering banning it.
I also wonder if OG are looking at Phoenix for this next phase, because it does feel like it's a pretty solid Phoenix game, right? You see this Tiny, so you know that you're going to get value out of your Sunray. You're going to have your Mars combo. You don't get the Willow again, but Phoenix is one of the natural heroes that is picked up with Mars. Thing is, OG did play Phoenix twice during the group stages, I believe, and both games were losses, so I'm not sure how confident or comfortable they are on that hero.
Well, they won't get to play it. Aster bans it out. It's a good ban. It makes sense. It's a Mars combo. Strong against Tiny.
Can deal with the Phoenix right now.
Yeah. I mean, Puck can't really kill Phoenix as well. Phoenix was a very high hero HP pool at the start of the game. So.
Can we get a Paiku? Did I say it right? Piku? Paiku?
Piku?
Yeah, Piku.
Piku Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, plays it phenomenally.
So since the patch dropped, Aster actually put high emphasis on Wyvern, especially within the first phase, and I think what they really like about this hero is, regardless of whether it's being picked to counter something, they like its ability to just skirmish early on. Like one good Winter's Curse can dissuade an entire push and maybe shift the tides of a game. So because of...
crowd's definitely happy about this pick.
I mean, they might not be picking Centaur and building an Aghanims on it, but they do get a crowd favorite in getting the techies on board here.
It is a position 5 techie still, because, I mean,
It's true. It's true, techies. He's a techies extraordinaire. Yeah.
It does counter the Wyvern, you know, if you do cold embrace a target, you set him up for a lot of landmines, he's gonna blow up.
Yeah, I'm not much of a believer in techies unless it's Zayat's playing it usually. I just feel like this hero does one thing very well, which is damage, but nothing else exceptionally well.
Turn to battle.
Okay, Monet, PA. I feel it's gonna be a pretty rough puck game. You know, one disable from him, and then you get a techies flying in. He's gonna be dead.
How do you feel about the safe lane? PA Wyvern matching up against Mars techies.
10 seconds.
It can be rough, but I feel like there is
5
some potential
remaining.
for success here if you do jump the techies.
I just feel like Amar's gonna buy 2 bracers,
Yeah.
or maybe even 3, and he's gonna sit in that lane, and he's gonna get every single CS. And at some point, this Winter Wyvern is like,
Team
my spells do
Astra's
nothing.
turn
He just
to
regions
battle.
it passively, and this techies is out trading us
OG's
super
turn
hard
to
on the lane.
battle.
So I feel like Astra's safe lane, I'm really worried for right now.
It's also just a stick dispenser lane, right? You just buy sticks on both of these heroes, and you can probably
Goes
win
both ways,
the
too.
skirmishes early on. But I think potentially they could look towards tri-laning the first couple of levels with the Tiny, getting those quick kills on the techies, and then maybe going
10
top.
seconds.
Yeah, I was gonna bring up, like, they're definitely gonna just play safe until Boboka rotates top, because he does
5
love,
seconds
rotating
remaining.
around and setting up some kills.
Because this can be a high kill lane, right? Wyvern does provide a lot of slow, so does the PA. It's just that in terms of actually being able to kill someone as tanky as Mars, who's going to have that stick, and then potentially a raindrop later to offset some of the Wyvern damage, it might be difficult. But I do think this Tiny should be looking towards playing around these heroes right now.
OG's turn to
I must say, this is, I think, one of the first times I've seen in a grand finals a team not using a single second. Aster is drafting like they know exactly what they want. We got a Terrorblade coming out for OG, so that will be Iragi's hero, and then BZM will be on that Ember. But yeah, Aster not using a single second in that bonus time. This is a pre-prepared plan.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they gave up the Mars again, and like we talked about with the mock drafts, for sure,
10
they've gone through these
seconds
scenarios. They
remaining.
know, like, Ember isn't like an unexpected pick against Puck, so they must have seen this
5
potentially
seconds
coming.
remaining.
I think the 2 supports from OG might have been a bit of a curveball, but yeah, when I look at the 2 drafts right now, I just worry for the safe lane of Aster. I feel like you're giving up the Mars, you have an idea going up against it. I like the tri-lane idea that you guys have. I think bringing the Tiny into that lane fairly early is going to be important, but I wonder what hero you want to put in the off lane that can kind of sustain solo now. With Timber being kind of nerfed, there's a lot of
Bad
magic
Rider's
damage on
so
OG side.
open.
Yeah.
And also the Dawnbreaker that Aster was so dependent on did get a pretty significant nerf with the Celestial Hammer
Jab
range.
was talking about that.
Yeah. I think you must be looking at some sort of illusion clear offlaner here. And I mean, XXS plays like these like kind of carry-ish offlaners. He has the ability to take over games very easily, so I'm thinking Timbersaw, but I'm not sure if it's a good hero here.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, but then you're playing against this Nyx, and you've also got the damage coming out of Techie, so there are ways to address it, but it doesn't really feel like there's anything else. I guess you could also go the Beastmaster approach and just try to invade the Terrorblade early on, but that doesn't sound great either.
Tricky thing with Beast into TB is when he reflects you, he gets the inner
aura.
Beast aura, so he deals incredible amounts of damage. So I think
and he gets all that aura buff too, like,
Yeah,
because
exactly.
you're going to be going the Helm of the Overlord and
Ooh.
this side.
They stick with the same colors, maybe, at least. The Visage. What are we thinking?
Aster's colors are definitely better.
Okay.
They make more sense together, I
They
feel
do.
like. Mickey was giving me fashion advice earlier. So, yeah, I'm not the best person when it comes to this, but I think he would also prefer the Aster colors. However, I do think I prefer the OG draft. I just think this Mars is too unanswered, and he's going to have too free of a lane.
Well, we've seen the power of Visage in the hands of Fnatic yesterday. Even though they didn't exactly win that game, we know how well that hero can scale and what it can do if it gets a good start. So hopefully it's enough for Aster, because I do not want this to be a 3-0 Grand Finals. I believe in them. They're going to bring it back.
Yeah, I do believe Aster's going to win this time.
I know we have maybe a little bit of a bias panelist on the panel. I mean,
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
I don't know if you guys can see,
I
but
don't
that's
think they can.
that
But I got all their signatures on my shirt.
all the
so
signatures.
maybe a
of
little bit of
OG.
bias.
A little bit of bias. We're gonna find out if, well, if OG is gonna be at match point after this game number 2, or maybe Aster can tie the score. Let's head over to our commentary duo. It's Odie Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, we were given quite the delight with that game one here between OG and Astor. Of course, OG being able to take the lead so far in this best of 5. This game 2 draft fogged, again, lots of exciting things that are standing out. I mean, what's sort of jumping out to you most out off the back of this draft?
There's Amar's first pick, Owen. Amar's getting it again. He's going to get to do his beautiful stuff. But looking at the overall draft, we do have a PA versus Terrorblade. We saw the other day, the PA, Monet especially, get the double Rampage in particular versus that Terrorblade lineup from Secret, but he was addressed a little bit more, the TB, in that matchup, because the TB is the counterpick for the PA, but this game, the TB only really has to worry about the Wyvern in particular, so we'll see how Astor's going to be able to apply that pressure, because OG, as usual, triple scaling lineup, very strong into later stages of the game. Astor, lots of team fight to kind of round things out and maybe try to dominate, because I'd give Astor a little bit of advantage in the overall team fight aspect of the game.
Okay, well indeed, we did see the other day Monet, I believe, get a double Rampage on the PA.
Versus a Terrorblade.
Yeah, so he's done it before.
Yeah, and let's see how this the Visage is going to do. We saw actually, I think the exact same picks, right, from Fnatic, if I'm not mistaken. The Tiny plus Visage, they actually put a lot of pressure. Don't think they ended up winning the game, but it was still a really strong draft that we saw.
What's he set up here around the rune? Unlikely that OG is going to want to step down into this.
I'm excited to watch Chu playing techies too, because I don't think I've seen him. I don't think I got to see him play here. Can't recall, but I know he's been playing most of his his Chan, his Earthshaker, his Omnis, more traditional defensive kind of styles. This is straight aggression. So I'm looking to see what he's going to be able to do with it, because he's honestly Chu's been a standout for me for OG.
He really has. Coming in here at this LAN and just slipping into the playing position, completely perfect.
Yeah. See how these runes kick out. Looks like it should just be the 2 for 2. Or he will get the D ward in the mid lane. So Puck versus that Ember matchup. We've talked about it ad nauseum. The slight spam versus the Puck. We see the Puck sometimes get like a chainmail or something to offset it, something. But Ori, he's so comfortable with this matchup. I think he should do pretty okay with just the constant right-click harass. And he also gets the D ward, which I think is really important. He's going to be able to get that extra harassment onto BZM. But at the same time, BZM's also played this matchup a million times, so should both come up pretty even.
Now, both mids incredibly mobile. They'll be jumping around the fights. I mean, overall, who's going to have the easier game on their hands, would you imagine, when you look at the counters that both BZM and Ori have to deal with on their respective sides?
BZM just has to mostly just worry for Coil. I think that's the biggest one. Sure, you'll have to worry later down the lines of the tiny Blink Dagger, but besides that, I think Ori's going to have a little bit of a tougher time. Tons of physical damage that's going to be kicking out from the Ember and the Mars, and then the silence that comes in from Techies, and the most obvious one, of course, the Nyx. Carapace is very difficult for Puck.
Obviously, there was quite a period where Nyx just wasn't really picked, even there, that we were seeing so many Pucks, but it definitely feels back in this tournament, people are really realizing that Nyx Assassin, you throw him back into the mix, and suddenly the Pucks game completely changes. Ori has to be so careful how he looks to commit when he goes for the plays.
Hero's also gotten a lot of changes in buffs, especially in last pack. Even 50 range on the stun is pretty huge, to be honest with you, and some talent reworks and whatnot through the last few patches, so I think the Heroes actually had a place for some time. I think people were just afraid of picking it, because we had a moment where it was literally like Puck Dawnbreaker every game during the DPC, and people still weren't picking Nyx, so glad to see it coming back. Taiga, a nice little move here, dragging the creeps out of the tower. Aggro, Yuragi, also trying to do the same. So just trying to reach this creep equilibrium that we see teams do so much.
Because we see from Asta very much trying to drag the creeps around to not play the lane head on. I mean, and with regards to how both lanes are sort of settling down for both sides, who's going to have the easier start to this game out of Monet and Yuragi?
I actually think they both should have some pretty okay free farm. They both just have like the worry of this big nuke damage that's coming out, one from a Techies and one from a Soul Assumption. So we'll see how Yuragi's able to at least withstand on his side. But Monet has tons of stick charges that you get in this lane versus Techies and Mars. Like, he's constantly going to be sitting at 10 wand. And he should, I think PQ might get the Cold Embrace at 3 also, just to offset the physical. So I think both of them will kind of farm about the same. Maybe the Visage will just get less than Mars will.
And of course, talking about the Visage, the last pick this game for Asta, what does this hero sort of offer here in this situation? Why do you think they fell on this? Of course, it's something that we see a lot, but what is its strengths in this type of game?
I think it rounds up their draft to have some push. I think they didn't really have any way to actually take objectives very easy until they had this hero. And he's going to buy these auras that's going to be pretty nice to counteract like the physical damage that OG does have. And for Aster, a lot of times when I see the way that they draft and they play, it's, you know, lanes are, they make sure they have like decent lanes, but their game is usually all about the team strategy. Like when they group up as a unit, how strong is it going to be? And Visage is, you know, one of the better ones to group around. A lot of denies. Yuragi, 9 denies versus
Yeah,
the
he's
Visage.
been playing fantastic with the illusions. Bit of an attempt here on towards Monet.
Good harass.
So it's definitely going to get less fun this lane as the levels start to roll in for Chu. Massive amounts of damage output that he can offer. It's going to be too much fun for Monet to try and survive through.
He's actually just sitting very low. Like he really has to be careful on
Has
Monet.
to. It's a huge amount of burst that these two can offer. He'll jump to the side. Cold Embrace will give a bit of a heal. No further spells for Chu to throw out quite yet. But we'll have a final mine under the tower. Won't be enough damage, but still Monet just kept so low on this bottom lane and they're running out of regen.
All right, yeah, so there we go. We get to see it. Yeah, Yuragi's going to get the much better treatment. Also, interesting to point, Yuragi went Bracer. So, like we said, some type of maybe way to offset the damage that comes out from Visage. So, yeah, Monet, going to have to find a way for him to get some better secured farm. He could still just die. He's sitting so low HP.
It's dangerous down there.
Like a spear connect on the tower.
He does. Amar able to find the angle. Cold Embrace gives a bit of a heal.
Chu, tower's hitting him.
I mean, Chu might die instead if they're able to find some sort of jump in, and the deep is going to go for it. Gets in, gets the first blood. Can Amar find the trade? He can. The spear comes in. Amar will be able to take down Monet in return. Back over in the mid. Good toss back onto BZM. We'll see the body blocks as well from Ori. Keeping those tires coming in hard. Inside of his third from BZM. He's the one that gets the kill, and he's able to walk away.
Cool itemization, the Blades of Attack build with the Blightstone. Don't really see the blades picked up early, not the first item.
I mean, obviously, yeah,
That's cool.
those two items, that combo, that gets the kill.
Yep.
Without that, he's probably dying there, BZM, and not able to walk away with the life of Ori.
Uh-oh, all 3 lanes going OG's favor already. Sure, they get the first blood on Monet, but you just see
Chibaboka's going to try again.
Let's see.
He's got another toss, but not quite able to toss it all the way back to Ori, just over towards the creep wave. Maybe a bit of miscommunication there.
I think he didn't have range. Or he tried to use the Waning Rift to pull him closer to tower, but...
Top lane. XXS. Body blocks from Tiger.
He's in trouble.
Causing some issues. So see him be able to walk it off, but again, another lane where the cores just all across the map are getting incredibly harassed here by OG in this laning stage. We'll see once more this play. I mean, it looks like Ori's got a decent amount of HP, but as we say, with the build that BZM has, this sleight of fist hurts so much at this early stage of the game for a puck.
Yeah, level 6 so early now on this Ember Spirit. You can just go back up, reset, and kind of continue to apply this pressure onto Ori. Yeah, so far, all 3 lanes looking great for OG, even slowing down Monet quite heavily. And this is Baboka making, look, he's the one who ganked. That's the scariest thing.
They started it. They really did. They tried to see if they could catch BZM by surprise, but I mean, as you saw in sort of game 1 when it came to the laning stage, very clear that OG, you know, they were prepared for these sort of mid plays, these mid moves that Aster try and hit the enemy with early.
And I do want to point out also, Ori, I thought he was going to pick up Chima first. Wait, Monet.
I mean, he's looking pretty dead here. We'll try and run with the blur, but again, OG able to take him down. A second kill for Amar.
Relentless aggression. And Chu, we're seeing this techies working out really nicely. But yeah, pointing out Ori, he went for Gloves of Haste in the mid lane rather than going for that chainmail that we talked about to offset the physical damage that comes out from Ember.
It
So
doesn't feel like that early attack speed is going to really offer him sort of much. Maybe a bit of an extra opportunity to get the CS with the right click, but it's definitely not, as you say, that sort of impactful 450 gold item or 550 gold that could give you some sort of help against an Ember.
And in both, I've seen him now multiple times. He played versus the Kunkka, he went the chainmail. So yeah, Ori maybe trying a different approach, but
yeah, maybe it was a case of buying when he was dying, wanted to spend the gold. So this time round, Monet will get back up. See the spear, hold back Monet for now, but with the rotation of Ori, Amar should die. He'll have some stick charges, pushes back the 2 of them.
Nice
Two coils there though. Ori making sure to hold on to it until Chu jumps in so we can grab the 2 of them and secure both of the kills. An excellent rotation from the puck.
And he gets the courier as well too, Ori. Very nicely done. Perfect phase shift. Has just waiting long enough for the stream coil.
See the BZM, he's come over in return. And he's going to look to try and find some kills back himself. He should get PQ as Cold Embrace comes to an end. Oh, actually, that's a slow remnant, but it's just fast enough to close in. As BZM managing to get 1 hero out of this move. Not quite as big as sort of the golden XP that, of course, that Ori was able to pick up with that rotation.
But he's able to refill the bottle immediately from Amar, so he's able to keep his impact and keep making his way on the map, make his match toward Ori, and contest this rune again.
Let's have a look. Power Rune coming in.
Chu gets
in with the jump. Silence under the two of them. There's a regen rune. The BZM's going to be able to bottle up. And he'll definitely try to run down these two. The sleight of
Ori.
fist is hurting so much Ori. He's got to escape this, but a remnant's at the ready, but Ori baits it out! He doesn't jump to the orb. And yeah, BZM weren't ready for that there, as Ori bluffs his way back to base.
I mean, that was a little lucky there for Ori, gotta be honest, but a nice play baiting out a BZM's jump away. They will lose Baboka, but again, another rune. They're just consistently protecting BZM to get all this type of advantage. Yuragi under no pressure whatsoever after laning phase.
Yeah, he's having a great time in his jungle.
This is a pretty big concern. As we mentioned, the TB pick is kind of that counter pick versus the PA, and him off to this start. Looking pretty good for OG. Giving Taiga the lane top also now. Aster, they do have level 6 on XXS, so Taiga does have to be a bit careful.
They want to get in under the tower.
And
Should have a good chance of finding Taiga. Yuragi wants to start a fight though against these two. TP's coming in.
Okay,
BZM's ready to help out. Yuragi try and secure some of these kills. He should be able to chase out XXS. He's got the movement speed, and indeed XXS nowhere to run. Is OG realizing that they can respond and get Yuragi involved in some very early action in response to the dive from Aster.
And it's all these, I always like to mention these little things that do add up. It's, you know, BZM getting the move bottom that works well, getting his bottle refilled, getting the regen mid. It allows him to be able to make these rotations constantly on the map.
Of course, down on the bottom side of the map whilst that top play was going on, Chu gets sniped there by the blast.
That was
a
a
splinter
max
blast
range.
at PQ.
Beautiful play from the Wyvern. Looked like actual max range. So should set up for a decent level 6, at least on the Wyvern. So as we mentioned earlier for Aster, they do have a bit of a team fight advantage, I would say, when they have all their ults connected. The Wyvern, the Puck, and the Visage. But OG, after these lanes, they do have this pretty solid advantage.
Again, setting up around these 10-minute power rune spawn.
Every time. See who gets it.
It's going to end up being up top.
Oh, the catch Ori!
He's in trouble. The chains into the silence from Chu.
Yeah,
Leaves Ori completely helpless once again around the mid and continues to build this distance here. You know, BZM just getting further and further ahead this game.
They're on fire with the way that they're playing around him, really. The two supports always there to pressure Ori. Chu might get chased out here from Monet.
Is he going to have any sort of deny to the neutrals?
Whoop.
He's going to try. No. Monet has the damage. And should be able to get out of this area of the map. Has a TP, well, I say that, but actually BZM's looking for him. The blur will protect him from the slight.
He will be okay. Very fortunate for Monet.
And back to the safety of his tier 1 tower.
Oh, nice TP.
Making moves towards the Battle Fury. He's, you know, not too far behind, about 1,000 between him right now and Yuragi, a gap that can absolutely close if he gets the Battle Fury in good time.
It is a single core PA lineup though, and with the lanes going this difficult, you know, you see that triple core that OG likes to draft. Monet definitely has his work cut out for him this game.
Baboka. The catch on Taiga.
Oh, the Carapace actually catches at the end.
They're going to drop the Dream Coil.
They should
Sun
still
will
have.
miss. I mean, he'll try and do his best to live as long as he can. Even trying to block himself in there with a branch, but they'll still get him. Same time down bottom, OG looking for the bigger move. They're going for the carry. Looking for Monet. They'll settle for PQ first. He's caught by the chains again into the silence from Chu to the side. And now Monet is alone.
TP's
TP's on cooldown.
They know this.
Best he can do is hide in the trees. We'll see how much they want to search for him. We'll start to see Chu scan through the tree line.
Chu knows that the TP's on cooldown from him TPing down here.
Indeed, you would imagine they keep track of it.
Oh, yeah,
he's going to be able to spot him out. He's found Monet, and on his own, you know, they know Monet's not got a chance. Chu throwing the tip in as Monet, helpless, caught in the trees.
OG just ruthless with their aggression this game. And just Yuragi having the time of his life in the jungle as this Terrorblade. Level 10, nearly level 11 already at this point.
He's going to be massive.
He is super farmed. He's going to be pretty much 3 levels above Monet as the counter pick, you know, the counter core matchup, the TB versus PA.
And we see Aster trying to get into the jungle of OG, but Yuragi just a step ahead, making sure that every spot that he enters into to hit the creeps is far, far away from any chance of being caught by Aster.
They have to start kicking the pace up somehow on the side of Aster. Like XXS and Ori need to maybe make moves together and try to go for this next tower. Because yeah, just the farm on the map. Like OG, they scale harder this game for sure. And getting this type of advantage this early is going to kind of set the tempo for that.
I might look to get back into this area. I mean, they're going to jump straight in.
Off the mark.
BZM will get held back by a curse momentarily. Baboka looking for a toss opportunity onto Amar, but he knows he can't do it. He tries to step back, but the setup's there with the arena and the spear. TPs are coming in though. Asta, they've got the numbers to get the kills out of this one this time. They'll take down Chu.
I think XXS has to start doing this. He has to start getting involved because the two supports on the side of Aster, just very limited damage that really comes out from them. The Tiny does okay damage when he has his full combo out, but yeah, they need this third hero. Now they can start pressuring the mid tower. I think this is exactly what they needed to do to kind of react. But OG, not too fussed. Gonna just continue farming. BZM gonna try to slow it down. That early Maelstrom will help slow down that push.
And they're going to bring further TPs in. Yeah, OG don't want to let this one go down for free. Already Tiger trying to set up with a Vendetta. He's looking for the opening, but the phase shifts there. Jump back in from Ori. He'll go for the Dream Comet. He gets caught by the silence of Chu. Ori's down. As again, the techies catching him by surprise. Double kill him for the side of OG. As there's two dead, ready to clean up more. BZM runs down PQ. He'll get the double. Stun opening from Tiger. Allows Jiragi to step in towards XXS. He'll try and get out with the boosted movement speed. He's under the tier 2, but BZM, he's ready to dive. Slight and change. OG, they get a 4.
OG's just powering up over and over again. Everything's working out in their favor. Chu, as we mentioned, his techie's one of the first time he's playing with it. He's very aggressive, but a perfect silence. It actually goes past the point where Ori thought he was going to dodge it. It connects onto him in the backline anyway.
Yeah, he's landing them every time. Chuno's, he's got some great setup, of course, from his teammates, but even in these situations where it's coming in a little later, he's always compensating for where the key heroes are going to be. He knows where to land Chu.
OG just one step ahead always, it feels like, knowing that they can do this big defense and literally losing nobody. Not even Chu dies.
And getting Jiragi involved. You know, not only still sitting at the top net worth, but now at this point of the game, very early, 13 minutes in, where the TV's able to step up to these fights and start to pick up some of the XP and gold himself.
When you're able to get this many levels on TV also, it's like now he's going to accelerate so much faster. He's already got max conjure image, he's got talents, he's got etc.
And back in action, Ori's dead again.
Oh boy.
We won't even be able to get back into the game before he dies another time here. OG just catching him out countless times. I'm playing in a bit of a dangerous spot here, close to the tier 2. I mean, how dangerous though, that's the question, because BZM has got an arcane rune. He's tempted. You know, but he won't do it. He'll hold back.
It's his last
a little
remnant.
bit of control.
I was going to say, that's his last remnant. That would be pretty over-aggressive, Tiger.
He's jumping back in though. And now that Tiger's been able to start the fight, BZM, he wants to join. They have a curse set up, but it doesn't matter. Curse comes to an end. The Sleight of Fist gets another. BZM, godlike. At 15 minutes in, they've got to kill this man. Dodging the Dream Coil with the Sleight of Fist, but he will finally die. A big kill for Baboka there, as he gets a huge influx of gold as they finally end BZM's godlike.
But the space that he's creating, like he's forcing everyone to react to him. The gold lead just continues more and more as Jiragi's free farming. Baboka trying to find Tiger, but looks like Tiger might be one finding him.
He's got Jiragi by his side. Same to be said for Baboka, who has XXS and Ori. Baboka able to step away, and with the setup from the familiars, see if they can chase Tiger down.
Tiger is being such a nuisance.
They can't get him.
He's playing around BZM perfectly from the start of the game, securing rooms and whatnot, and just ruining Ori's life. Like Ori just keeps getting caught from him time and time again. Yeah, this spectacular stuff, really. The team play from OG on point.
We'll see again here in that last fight. I mean, this was before we came back, where Ori gets caught out. Of course, you know, as we said countless times, the Nyx Assassin, such a counter to even the best pucks in the world. You know, I mean, Tiger, of course, he's definitely one of the hottest Nyx Assassin players. You know, he'll be there to trip you out. You've got to be so cautious when throwing out your spells.
Chu walks up very far, no coil available.
They're going to see if they can get the setup on a BZM. Can they burst the Ember? He's getting low, but he's going to be fine. Remnants out, jumps back to the safety of the river. As OG are fine, spear from Amar. Finishes off Baboka. Asta still continue to push forward. The Dream Coil's down. But Amar's like Chu jumps in with the side. The arena's going to go out. Amar, he's going to be able to live. Finally, the curse comes in. Will kill Tiger. Amar dies the soul assumption. But again, it's OG with the greater cleanup. As they find 3, and once more, another fight where Jiragi's getting the cleanup, and they're not even done yet. They set up over the walls PQ. Cold Embrace only going to buy him a little more time before the inevitable occurs.
Wow. I mean, yeah, I was about to say Chu probably deserves a little bit of tip there. Every time, like we said, Ori is completely addressed this game. Either there's a Nyx Assassin controlling him, a silence from a techies. OG just, they're really finding their stride. AK lead, starting to feel like Aster kind of has no hope in this game, and it's all going to be up to poor Monet. And it's not an easy game, as we said, for the PA into what he's up against. A triple core lineup versus the Terrorblade with that insane built-in armor, who's going to honestly have a butterfly before there's any hope of an MKB even on the horizon for the PA.
Yeah, he has done it before, Monet, on his PA, but without a doubt, this is definitely going to be one of the tougher, or if not toughest, situations to try and pull the game back on his shoulders.
Especially, yeah, it's a single core PA versus this tri-core scaling lineup that has so much disable.
Asta looking for the hunt onto Mar.
Can't quite find it.
Mar might even be happy to jump in himself. Has he got arena for 15 seconds?
He's tanky though. They'd have to expend so much to just bring him down. And now he's actually gonna have BKB done, so unlikely he's probably gonna die in any of the next situations on this Mars.
Now Baboka, he's got that big item, of course, was sped up by that big kill that he got ending the godlike streak of BZM earlier. The Blink Dagger is online, so a chance for Asta to find that catch, that opening. But not
OG
for now, there's
fast.
OG. They'll be the ones to set up the fight. They'll get the opening onto XXS. Cold Embrace offered up by PQ. It's forcing OG to hold back a little bit on how heavy they commit, but now Chu ready to jump in with the silence. They respect the curse, they split, they separate from Amar. So the curse not going to cause too many issues. Monet will jump in for the kill on Chu, but now he's surrounded. Baboka in with the two-man avalanche, toss
Breaks
back
the
as
coil.
well. Both BZM and Amar getting low, he's able to get the slide fist around it.
No
Now
way.
BZM's going to be able to live. He's away. They couldn't finish off the Ember. As BZM will be able to reset, does mean Uragi's sort of left surrounded by Asta. Amar, whilst the BKB heads back in to try and clear out these familiars, but Baboka in with the jump, he's able to combo down Uragi. And now for OG, it's the retreat. Amar TP's away, Tiger's been left behind. Finally, Asta able to find a really solid fight there, taking out Uragi. This time round, the TB not able to freely stand in the team fight.
A beautiful dance really coming out from Master and Baboka in general. The Blink Dagger, as soon as he gets
It's
it, pays
Baboka,
off
it really
massively.
is.
Yeah, this was a beautiful display of them just kind of kiting around, waiting for their opportune moment to be able to jump in and go for this Terrorblade.
Yeah.
Beautiful reset.
I really don't think there was a better hero on Asta that got that huge gold
Yeah,
bounty earlier.
honestly.
You wanted Baboka's Tiny to get it, and he got it, and making the moves there with the fact that he was able to get that Blink Dagger at a decent time, considering the early state of the game for Astra as a whole.
Yeah, XXS also, I think he ended up surviving, what, with 20 HP on the high ground. It was so close. He now also has the shard, of course, on this Visage, so is able to at least reset and protect himself. But yeah, look how low. I can't believe he actually survives. Great plays, of course, from Wyvern, the defensive Cold Embrace there in that situation.
I'm very close to being even worse of a team fight, of course, for BZM, for OG overall, because BZM, he got so low there.
He did. I cannot believe
That
he
last
survives.
moment being able to remnant away after the sleight of fist.
Because they break the coil perfectly too. Baboka like so on point with them trying to come back in this team fight.
And indeed, at the end of it all, you know, Uragi tried to push on, but couldn't stand his ground without the full lineup of OG backing him up, back in action. They'll find themselves Tiger. OG, they look tempted to still make a fight out of this. BZM and Uragi looking for the chase down. They'll jump forward onto Baboka. They'll get it. Physical damage from Uragi from up in the high ground, tears through it.
This time he actually has meta, so he's actually able to do some right-click damage in the team fight.
They'll want to get the push on here, and OG, they'll certainly be ready to fight around this tower if they want, because Amar, BKB back online as well as the arena. They could collapse in on Astra if they want.
He's trying to find the Wyvern.
Here we go. Amar, see what sort of a catch he can get. Will miss the spear. They get caught by the silence as well. Asta, they can jump back to relative safety here. It does mean XXS is left behind. Chu looks to get him with the silence, but already able to dodge with the phase shift. Buyback comes out from Baboka. They're going to try their best to help XXS, who's caught in the arena. Baboka, he jumps in, he tanks the spear from Amar, giving the chance for XXS into the Cold Embrace. XXS still alive, as OG they're having to back away. The Winter's Curse holds back Uragi. As the saves there coming in to make sure that XXS does not die, at least for now. Maybe BZM can still find the clean up, runs him down. XXS still alive. He's going to be able to live.
No way! Oh, what a beautiful display. These defensive moves from Aster. So
they can bring the fight themselves. And Monet, he's climbing up the ranks here. Second highest in the net worth.
He's got his BKB, got the shard queued up to be able to deal
We'll
with
see
that
again
Mars.
at the end here. So close to dying, XXS. I mean, he'd been so close to dying pretty much the entire team fight. They couldn't quite get him.
So well played. Now they have Worry also with Blink Daggers, so further ways of initiation, and looking like we could actually have a game on our hands. Droji was looking to completely run away with this one. Monet starting to get online. OG might have to give a little bit more respect to how tanky XXS really is. What, both situations surviving with sub 1%, 2% HP.
Yeah, definitely doesn't seem like he's the hero for them to jump right now.
No. Butterfly is finished though, Yuragi. Arcane Rune also, okay, his Arcane's actually gone, so he still could look to fight though. Meta back up in 8 seconds, so OG still very strong inside that team fight. But Aster, with these tossback plays, we gotta have to keep watching the coil, right?
Yeah.
He's able to snap the coil, that's likely for them to be able to kill any of the heroes on OG.
Yeah, they've been doing it a couple of times already. Very good with this combo. OG will present themselves for defense here around the tier 1 mid. Aster, they won't choose to take that fight.
Blink now finished up for Amar, so an easier form of initiation rather than what we've seen from OG of just relentlessly running in, which has been working for them, but now they have an easier way to actually pull heroes back and perhaps actually control XXS or find the Wyvern in these situations. So still probably feeling like they're in very good position in this game when they should. With the BKB now for Ember 2.
There we go.
A lot of freedom for BZM.
Let's see if this time they can get the jump, blow up a hero to start the fight.
The scan.
Baboka, he'll be the one to tank the jump. We'll be able to get a nice 3-man avalanche, but they'll just let him go here. Aster, they'll be happy to just let the Tiny fall and not lose anyone else to this aggressive move from OG.
Roche is on the menu in this area. Yuragi can definitely start it with Butterfly. Should be able to do it pretty safely.
Don't quite have Ori in the neighborhood to look for a jump steal. He'll start to make his way over. Has got a haste rune.
It's gonna die fast though. They gotta start making their move over it. They have to know that this is going on. They will start moving. Shard, I believe.
And they jump in time.
They just got the shard on Monet, so a lot more damage at least for the side of Aster.
And they're going to spot it in a pretty awkward position now for OG.
Yep.
If Ori can time the jump. He's able to
He
get caught by the bash. And he gets caught by the carapace. And the stun. He's gone.
Oh my god. Oh yes,
he got bashed. Believe it. He jumps in, he gets caught immediately, Fog.
He gets bashed by the Roche. Sets up for Taiga.
Oh my goodness. I mean, as it is, does seem to still have shaken up OG a bit. They're careful, they're hesitant at committing to finish the Roshan.
They probably expect that he has buyback, but he actually doesn't have it.
30 seconds, Baboka, jump to the side, he's trying to burst through Chu, and Tiger Money's in with the backup, commits in with the BKB, jumps onto Chu. Chu's gone, now turns over towards the bar, past the BKB, the arena as well, with Monet, he goes
he
to
got
the Aegis, Monet! He steals the Aegis! Can he get out though? Jump to the side, if BKB comes to an end, huge physical damage here for the Slider Fist of BZM. That's the Aegis taken out of the hands of Monet. Can he take a fight with his second life? They'll keep him in control with the stun, but the heals are there from PQ. Cold Embrace, buying Monet the safety to buy time to jump back up.
Oh, what a clutch play, really.
I mean, Baboka's not done. He's back in with the combo. Might cost him his life. Jump back actually from BZM. He doesn't want to commit in from Baboka, but he doesn't need to. The illusions from Yuragi chase down the Tiny.
Ori's back. Can't quite find anything though. Oh, Monet kind of just saves the game a little bit there.
He really did that. That's huge amounts of chaos kicking off to the side of the pit, but being able to blink strike in and get that Aegis still, making sure that OG, whilst they might have financially benefited more from that engagement, they don't have the Aegis in their hands.
And you got to give Monet the credit, but look at XXS. Look at the familiar.
He's given the vision.
He kept the familiar near the pit to give that vision for Monet to jump in. And if OG gets this Aegis, the game is probably just impossible for Aster. Now, they still have fighting hope to be able to get this farm, this next item onto Monet so he can actually stand toe-to-toe versus the Terrorblade. It's still a very uphill battle, but at least some chance.
Yeah, they're starting the climb.
And yeah, you have to really feel for Ori how it all kicks off, right? Getting bashed, dying before the fight even starts, and then somehow not losing the fight in a total blunder.
He's having to deal with this Nyx assassin already.
Seriously.
He's having to deal with a Roshan on top of it. It's not a lot of fun for Ori on the puck.
Gaben definitely not blessing Ori today.
Let's see what OG's plan is now. They didn't get that Aegis that they planned on.
Still very happy with the state of the game. Yuragi's
still
massive.
Yeah, Satanic's going to be done here on top of the Butterfly.
It's a full item over the PA, constantly.
See what sort of itemization we're going to have from Monet after the Deso.
I saw he actually was queuing Deso. I was a bit surprised that he didn't just queue up the MKB, but I guess wanting to assassinate the supports is still always
he wants to kill everyone
valuable.
else, right?
Exactly.
And with the Deso, you get some sort of setup onto the Ember, high chance you have the physical to shred through him.
Yeah, absolutely. And they also have like the extra minus armor.
Yep.
That's always going to be kicking in. So it's good. Taiga has his own Wraith Pact now, so a little bit more damage negation on the side of OG in the next fight. Yeah, I'm just still looking at how overall they're going to be taking down Yuragi. Because like you said, he's so massive and he's got this big item advantage over the PA, which it's going to prove to be a big issue for how they isolate him. Because the team fights OG, they're just so tanky. The 3 cores survive so long in the fights. Kamar finds Boca.
We'll see if Boca gets much help here. Cold Embrace might be as much as he'll be offered up. They'll let him go.
40 seconds. OG. Meta's available.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yeah, they've got to be ready to defend Asta. You know that OG will still be feeling very, very confident around their Terrorblade. Jiragi, of course, just the 1 death so far this game.
Pretty flawless. PQ has Blink Dagger now, so easier forms for him to. He's had a pretty damn good Wyvern game so far versus this disadvantage. Now he Blink. Maybe we could see some nice catch plays or preventative plays to be able to stop Jiragi.
Oh, for sure. I mean, at the same time, though, we have seen OG do a pretty excellent job at making his life hard.
It is
a
hard.
lot of huge separation in the team fight where OG's not really given the chance for them to be caught out, in their mass numbers in the Winter's Curse, but out in time.
It does look like they're going to make his job even more difficult, though. BZM going for a kind of different style item choice on the Ember Spirit. He's going for Orchid next, so to deal with the Puck as well as the Wyvern, this is a pretty cool pickup that could really pay off. If he just sees the Wyvern in any of the fights, which they have gotten vision of him a lot of times, he just Orchids him, and then they can always just hard commit for most of the team fights.
And we see Ori really respecting the jump that they have. He's queuing up an Eon Disc next in his item progression.
Has to versus this Nyx.
If they have these fights where he's getting caught and he's not able to lay down a Dream Coil, it's massively going to hurt the potential of the team fight from Asta. He's got to get his spells off whether they do damage or not. The control could be all that's required for Monet to go target to target, and at least outside of the Terrorblade have a pretty good job of taking down the rest of OG's lineup pretty swiftly.
They're getting out-farmed the space on the map, but OG's continuing to grow this lead faster and faster. And the Tricore, as we keep mentioning, it does feel like they'll be able to scale very, very well into all of Aster's heroes.
They're going to try and force a fight, Asta.
The Orchid's finished for BZM, level 20 on the Terrorblade too.
And Boca's going to start it. In with the Avalanche combo on towards Tiger, but Tiger's able to put the spike. Carapace, Winter's Curse is there. Trying to buy safety for Boca to back up, but Amar blinks it, finishes him off with a go from Spear.
Shoots it.
Catches PQ in the trees. Not the fight Asta were looking for.
Not the curse either. You want to usually get the curse next to the Terrorblade. He actually curses the Terrorblade, so there's actually no damage that's coming out from it.
Look at this as well. They're making swift moves towards the bottom lane as Monet is going to show himself on the creep wave.
Clears it quick. Might be forced to just BKB TP out.
Yeah, he's going to have to. And of course, with that, he will get out. There's nothing to save him. We'll take a few mines, but BKB and a TP, he's perfectly fine.
Now they know there's no BKB though. So OG likely to be able to continue pressuring, and that's a fight that they just won before without the meta being used. And now he's going to have MKB.
He's so
now
close. Yes,
he has
600
full,
gold.
Yeah, full answer for the PA as well.
And in terms of the answer that Monet has for him, as you say,
Not
after the death, so still not going for the MKB, still very much itemizing the standard build-up to kill everyone else, apart from the Terrorblade, getting that Basher next after the death, so they will be able to kill pretty much everyone else. But it's getting to that point where even if they do kill everyone else, Yuragi's going to have a pretty good shot at solo killing all of them.
And also, is he going to be able to kill everybody else, right? Because they are very tanky, and I'm just looking at Amar farming and farming. He actually has a Hex in a second on this Mars, so just very difficult game for poor Monet.
23,000 net worth on Yuragi here, just 31 minutes in.
I don't know how Ori's ever going to survive in a fight either. So much control, so much attention has been put on him this game, even from Roshan.
Very much feels like we're in a sort of a state of the game where teams, they've got their answers for puck now.
Yep. Ori, a pretty dangerous position right here. We'll be okay though. Taiga not quite in range to get that Carapace. Gem also was picked up a couple moments ago from OG, just looking to control those sentries, because then Taiga has kind of free reign how much he wants to pressure Ori in the fights.
OG, they've got 1 minute until potential Roshan respawn.
And they're just restricting the map though, right? The way that they're pressuring, they're not like diving these plays, but they're constricting Astor from actually being able to get out and farm anymore. Every time they walk high ground, Yuragi just walks his face in.
Jump in.
Toss back.
Get a decent toss back onto Yuragi. They'll try and burst through him. He's getting low, but he's not quite low enough. They'll put the Dream Core. Monet, he's in with the BKB, trying to take him down. The Winter's Curse we used to take out Tiger for Yuragi. Still fighting Finn here. They couldn't quite finish him off. He's falling a little low.
He's
the lifesteal can keep him alive. He's life stealing up, but finally dies.
They've taken him out. The huge kill there that Astra are able to find, and they're not done. They're in with the jump. Boca, he's ready to try and chase for more. Monet, careful how he commits in, but now he's ready to go. Jumps forward.
Big
the
damage.
big crit there off the dagger. 1,200 damage, taking down BZM. Chu also eliminated during his attempt to TP. It's 4 dead on OG. Asta hold the fight perfectly, and I think Yuragi, probably surprised as we did there, he was dealt with. He didn't manage to survive throughout the complete combo of Asta.
He got kind of like this sequence of silences that kept being applied from him. I think it was the Mindbreaker from Monet, as well as the puck just continuously jumping in and disabling him. Because I kept seeing him like trying to go for this Sunder, just unable to really stick onto any target. It was, excellent team from Asta. The layering of spells, absolutely perfect.
Yeah,
and now getting tanky too. The XXS AC plus that Wraith Pact absolutely came into play.
We saw sort of this play from Asta last game, when they were behind. There's a point where OG were leading by 11k, and Asta still able to find these opportunities to get these fights executed perfectly, despite the huge disparity in net worth between the carries still.
They might still be able to get the Roche too. They they scouted it a bit late. It was a quick spawn, but now they still have, 20 seconds until the
they're gonna
respawn.
have this,
They'll
surely.
have it. Yeah, Monet, 1,600 crits, and now on his way toward MKB. Game sort of flipping itself again.
As I say, he's done it before in his PA. He's recovered some tough games. This would definitely be another one of them. And now getting the pickup here, Aegis into the hands of the PA, and you're absolutely right. If Monet can get that MKB for the next fight, there's going to be no chance for Yuragi. They're already looking for the opportunity to maybe jump in to the high ground. OG are prepared though, so Asta, they'll fall back.
Yeah, Yuragi probably feeling a bit afraid now because, these last few fights, he's so farmed that he's been prolonging, delaying, having to buy BKB, but you absolutely saw the problem of him not having BKB. So he's queuing it up next, but damage may have just been done. Aster completely back in this game. All because of these little tossbacks. There's a reason, Baboka, there's a big reason why they first picked this hero for him.
Absolutely, 4, 11, 9. Not an impressive KDA, but the impact that he's had from the deaths that he's given by getting in there and starting the fights, it's been massive for Asta.
Absolutely. And yeah, taking up the AC, the Wraith Pact, as we said. Sure, you give the Terrorblade this when he uses that reflection onto you, but it's just this armor that they need in the fight to be able to deal with this Yuragi.
Yeah, without a doubt, OG to be incredibly careful with the next move they make into this Aegis of Monet. A couple of 100 gold, and the MKB will be on its way out.
They have to find the backliners, OG. They have to stop either the Tiny or the Wyvern from getting these free
They're TPing
casts.
over. They want to fight. The BKB has just been picked up by Yuragi.
The ward, it sees Ori.
He's going to see Ori. They'll get the opening, the chains into the silence.
got
Ori's
Aeon.
got backup. Spear won't catch him. He's able to get the face shot on. In fact, Baboka's in with the jump. They burst through Tiger. Yuragi trying to enter the fight from the side. They look towards Baboka. MR in with the arena. He'll catch out the two of them. But Monet, he wants to fight. He commits it with the BKB, but actually decides to back off. He doesn't want to get near to Yuragi for now. As Yuragi takes out XXS, turns towards Baboka. Double kill for him. This time with the BKB on the Terrorblade. Asta, they don't have any way to jump him to stop Yuragi from getting to play his fight. And Asta, despite the ones being the team with the Aegis, they had to fall back. Monet makes the call that this is not a fight that they can take.
Yeah, smart play from Yuragi. I think he sells, his Dragon Lance to be able to have the money to purchase up the BKB for this fight. So a very quick move from OG to react, having that ward up prepared already for Ori. They don't get the full control on him, but the initial just disruption to stop the puck from anything, that allows OG to kind of just clear onto these two. DD also now in BZM. So still feeling pretty good. Now Blink also. I mean, we're getting close to these 6-slotted territories. TB is starting to run out of space.
Okay. And with the Blink Dagger, what's the plan? Who's Yuragi going to look to try and jump on top of in these team fights?
He's got to find Wyvern. I mean, PQ is being so disruptive.
Absolutely, yeah. If you can get sort of in the face of PQ, force him to panic curse onto him, the Terrorblade. That's going to be a very nice ultimate that Yuragi can tank and deal with.
Yeah, they still do have, it's very back and forth, still very close. They have a lot of ways to get to this Wyvern, so it's all very important just being able to find him. The 3 different cores being able to bypass to the back line could still be difficult for Aster, but the way they play the fights is so patient. The way they position themselves has been pretty perfect, even though they are behind.
Now, knowing when to cut their losses, as we saw in that last fight, Monet, despite having the Aegis, you could tell that they were making the call to head back.
They know there's a smoke probably here, though. Those bombs, boom, boom. Nicely done from Chu.
You see if Asta can still find something. They're going to still look to push on.
Chu's trying to break it. Look, he's walking up, Chu's trying to push the limit of breaking that smoke. They'll show themselves now in the mid lane.
Yeah, Asta know they're not getting a jump here on OG.
But Boca still lingering around the Remnant for a second.
damage empowers me.
I mean, yeah, there's no way BZM jumps for this.
No. But DD Rune is on the ready for him.
He'd be pretty happy himself to fight. Of course, they are tanky though. XXS. BKB done on top of the AC.
OG also just can't get vision into the back lines because they can't keep wards down because of that gem. You know, they did pick it up earlier. It was taken away from them by Aster. So that's usually one of the big things that helps you find these wyverns is just having deep wards inside of lanes or something like that in preparation for a fight to start. But yeah, into gem, you're not going to be able to do that. So it's up to Taiga really to try to find the opportunity to find this wyvern in the back lines to give the information for his 2 cores. And without a blink tagger, probably a bit difficult. So maybe Taiga does opt to go for that himself too soon.
I mean, XXS just continuing to stick around this mid, deal with the creep wave.
He's kind of bluffing a little bit, right? He's like, yeah, my team's behind me, don't worry, but they're actually quite far away.
I mean, the thing is, even if they're not, he's a hard hero to burst through.
He'll have so much time. Like, if he just gets the Gravers off, his team is going to get to him. So, yeah, he's really pushing the limits there as Taiga.
Here we go now, OG.
Sneaking in.
They'll look for the smoke themselves. Who can they catch? Taiga has been spotted out by the ward combination here from Aster. He's still looking to move forward.
XXS.
The spike carapace set up onto XXS. Shiragi blinks in, closing the gap this time round. XXS completely destroyed.
A big mistake, too. He tries to just go for a nuke onto a Nyx. Easy carapace setup for Taiga. Maybe not expecting the rest of the backup that quickly from OG, but OG hits hard. And with that blink dagger, you see, Terrorblade, that's where it pays off. He doesn't actually have to commit meta. He can just blink on the target that Taiga finds.
Very close to having the money for the full Swift Blink as well.
Yep.
As much as Monet is recovering, Yuragi still an item or so ahead of the PA.
It's still neck and neck this game.
Nearly 30,000 net worth, 39 minutes in. Again, just hitting insane amounts of farm.
Starting to look for some itemization. I see Amar, he's been kind of switching back and forth what item he had queued up. He has Nullifier now, so I think looking to address the puck. He's also carrying the Witchbane, so I think what he's looking for is get that initiation, purge off the Aeon Disc, and maybe try to burst Ori in these fights. Not going to be easy, but you can see the idea of what he's probably trying to do. Arcane Rune on BZM. Oh, and a nice pick up a Telescope, one of the better items they could have probably found this game.
Once again, luckily falling to a point where Roshan will be the next point that both teams will look to fight. Under 2 minutes until we'll see when that returns. Flag's done on BZM, so even more of a chance that he can just zip into the back lines, disrupt the sort of the opening to the fight that Aster will look for and the positioning that their squishier heroes are trying to get.
Aster is a much more, I feel like for their lineup, it's much more about just all positioning. If their positioning gets broken, the team fight could just explode in OG's favor. So it's really going to be eyes on those supports in the back, or what, of course, Baboka is able to find with these tossbacks.
Definitely Aster playing the more careful at this point. Keeping themselves held up in the base. Monet's managed to get his next item done, the full Aghanims.
Okay, so jumping target to target, that's going to be a lot easier with that.
And closing in on his level 25.
Yep. This item unlocks a whole different potential to PA, of course. Everything being refreshed, of course, Phantom Knives, etc. So you just do so much damage if you do end up getting even 1 kill in the fight. And it lets you sneak, so he can also sneak into backlines, perhaps find this techies.
A tool to teach.
Amar, Nullifier is ready.
He's got the answers, Amar.
Yep, let's see if he's able to ever find the puck and get that Dispel off. Because Ori also very tricky, even though he is versus these counters. Octarine's done, Aeon Disc, Bell Prism, so very elusive.
Just holding this area around Roshan.
All about
OG.
next Rosh. It's going to be that big one, the Ags, the Refreshers.
Radiant's top tower is under
Which one
attack.
will it be? Yuragi, he's poking base. Like, he's constantly sending these conjure images toward top. So he's giving all that information. They know that they're outside. They know that Aster's maybe looking to do something because of this.
Yeah, of course, with the farm that he has, these illusions are so strong.
Yeah.
Very hard for Aster to really set up and hold their position outside of their base. This just consistent pressure causing them to hold back and deal with that split push.
Trapped in the base.
He's a sure to respawn on the Rosh, so OG they'll be happy with that if they spot it out. 25 seconds and Aster, they know that potential Roshan's coming up.
Taiga walks right in the middle and breaks the smoke.
Yeah, indeed. They know that it's coming. They'll put the BKBs. They'll turn towards Mar, but Mar's got the shield up. Silence out the Taiga. Monet having to BKB and run back. Ori still wants to commit in.
but he's dead. Baboka will get left behind. The Hex is out from Amar onto XXS. Spear control as well. They'll lock him down. They'll take out the 4 of them.
And that's what I was saying. It's so important, the positioning of Aster. This time, positioning gets broken, and it's a complete stomp.
And there's
from
no
OG.
buyback available on Ori. He spent up 600 gold short of returning to the fight.
Oh man, he actually gets his Aeon broken.
As Aster.
They're pinging tier 4s.
Can they defend with the 4 of them? BKB on cooldown, of course, from Monet for 50 seconds.
Pinging tier 4s, but they do know probably that Roshan is also up. They're trying to push the limit of what they can pressure and
They're
force.
forced out another buyback, and
Now
that will
they'll back
probably
up.
be enough for OG to say, all right, we got the mid-racks, let's settle down, back off, look for the Roshan, and make sure that they keep this game in a very safe position. 20k gold up now.
They're actually bluffing a little bit, though. They're still sticking in the area, hoping that Aster maybe smokes and runs right into them. Now they'll back up, though, after a moment. Go for that Rosh, and it will be an Aghanims. So, oh, look at that. Yuragi, a free one given to him. That's going to be pretty nice. And that will probably be the 6th slot for him. Or the 7th, 8th slot, whatever you want to call it.
I mean, Aster know they've got to make these risky moves.
They have
It
to
may
make
be 4 versus 5, but they're so far behind, they have to try and take these chances.
15 seconds on Monet's BKB. 10 seconds.
He made a big jump before around the Roshan. Can he do it again? But no, the jump
Choose
down
in.
to him. The Hex is out. The Spear as well. He's in trouble. The cold embrace from PQ gives him some safety curse as well to try and hold back BZM. He's been this up, and now the BKB's up Monet. He's got to try and stand his ground and fight this. Takes out Chu. Yuragi falling low, pots the BKB. He's looking for a Sunder target.
He's
He'll find it. Sunder over towards Monet as he's back up to full HP. Monet falls. Instant buyback here from the PA. He's got to get back over towards the pit. Tiger jumps down towards the low ground, but the silence is there from Ori. The Roche out before Yuragi able to pick it all up. Grabs the Aegis. Dreamcall holds down BZM. You see still Monet trying to walk his way back over towards the pit. Ori, he's in with the chase. OG, they're backing off.
Do they find Yuragi? They will.
They do. They get the jump. Avalanche is there from Baboka. They've got to try and take him out the twice. You see him try and push them back with the Terror Wave, but they've found him the once.
He needs
Baboka,
help.
he's in position for a second attack, but the blink! He's able to blink out of the trees, but they've still got the chase. Ori on top of him. They're not going to let Yuragi get away for free. They've got to get this kill. As they're to the side, Amar trying to hold back Monet. Jump forward from Baboka, getting over the mines of the tech. Ori still continues trying to kill Yuragi. The cheese is there. Yuragi is back up to full HP. As Aster, they'll carefully poke at him. Eon is pop there on Ori, but the Thunder is back to full HP. Golden Embrace gives Monet's head. They're able to take down Yuragi.
That was still pretty crazy from Yuragi, swapping the cheese in while they're chasing him.
He lived for so long,
Oh my god.
but not long enough. Aster, they may have lost sort of the Roshan, the pickups that OG was able to gather. But they get the big kills at the end of it all. They take down BZM. They immediately remove the Aegis, the cheese from Yuragi.
Ori's able to survive for a once in a fight, and he gets like, I think 20 or 30 different spells off because of it. Constantly being this nuisance, jumping around. That was insane.
Insane fights here from a team that's, you know, at 20k down. Of course, it was an expensive fight.
It was.
Plentiful buybacks being used there by Aster. I believe 4 of them now on cooldown.
But
so
very
a scary
necessary.
5 minutes for Aster, but they do hold on in a game where if OG's getting the pick up on that Roshan and able to walk down the lane, that sort of fight that close to the base of Aster would have mean the game would have already been over. But Aster, they keep the game going for now.
There's a reason these two teams are in the grand finals, winning fights even though they're at this deficit.
And they've got to try and, again, just continue to take these risks. They may have all their buybacks and cooldown, but they need to try their best maybe to force out the buyback of Yuragi. It's a hard call to make, though, because bottom already, Amar, he's working on the pressure, making sure that Aster, they don't have the luxury to try and pressure out that Terrorblade buyback.
Yeah, tough to push into this, too. The Ember just drops the Remnant. It also slows down the push as well, too. So Aster giving respect because they don't have those buybacks. Only the puck. Now not having it, Ori actually spending some gold. Looks like he's actually going to maybe finish up the overwhelming blink, so going to push the limits of his hero without the buyback because his teammates don't have it, so he wants to be as kitted out as possible for the next fight.
And we'll see how, and if OG can punish Aster here in these minutes without that ability to return to the fight.
Monet now full satanic. A little bit of slot starvation, though, coming out here. He's going to have to eat that Ags pretty soon. It's very slow. Gonna have to just rely. It's slow, but he at least has the Aghanim, so he can jump if he does get some kills. OG. Still on the prowl, though.
And if they get a catch on the cause,
if they catch Ori, right?
It's
if they can,
likely to be game over. They need one more fight, OG, to close this one up.
Ori?
Jumps in on the mid, is able to break away from them. BZM, we'll see how deep he wants to jump with the Remnants. He tries to tease with the slight chains, but won't get a catch.
It feels a lot harder for Aster. They have to be so much more careful. As we said, positioning, the most important thing for them, and they have much less buybacks. You see, OG has 4 buybacks.
Yep.
OG across the board, pretty much 2 lives to play with in this next fight compared to the one that Asta have right now.
Yeah, they also have gotten, what, 3 level 25s, I believe, in the last moment. So BZM, Amar, as well as Yuragi, who did have it before. Those 3 are finished. Puck, not quite there. XXS, not quite there either. Still very close. It's an 18,000 gold lead, but the experience is, pretty much dead even. And if you want to look at a win probability just for some nice fun, there you go. Dead even.
50-50 right now. It definitely still feels, though, that it's Asta in the scariest spot.
Absolutely. Without the buy box,
death
absolutely.
and it's game over.
Yeah. And it's a lot on the pressure of, their positioning. If the Wyvern gets caught once,
yeah.
If Puck dies once,
it's going to start to collapse pretty quickly.
Tiger,
he's looking to start things off. There's the backup. They go straight away over towards PQ. PQ out of the game for a good 90 seconds. The arena, the fear here for the pushback of the tail play. Then Cortex exists. Then Cortex, the Q jumps in. 3 dead. No buybacks. As it's just down to Ori and Monet to try and hold Monet.
Monet.
To get BCM. Can Monet do it? Goes forward now towards Tiger. BKB for Monet comes to Monet.
Monet.
Triple kill for Monet.
Monet.
Monet! It's a rampage! Monet painting the battlefield red with the blood of his enemies! But maybe Yuragi and Amar can still clean him up for good. They have the moment. They're back in! As Monet tried his best to hold.
Are you kidding
but
me?
it may have been in vain as OG, they've still got the pusher light, but the creeps aren't here. They're doing it through the back door.
But Ori gets caught!
He's got buyback. They're doing it. Can they push through the back door?
The creeps are coming.
They're coming in on the mid. I don't think Ori can hold this on his own. He's going to try, but the Hex is there. Ori caught out. As the tier 4s have gone, OG, they're onto the H at this game. It's done. It's over. OG, they'll be able to secure it. Game 2.
Holy shit, though. What a game and what an ending. Even the tip, you see Yuragi, he gives respect where it's deserved. Monet, what an outstanding last
He tried his best.
hold. But OG, they saw the opportunity, they saw blood. Tiger, the jump, getting the Wyvern in the base, kind of kicks off the whole start of this one. Starting the fight without that Wyvern, massive pressure, having no buybacks. OG, wow.
Knowing when to push it for the victory there. It's coming to the point, like sort of 2 minutes or so left on the buybacks. The timer was ticking. OG, they had to bounce, and they did. They really did. They make that final jump. Without the lack of ability to return to the fight, they just couldn't hold them off at that stage. And 2 games now back to back, two smashing games as well. And every reason to believe that Asta there is a chance for them to swing it back, because both times, despite how far they have been behind, they're still giving OG a run for their money.
Can you imagine if this game was just a little bit closer? Monet might just turn it around completely.
It was that close, yeah.
Holy moly.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. This grand finals continues to delight. It's a second game now in the bag for OG as they lead the way right now in this best of 5, 2-0 against Asta.
Oh boy, what a treat this second game of the Grand Finals was. OG take it, so it's 2-0 and they earn match point, but Aster fought back hard. Especially towards the end. I know it didn't win them the game, but holy crap, that rampage was something else. I'm joined by Effie, Ninja Boogie, and Insania on this panel. We're gonna try to break down the madness a little bit. These fights were so close, so clutch. Effie, where do you want to start with this one? Because I'm always, okay, you want to start with that stupid little ledge, the high ground that Monet got stuck
Man,
in?
that was so unfortunate. I'm not even sure what happened there. Did the techies just die in a place where PA got stuck?
Yes.
I feel like potentially if they had this PA buyback, they could have actually won the game, right? If PA wasn't put in a position where she died there, towards the end, when she kind of clutched it, or Monet rather, when he clutched it, there were only two heroes left. It was him and Ori, and he looked really strong. If he hadn't gotten hexed, if he maybe had a buyback, there was a huge shot for Aster to take this game. I mean, man, these games have been so close.
Yeah. The laning phase seems really bad for Aster though. Ori lost mid pretty hard. Even though Boboka did rotate mid and tossed him to the tower, he did turn it around and solo kill XP on a mid laner. Oof, that's like a dream come true.
Look at it. Monet's whole team is just looking from the sideline, like, keep it up, go. Unfortunately, I mean, not enough, but it was so close to being able to extend this game.
That bot lane too, right? Insane, you talked about how hard it was for Aster, and it seemed like it was out of control at some point.
Yeah, I mean, this Winter Wyvern was extremely well played throughout the game, but it's just inherently the hero has some problems, and I think laning into Mars techies is not a fun experience, especially if you're laning with a PA. Like, you'd ideally want something stronger with you if you're going to try to match up, but it's just an extremely hard lane matchup. So, yeah, I think OG, they're able to enable Amar, and when Amar is enabled, it feels like their games flow very, very well.
Yeah, and that means that OG can make all the aggressive moves that they thrive on. We saw Aster step it up a little bit on the defensive game in game 2 compared to game 1, Ninja Boogie, didn't you think?
Yeah. Going off track here, there's just something about Grand Finals in China teams recently. They seem to be crumbling.
Oh no.
Can we just talk about the stubbornness? So they give away Mars twice and take this Tiny twice, and it doesn't work out. I mean, if this happens for the third game...
I have a theory. I have a theory. Both of these teams are secured for TI invite. They're good. They're coming to Singapore. It's all good, all golden. And you know, you want to be able to have everything available to you when you come to Singapore. And so you want to know that you can beat the Mars from a Mar. And so you let it through. And grand finals of an event might not be the best time to, you know, try to beat it. But this is the first time they faced, so it's the only time you can try to beat it before TI. You know OG is going to bring their best. So, Isania, is there any logic to this, or is this just a little bit of copium here?
Sounds like a lot of copium to me, if I'm being honest. But like I said, I just think like they're sticking to their guns. Like Aster has this tiny four. They've been playing. They played it at the major. They've been playing it now. And I think like this is a draft that like last patch, I think it would have worked for them. I think this would have worked. But I feel like their heroes are just a little bit too figured out, and I just want Ori on a BKB hero.
You want Ori on a BKB hero. You also wanted something else. You wanted a specific person to be the MVP of this second game. Is it a surprise to anybody that he chose Tiger?
I mean,
Why
it's
Tiger?
very simple. Tommy is such a beast. This guy is a position 4 player, and he's been forced to play 5 in all of these lands.
Yeah.
And I feel like he's playing these heroes that he normally plays on 4. He's managing to find his impact, and he's playing so well. I'm really impressed. I think what sold it for me was the last move inside of the base, where he just blinks up the high ground and just stuns the Wyvern. It's like a game-winning move. And I think most people do not have the balls to do that. I definitely don't have the balls to do that, so huge credit to Tommy. I think that is like a single small thing that you might not think about, but that blink into the base and stunning the Wyvern, I think it opened up the entire last fight. Imagine that PA has a Wyvern with him.
Yeah.
It's gonna look different.
Could have turned.
Yeah.
It could have turned indeed. If Aster was somehow able to be victorious, which at some point we did think they were going to have a good shot, it would have been PQ to get the MVP here. But no, it has to be Tiger for this one, although you can make a case for a lot of different players. For example, we also considered BZM for the MVP because he had a very clever item build, Mike.
Yeah, he did go for Orchid third pick. And I feel like they're just punishing this pup. He already had an atrocious laning phase. You know, he's up against a Nyx, Techies, an Ember, and then plus Orchid. I was actually surprised that he didn't opt to go for a BKB on Puck based on everything he's against. And yeah, it was I would not want to play Puck in this game.
No, I mean, it's just rough. Like Ember in the lane, he just spams slights on you, and you're not able to play the game that you want to play. You don't get to shove out the lane and then make your rotations as freely as you want. Ember kind of makes sure that you're low on resources, and the Orchid is genius. Great item choice.
Great item choice.
But also, don't you guys think BZM has really stepped up his game these past couple of days? It feels like he's really hit his stride and he's just playing confidently.
They had a good breakfast today.
Good breakfast indeed. And we've been saying that this patch is definitely catering not just food but also a better mid lane.
Nice.
We see a lot of mid lane skill based matchups, and BZM is just, I mean, he's getting his hero still first phased, so he's not necessarily super set up for success in that regard, but he is able to thrive off of maybe also a little bit of help from his support Zephy.
I would say so. There's been a lot more support rotations to the mid lane in this patch for a couple of reasons. One, like you need to make sure your mid laner isn't in a position where they can't recover because there's no small camp. But also with the re-emergence of these durable type side laners, particularly in the off lane, it makes it so that you can do this comfortably.
Now earlier today, Adam said that the best teams, when they come to LAN, the best teams grow and learn with the tournament. And we've definitely seen that from OG throughout the lower bracket and now here in the grand final. It is time for Aster to do the same. One loss and they're out, and they of course want to have a shot at the title here at ESL 1 Malaysia. We're heading into a third game of this grand finals after the break.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. You heard the hook? Look at how I look. The outfit raw got me looking uncooked. Schedule not flexible. Period. Decimal. I love getting green, but I hate eating vegetables. My homies get lit. Slay so much, Saint Nick. Shoes on fire when I walk, leave it crisp. Just walked in and this bottle's where I sit. Want my homies to win, eat steak with the shrimp. Slay it to the haters so the windows got tint. Slayer, slay 'em. Slay so much, I'm the bad guy in. Slay so much, let the bad guys in. Do you slay? It depends. Do you slay with your friends? If you slay, you a 10. Don't slay it for the win. Yeah, cause all I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
Yo, slaying every day's a job. I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out. I'm round the clock, the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Let's go get the party started. You know how to get it going. I'm so fired up, I'm ready to go. The music's moving my soul, I'm busy going. 1, 2, 3, 4. I really feel like dynamite. I really feel like taking flight. Oh, I feel good, I feel so fine. I'm making moves and getting mine. And I need you to get in line. 'Cause if we're gonna make it, we'll make it right. Let's go get the party started. You know.
Just 2 weeks ago, these two teams faced on a stage where Aster was victorious, and this time OG is looking to get revenge, and to be honest, they're pretty deep into getting a full revenge. Here, we're in the third game of a grand finals, best of 5, one more game to OG's name, and they will take this championship home. We are well on their way in the draft. We are joined by Effie, Ninja Boogie, and Insania. Insania, openings are completely different from the previous 2 games. What are you feeling? We got Aster on the Mars this time round.
I just heard Revenge, and it's brought me back to TI9. And, you know, Tommy actually told me this last night when I was talking to him. This Aster team has a lot of the same pieces that we picked Gyrocopter against the TI9. And he's like, I'm going to avenge us. This is for TI9. So I know he's fired up. But no, Aster, this time they decided to take the Mars away. OJ responded by picking Puck Willow. So I think that Willow is a little bit like, you don't want to give it to Aster. It's too strong of an 8 pick. And there's some awkwardness with Hoodwink Mars. When you drop the Acorn Shot to spawn the tree, the Mars Arena tends to blow it up. So it's really hard to do the like...
You have to do it after, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Hoodwink spells with Mars is a little bit iffy, so... A little bit of question mark for me.
I'm glad you bring that up though, because I've been most impressed with Hoodwink when she's paired with a spirit type hero that just goes in and then they run around killing heroes together. Especially the Storm, once this Hoodwink gets this 15-minute shard, it seems like they can do so much damage. So I agree with Aiden that this Mars Willow is not the way to look for your kills, so please pair it up from the mid lane going forward, and as we mentioned before, maybe an early BKB type hero.
Yeah.
But yeah, so OG go for the Puck Willow combo. She can snap the coil with Terrorize, that's always nice. She's also a bit of a anti-spirit hero in that she can catch them quite well early on, but I still hope it doesn't discourage Aster from going down that route.
Yeah, I mean, Aster's been answering Puck with Pudge quite a bit,
10 seconds
and
remaining.
Ori's been playing it really, really well. I think, thinking about Ori, DK comes to mind as a potential hero here. It's not really a popular hero, but I think for Ori specifically, in like a potential, last game of a grand final against Puck, it's free lane.
It got buffed too, didn't it?
Yeah, and it's a nice setup for Hoodwink. It really is. Those two heroes work really, really well together. So.
And it is a BKB hero.
Exactly.
And that brings us back to the Animator, right? When the top 3 picks that would come out were actually Mars, Hoodwink, and DK.
Oh, that sign made me sad a bit.
What did it say?
No, Lakad Matatag. Reminded me of Duno.
Rest in peace.
Okay, back to the draft.
Okay.
Sorry.
But yeah, I do want to say that I'm glad that Aster stopped being stubborn about this Mars. I hope it's not too late to recover mentally though, because this was their high priority pick, and I do think it was the high priority ban
It
going
hasn't
up
lost
against
today
OG.
yet. It's
So,
3-0.
Yeah. Whether or not they can bounce back after the 2 losses they just faced against it, time will tell. I do think the good news is they looked really competitive in both games. In both games they played well, regardless of their lanes going bad. They almost always found ways back in or ways back to fight, so hopefully the damage isn't too bad.
So normally when you get to this pick, it says number 15 when you're drafting because it counts all the bans and everything. So this is usually the hardest pick if you're second pick, because you're kind of picking your 5 hero into potentially a blind matchup where you're going to get counterpicked really hard. So you want to pick some sort of hero that you know is going to have scaling impact throughout the game. And I think the idea behind the Shadow Demon is pretty simple. Like they buy some BKBs. I have a tool that's always good for the game. It'll always have impact, and then you have this potential save for the Mars too. So it's an interesting pick. I think the only thing that's a little bit worrisome for OG right now is I think the damage follow-up on the Puck coil is kind of low. So it might be hard for BZM to get that kind of snowballing start unless they really manage to connect the Willow to the Puck early on.
And also the Shadow Demon is set up for Willow early on too, right? You can potentially fight it this turn with the disruption into Bramble Maze. This spell got a lot easier to land too, with it going from 0.5 second delay to 0.3 second formation delay. But also, what you mentioned about it being a save versus a Mars is really important, because if you look at Aster's first 2 picks, both of these heroes want to go on a target quickly and take it down. That's essentially what Hoodwink is, right? She's insanely high damage ulti and a catch. But if you have this supporting defensive type hero, it just counters what you want to do with it. And that was the take that Aster had with their Dazzle in game 1 and their Wyvern in game 2, but those were not the ideal picks.
Yep.
For Aster, I think they're probably thinking about the Void.
Team Aster's turn.
They're still going back for that Tiny.
Hang on.
OG's turn.
Probably a mid-Tiny this time around, yeah. So Tiny's considered a pretty good hero against Puck. You lane very well into it, and then you have the damage to just burst Puck. There are not very many heroes that have like a very consistent stun to catch the Puck out where he can't phase shift or anything like that. So right now they're kind of setting up for the kill combo for the Puck. So now they have like Tiny Grim, you do the 2 spells together. It's very simple, easy way to kill him. And then on top of that, you also have
all their supports are very squishy too.
Yeah.
And you also have these 2 wave clear supports on Aster, right? You have this Grim and this Hoodwink who can play side lanes, make sure the waves are out, so you can go for these aggressive plays with Tiny. Because normally for you to want to play on like the Inkswell combination, you at least need to have one lane pushing in so that your rotation isn't so obvious.
Yeah. What would you pick for OG here?
OG? Okay, so what are... When I look at Aster's draft right now, I feel like they have... This Tiny has to kind of run around and make a lot of moves, right? It's going to be a lot based on like Ori's movement in the early game and what he's able to do. So I think you're probably eyeing up safe laners or off laners potentially that are kind of tricky for Tiny to get to. But most of those heroes don't really work that well with SD, I was about to say, but yeah, I mean, PA is squishy. This is, Tiny can definitely find kills in this game if he wants to.
After Yuragi saw Monet.
Yeah, he's like, I want to play that.
That looked fun.
But it is a pretty good PA game once he has BKB. Only Soulbind really stops him.
But
Problem is there's no
before
follow-up for Soulbind right now, right? Even if you Soulbind him, he's going to sit there, but what are you really going to kill him with if he's BKB'd up?
But before this PA BKB, it seems like a really squishy hero, right? You have a solution to its ulti with the Hoodwink break. It's always been a traditional counter. And you have this Tiny who's going to look towards killing this PA, hunting her down, not giving her space to farm in the game. But if PA does get to this critical mass, like Michael mentioned, these are really squishy supports, right? You can just jump on this Hoodwink and blow her up, jump on this Grimstroke and blow him up. It's just a matter of not giving away too much before you get to that point.
Yeah. And I think it's kind of roles reversed now, actually, from the previous game. This time around, OG has the two supports that kind of make sense together. So you want to bring them together, hopefully, into the PA lane and look to really snowball that PA's game and get her to the crucial timing that she needs to hit. So it'll be interesting to see. Can OG now do what Aster failed to do in the last game? Or like, can they succeed where Aster didn't?
Well, traditionally, it is also Amar that is as a tempo setter for OG, and they still need to pick his hero. Is there still something in the pool that he can do that on and maybe set a little bit of tempo with that doesn't require the PA to be involved in the fights? Timber and Slard are already removed out to avoid those fights.
So his advantage here is that he's going to get to see the entire draft before he picks his hero. He's going to know exactly what lane he's walking into. He's going to know the 5. He's going to know the 1. And some of the struggles I think OG's had throughout the season is when a lot of ATF's heroes get banned out. And if you look at the bans right now, those are a lot of ATF heroes. Like from Slardar till Viper, it's like all of it's just targeted at ATF, I think. Even this Monkey King.
Yeah, I was going to say Bloodseeker is a pretty good pick for Aster here. Works well with the Soulbind, and it, you know, if you can rupture the PA, kind of take him out of the fight. But with PA Shard, you know, you can go both ways in that matchup.
But also, it's just a strong laner, right? So you don't necessarily have to worry about this overall last pick running over your carry. Like, Bloodseeker is one of those heroes who can fight back early, who does have that laning pressure. They also took out the two heroes that kind of bother melee carries the most from Amar's pool in the last pick, which was the Timbersaw and the Slardar.
So what do we have left for ATF? Tide?
Underlord! Oh, it's been a while.
It's a very strong laning hero against the Bloodseeker, I think. I think you can really, really put on the pressure with the Willow. And, you know, like, you get the route into the next route, into another route. They have a lot of ways to, like, keep these heroes from moving on Aster. Plus, the fire damage is really, really high against these tanky strength heroes like Tiny's, Mars. These guys really suffer against the percentage-based damage. So OG just making sure that they pick themselves the ability to kill the enemy team. So I kind of like it, but I think out of all the drafts we've seen so far, I think probably the most even one, in my opinion.
Okay, so you're saying Aster has a good shot at forcing out potential fourth game?
I mean, I'm unfortunately very biased, and I think OG is going to absolutely smash, but I think out of the 3 games that I've seen, this is probably the most competitive one.
All right, all right.
Well, it's good that I'm biased in the other way because I really do believe in Aster. I hope they can bring it back, and I like their draft a lot more this time around. I think that they can punish this PA really hard.
And for me, all my picks have been wrong, so I'm going to go for OG because I don't want to see a 3-0 stomp.
I don't think anybody would want to see a 3-0 stomp. Even all the OG fans in the arena would love more Dota to watch tonight. And I know 2 people who would love more Dota as well. It's Odie Pixel and Fog.
Absolutely, She. We've had an incredible series so far. OG up 2-0 against Team Aster right now. Game 3 draft, the big change up from the start is that Mars Fog. This time round, Aster, they're going to be able to get their hands on it.
Yeah, and this time around, I'm looking at a lot more solutions, especially for the carry. I know Yuragi last time, he got kind of the pick of the litter. He got to do whatever he wanted because he got this last pick terribly that looked like a pretty godly TB game. This time, he does look a lot more addressed. There's Rupture to deal with the mobility of the PA. There's the break that can come out from the Hoodwink. Lots of different forms of disable and ways of moving him around. So this one does look like the hardest one for OG.
Let's have a look. I think Yuragi definitely was tempted to play this here after getting to see what Monet was able to do towards the end of that one. You know, might have been 20k down, but still picking up the kills he did. You know, if that game was any closer, that might be in the beginning of Monet being able to take the game away from OG. Certainly took my voice away at the end of that one. An incredible final fight. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3 now here between OG and Aster.
And overall, what sort of stands out to you? The change up from Amar, going back to one of his classics here, the Underlord coming into the last pick. What do you think they saw that made them feel that Underlord would have a good place this game in the grand finals?
He saw nothing else because everything was banned.
Yeah.
No, he was versus the 2 strength cores. I think in particular that's really nice, and also the damage negation that Atrophiora is going to provide for them to last longer in the fights. I think that's what PA needs in a lot of situations. If PA lives, we see what you can do, right? If you get to these later stages, the built-in lifesteal on the jump is pretty ridiculous. So maybe that's what they're looking for as well. The control is also just nice too, right? I think Ansenio was saying it, the layer of these roots and control that can be a little annoying for a hero like Bloodseeker once a BKB starts to tick down. But let's see if he's going to make it work, because to me it does look like a much harder PA game than the setup, at least for Yuragi to carry last year, as I was saying before.
And what do you think sort of jumped out after this game that made them want to run the Tiny in the different capacity? This time having Ori playing the Tiny in the mid lane.
I think they saw the puck, so it's a clear puck mid matchup that we've seen time and time again. Tiny doing excellent versus it. I actually think Tiny might even be better versus the puck now without the side camp, because puck utilized it even better. So yeah, eyes on Ori to kind of set the pace of this game, and it could be a pretty damn good game for the Tiny.
Let's see how well BZM's able to play on the puck. We saw last game, Ori definitely had his work cut out when it came to jumping around the team fights. Is there too much that BZM's going to be threatened with in this game, do you feel?
Yeah, there's a ton of disable. There's silences from Grimstroke, there's leashes, the puck, or the Tiny combo in general, because he's going to get earlier Blink Dagger. Doesn't look as easy for BZM. That's what I was saying. Like for BZM and for Yuragi, game looks a little tougher. But if anyone can do it, OG has just looked spectacular in this grand finals.
And how are you managing sort of the safe lane goes for Aster? Would you imagine that the built-in sustain that Monet has as a Bloodseeker is going to be enough against the inevitable spam from Chu and Amar?
Yeah, it's an easy lane for Monet, I would say. He should be able to get some pretty solid free farm. I think they can even pose kill threat much more onto Amar than Amar can pour onto Monet. Just depends on how many stacks and everything and what Chu decides to do. How good he can get disruptions to kind of stop the aggression versus Inkswell.
We'll see sort of the difference in dynamic as well for Aster in terms of what they can expect from PQ, right, on the support Grim. Yep. Sure, you know, you've got some buffs to throw out, but not quite on the same level as the sort of the heavier defensive supports that PQ's been playing, like the Dazzles, the Abadons, the Wyverns.
Yeah, absolutely. Baboka does juke out those brambles nicely. Yeah, no, I agree. He still does have at least some defensive thing when you get your shard coming out as Amar. Heavy harassment. They do have the disrupt to at least protect him for a moment, but yeah, you're already starting to see what this lane is going to start to look like quickly.
Absolutely, I was sitting on the regen for Amar. He's got a couple of tangos left, but Monet might look to dive him under the tower. He's got the blood right, the Inkswell buff up to go. Has to get in and get first blood.
Yeah, it's not easy. Every time disrupt is on cooldown, just trying to protect this Underlord is going to be very difficult versus these two. Excellently done from Aster. And yeah, Monet, he'll be able to sustain fine up here.
Bottom lane, Baboka also getting low, but not quite having the ability to jump and chase him down.
These side lanes are super aggressive. So everybody just constantly, also this always happens, right? It's like, especially lately, it's more and more. This is why Bloodseeker's value tends to go up a lot. There's so much spamming in the waves that he always is moving a little bit faster because of that thirst. Especially when it's going to be like a tiny mid, also constantly harassing onto the puck. So far, looking at mid matchup, Ori slightly ahead at the moment.
See if we get any sort of early moves towards the mid. Does seem that for now, both teams more focused on looking for these kills in these side lanes.
Nice move from BZM though. Shoves the wave in super hard under mid, so he's making sure he's not losing anything, and he's actually going to be able to get a rune out of it because of that. Nice move. Top. We'll get a little better as those levels do get there for Amar. Level 3, so level 2 atrophy to offset some of that damage is pretty nice. And he does have second bracer, so unlikely to die again, but yeah, that first one, pretty painful to set Monet off to a good start.
Oh, for sure, and yeah, if Chu's able to always hold back the disruption and use it to play around the blood right threat if someone's in range of it, should be able to save one another.
Just which one? He has to make a choice, right? He has to, are you going to dodge the Inkswell or are you going to dodge the blood right? As, ooh, who actually used the glyph there? It looks like Top used the glyph for the blood right. Not something you see too often, usually mid laners, so exclusive to have that power. As now the mid lane is just getting harder and harder. Ori.
See bottom. Solid angle there from XXS with the spear. Will set up for the kill.
Okay, wow, that did a lot more damage. Oh, okay, that's why. I was like, wow, that did tons of damage. Level 2 Acorn shot, so Not usually something you see picked up. Usually you do see like the 2 points in Bushwhack, just one there. So cool from Baboka to make sure that he gets that kill. Different skill build than usual.
CS at the moment. Very, very even, really.
And Amar actually now starting to dominate the CS.
He's getting a
with
lot
his
of
two
last hits.
bracers.
He's top of the board.
Bit surprising, actually. But after he gets like the full reset of HP, I guess it actually maybe helped him more than harmed him, that death.
2 points in that passive. It's got a hefty amount of right clicks, so very hard to contest unless Monet can sort of set up the creeps to take him out with a blood right. Amar having a very solid chance of getting into full denies on this top lane.
Phase boots are finished for Monet now. Should get a little easier for him, but yeah, pretty huge that Amar is able to just get this tanky that they can't actually go for him at all. The double, this is just his build, right? He always does this. Double bracer offlaners, always, even 3 sometimes.
Man, he's gonna have that ring of health on him very shortly after this delivery from the courier, so he's gonna be super, super tough to harass out of this lane.
They can't push him out. They have to come in for kills pretty much if they want to stop him there. As bottom, the connect. Ooh, it gets cut right away.
Immediate response there from Uragi with the Quelling Blade.
Pretty even though in the lanes so far. PA getting slowed down a little bit. Same thing for the Bloodseeker. Tiny just having that outstanding game as we mentioned. You know, the matchup. Just very nice.
We'll see it again there. Very, very quick move that does mean that stun comes to an end, and if it didn't, Tiger might have been in trouble.
Yeah. But XXS also getting that free farm. And we've seen what Mars is able to do at this tournament, especially in these last few games, just how dominant this hero's been in both of these players' hands too. It's the important thing. You know, everyone talks about Amar and his Mars. XXS is a beast on this hero.
Very hard for OG to get aggressive on him anytime that Baboka's in the area. Huge amounts of burst physical available from these two, the Mars and the Hoodwink.
Yeah, Taiga's just really squishy, especially versus these two. He has to be super careful. If he ever uses Shadow Realm aggressively, we'll quickly get turned on.
We'll see. Again, BZM, I believe, just headed back. Seems to grab those bounties. It's time from his half of the map.
Ooh, nice orb. Max range actually gets that last creep.
Does have the level 6 online, so potential now for reactions to any side lane play.
And now Aston probably even more unlikely to go for too aggressive of a play up top onto Amar. They haven't been able to anyway because of this insane reach that he has, but BZM always will be there to react if they do make an aggressive move.
He's not going to be an easy hero to kill this game, Amar.
Nobody wants to leave their lanes at the moment though. Literally nobody has left. They're all just sitting stagnant in those side lanes.
See the TP now, Baboka. He's ready to change things up. He'll come in towards the top lane. So we can get the setup on Chu, but Chu, very quick with the disruption. So there's no chance for Baboka to catch him.
Or he gets the solo kill.
He did over in the mid lane. A solo kill on the 1v1. We'll see if Asta can also find something out of his top play. They may just do so. The setup's there from Baboka. Acorn shot into the bushwhack. They'll cut the tree down, and he has got the hood, so Amar's very tanky.
He ran into the root.
He runs into the root. Monet gets caught on the way out.
Monet, a big mistake there. He walked into the second one.
And that mid lane play, I'm sure we'll be able to get a replay of it, but looks like just stepping up, catching him in the combo, or having just enough damage to take BZM down.
Yeah, looks like he just got on top of him. Enough burst. After the first one, he got him to like half HP. The secondary one must have just been enough. As yeah, top Amar, the tankiness proves to be too much. A Hood now finished, also able to counteract them easily. The 3 points in atrophy are definitely coming into play. They could not commit onto him.
No, Monet just doesn't have the damage at all to really offer in an attempt to take down this Underlord.
And that was Baboka. Baboka was the one who tried to gank top, and he actually kind of ganked his own safe lane in a way. Monet now.
OG, they're still hanging around for more action. Chu's got the setup. He's going to be able to step out of this.
Here comes Ori.
And with the fourth hero, they could threaten Amar. They'll try and charge him down. They've caught him in the avalanche. With 4 heroes, surely he can't walk out of this one, and indeed he can't. Asta finally able to shut down Amar on this top lane.
I believe he TP'd with the Arcane Rune as well, so TP will be up faster for Ori. A quick, easy move. All kind of sequences of what happened when you get that solo kill mid. You guarantee yourself the power rune and an easy move. That could kind of set the tempo for this early game. Ori having this excellent start. His blink is going to be so fast. He's already 600 away.
And BZM's definitely got to keep his sort of sights set on finding that that kill opportunity with the Dream Coil to really jump him back into the game. Is starting to slip behind in gold.
Yeah, Ori's probably like, yeah, I had a really hard puck game. Now I'm gonna make you have a very tough puck game. He is quite addressed this time around. Not into a Nyx Assassin, but a Tiny with a Blink Dagger super early is probably even more threatening.
A lot of continued focus really around that top lane. Does mean that down bottom, Uragi's having a pretty chilled time. Not really too much that's been thrown his way so far.
Yeah, I think it's unlikely they make an aggressive move unless they bring like the Bloodseeker or the Tiny. They still can go for like rupture plays and tossbacks and everything too, which is always going to be a big element to make Uragi's game just really difficult. That's why they went for this setup.
Now Baboka already preparing some of the stacks here. Same to be said over on OG's side of the map, Chew. Making sure there's a good amount to farm here in the triangle.
Good lane.
So get the setup, Tiger. Got the Fairy Fire. He's going to be able to step out of that one.
The tree.
Ooh. Oh, down to about 19 HP there, Tiger.
If Ori actually gets the tree throw off before he gets the disruption, then they would probably get the kill because he doesn't have the bonus armor, but yeah, it doesn't quite get it off. A nice play from Chew. Always seems to, I mean, he's really excellent this game, or this entire series, this whole tournament.
The whole tournament, stepping in as he has.
He's always in the right place, like to save people. It's pretty nice. It's pretty remarkable. Now he's gonna take a stack of his own. He wants to get his level 6 at some timing.
So he has to look towards the top lane, but just with the two of them, I mean, how much of a chance do they stand of killing Amar? Can they make a rupture play on him, or is it just not going to happen?
Nah, they need a third hero. I think with just the two of them, it's never really going to work. He can just TP after rupturing, Swell goes off, or just even stand his ground under his Firestorm. They need to have the Tiny or the Hoodwink with 6. Another stack coming out, Baboka. I actually think he missed that one. Ooh. Huge hard camp stack, though, so Ori, I believe that is the Blink Dagger now done. So pace of the game is going to kick up quickly here for Aster. Yeah. But at the same time, BZM, OG, they're looking to make their own hit.
We'll be able to catch XXS here with the Bramble, the Fear control as well. Of course, the Fear and the Dream Coil combo causing the snap to occur.
Nicely done.
And making that move just to the point which was almost certainly moments before Aster were to look to make a move themselves down there. The Blink Dagger done on Ori. He wants to try and catch out Uragi.
Who are they going to get? The
See if he can do it now.
Up.
They need to burst through this PA. See Baboka setting up with the ultimate. He'll turn to the side. They'll get the break hit in. It's not quite enough damage straight away to take down Uragi,
They're both
though.
okay because they split the damage.
And he's now able to turn potentially. Tiger comes in from the side. You'll see Amar ready to jump across from the other side of the map. They'll get back in onto Ori. They'll take him down. Chew hits the 6, has the Demonic Purge. They'll be able to set up a look for Baboka as well. The arena's out. Disruption from Chew. He's giving that safety towards Uragi. Uragi may still be able to keep this fight going. He's going to TP out safely. They cannot stop his escape. Uragi gets out. Tiger as well escapes. Only BZM left behind as Monet will manage to swing over, at least find something there for Aster.
What a save though. Chew again. Every single time. Amar also, he comes bottom, says hello, goes straight back to top, wants to keep getting that farm and pressure
Look how much money he's got. He's got 2,000 gold in the bank here.
This is going to be an incredibly early 8-toast before Bloodseeker's even anywhere near a BKB, so the control from Amar, it's going to be problematic for this Bloodseeker. And yeah, that whole sequence happens because Aster, they kind of split because Uragi, he blurred in, and it kind of like messed with them. Like they both kind of went for these different targets. Baboka getting the snipe on the PA while the combo goes on the puck.
They'll be able to stick around and push for the tier 1, but indeed we'll see again towards the end of that fight. You know, it was a good job that Monet did turn up because without his presence, they wouldn't have been finding anything in this engagement. But again, Chew just absolutely on point here with the spell usage, making sure that Uragi, he's not threatened at all.
I think it's such a heads-up play, though, what Amar does. Like this, you know, TP down, collect the damage, because when you kill the heroes, of course, you know, you get that extra attribute. TP's back top, gets a tower, gets extra farm. He tends to do this. He's super farm heavy, but it usually pays off for him as, yeah, top of the net worth. He actually goes for the pipe instead. So tanking up versus the magic damage that Aster has, and maybe just wanting to show up to every single team fight then, rather than being the catch, he's just going to negate all that damage. Because then maybe, you know, Puck is going to survive the burst in all these situations versus the Tiny if the Underlord is in the area.
See Aster, of course, they'll continue to try and hit OG with these moves. Smoke up on Ori and PQ. Also has the Invis Rune as well if they need to close the gap further. XXS Arena ready to drop.
Yeah, really cool how he decides to do this, right? Just tries to tank up his whole team rather than going for any catch. Amar just feels like if they just tank the fight, they'll end up winning it, I guess. So pipe into the Wraith Pack next.
And I think for the most part, you know, if you sort of consider what Asta have, it will be Asta having to throw their bodies into the front of the team fight to get that jump.
Oh, bottom. Rory, he knows.
The setup.
Is it enough though?
And they got the follow.
Oh, it doesn't latch.
He's not able to latch in time. He phase shift, jumps out of the side. Shumai's time to protect him from the God's Rebuke. XXS will drop the arena, but BZM still alive. Silence comes into play to try and stop the fear from Tiger, but as it comes to an end, Tiger still gets the fear off, pushes back XXS. XXS cannot run.
Some of these, sometimes you see that, it's so crazy how it happens, but I think actually the toss cut one of the trees that was where the spear is going to connect. I mean, it's super random how that happens sometimes, but either way, OG, they benefited from it massively. XXS now twice getting brought down.
And these saves from Chu. Asta, they've got to have someone dealing with the Shadow Demon.
Oh, Yuragi's getting all the space in the world, and now we mentioned those ancient stacks that they've been prepping for him. It's like a 5x ancient
That's
for
massive.
this PA.
Oh my goodness, we saw how much Monet was able to do towards the end whilst he was playing from so far behind. In this game, Yuragi, he's going to be playing from the top.
He's already spamming the chat wheel. He's so happy. This is pretty massive, them just being able to keep this farm for Yuragi. He's now going to catapult forward past this Bloodseeker. Aster, it feels like they have to start making some more aggressive moves to try to slow down this PA, but
they have to keep going with Ori.
It keeps getting counteracted. Like OG, they're prepared for it, or somehow they end up surviving it, or bring the numbers. Like Amar, he's looking. I mean, he's like sitting mid, kind of AFK. I think he's just waiting for rift opportunity. Yep.
Yeah, he's going to look to try and join the fight because Monet headed out alone, and
He's
with
dead.
nothing to protect himself, he's gone.
Oh man, oh, and OG is just finding every single opportunity.
Yeah, and Asta's, they're not finding the catch.
No, and they're drafted. We mentioned the PA, he has a lot of things that he's dealt with, and like there's a lot of counters to him, but he's getting way too much on the map.
He's ahead. See if they can burst through Amar. They
Very
catch him in the
tanky.
river. Set up there, along with the sharpshooter, have to drop pretty much everything to kill him, but it is a success. They take out Amar.
Honestly worth it. He is being so annoying this game. They have to get more out of it though. I think they have to try to pressure this tower now. 25 seconds without the Underlord.
Yeah, they've got to continue to play fast.
It's a full HP tower though. It's not going to be easy.
If anyone steps up, Ori,
He's
be
waiting.
ready with the blink jump.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Does not die fast though.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And they'll reveal himself now. They'll hit them with the scan. They know that OG's hiding on the other side of the lane.
You get some tower damage here, but not the whole thing whatsoever. As Yuragi just continues to clear some camps up, get this incredible timing. You see his levels, level 13 now, Bloodseeker only 11. He's feeling very good.
And now that OG's grouped up as the four of them around this mid, it's a very dangerous place for Asta to be anywhere near. Still going to try though, Ori. He's in with the jump combo.
That's,
They get him up pretty deep here under the tier 1, but OG, they're close by, they can back him up. And now BZM steps in, Dream Coil onto the two of them. They'll turn to deal with PQ as PQ taken out. Asta, they've got to back off. It feels like they may be running out of options here, Asta. Despite the goal being close, they're going for these plays that seem a little bit desperate.
yeah, I mean, they're going for Amar, the 2,000 HP pipe hero. They're committing quite a lot onto him a lot of the times too. Yuragi now, he can join into the fray.
See the jump again from Ori.
Uh-oh.
Meteor Shadow up
He's
the corner,
burnt.
Clash thrown down on him. He's not able to get the catch. The fear out onto the two of them. Ori's gone. Let's see if they can turn with the arena. They've caught Amar. A big kill to find. Spear
Ooh, spear
wasn't
up
needed
hard.
to hit, but it still gets the job done. Silence as well catches out BZM.
Okay.
A very well-needed couple of kills there for Asta. Onto two of the cores of OG. This
now-
time OG getting caught out.
And Monet has BKB now, and as we said, you know, PA still has to watch out versus all these counters. Aster finally finds something going their way. Huge pickups onto the two cores.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be another a rough move there with Ori sort of dying at the start, but was able to sort of tempt OG into a fight that Asta did have the capabilities to turn there. Having the arena ready to go, XXS, and of course being as tanky as he is, BKB at the ready. They can't quite go on the Mars without considering how much they have to throw down to threaten him. XXS, he's starting to become a bit of a problem.
Yeah, bit of an overextension there from OG, gets quickly punished. It was kind of clutch timing. Like honestly, I really feel like Aster, they did need that for the Bloodseeker to make sure that he's able to keep up with the PA. Yuragi was starting to run away with that farm, but now Monet, BKB's done. He can look to join every single one of these fights.
Nice little find here as well for Monet, the Brigand's Blade.
The dream.
Extra damage to allow him to commit in these fights with the BKB Maelstrom.
Also, they get a couple, with those kills, they do get a couple extra big items too. The Grimstroke now with the Shard. This could be something to offset a lot of that burst damage and control that OG does have.
Yeah, they do have the sort of the tools to enable Monet to pop off in these team fights.
They sure do. And as we said, the core-to-core matchup this time around. Last time it was Yuragi with this huge advantage, Monet versus that PA, and that Rupture is always going to be a big thorn in Yuragi's side.
Saber now done for Ori, so extra level to the burst that he'll have when he gets the jump.
Looks like Amar did switch up the build, of course, too. Switching it up constantly. Had the Wraith Pack queued, now BKB because he's scared of the big burst.
See Ori, he's going to go for another jump onto Amar. TPs are coming in. Can they kill him quite quick enough? Chu offering up the disruption. Sharpshooter's going to be there off to the side. Will land over towards Chu. Monet pops the BKB, focusing down Amar. Amar trying to get out there with a teleport. He's got to do so. Back to the fountain. Amar escaped.
And Monet's BKB's done.
Ori's going to try and get the jump off again. He's backing onto Yuragi with the toss combo. Yuragi gets burst there by the magical damage of the Grimstroke and the Bloodseeker.
BZM.
OG, they're still trying to fight. Amar's able to reset Portal back into the action, catching out Ori with the Dream Core BZM. Ori turns with the Avalanche. He'll try his best to juke this out. He's got Blink up in a second. He'll blink down. See if they still find him. Curse Ground hits. They will. OG still able to find the majority of the kills in that, despite this time losing their carry. Yuragi does go down.
Master still probably pretty okay with it. They lose Ori, but Monet able to scurry away. Look a little scary for him for a second too, because his BKB was falling off, but they didn't have anything further to catch. But yeah, Yuragi, I'm surprised he actually showed up to this fight. Like, he was very close, getting closer and closer to BKB, but once they get involved, gets punished.
Can they catch BZM? Be down to Baboka.
Let's see, he's sneaking.
See if we can find him in the trees. Deep into the corner. He tries for an attempt. Won't quite be able to find him. Already out with the phase shift in the jump. BZM will be safe. TP just coming back online.
And now he has Blink Dagger of his own, so much more elusive in the fights and will be easier access onto the Hoodwink and this Grimstroke that he's kind of has to go for as this puck in the fights.
Now we'll see how quick Asta is going to be to look to try and take another fight.
Let's see how much they can tank up too, because the pipe could be pretty massive for OG just to offset a lot of that damage, and they don't really have anything that they can do that. Veil is actually finished for Taiga, so a lot of magic damage that OG does actually have.
I think
that is amped up.
They want to group up and go Asta. Here's the smoke.
I think this is exactly what they have to do, really.
Yep.
Blink on XXS as well too. They have an easier form of initiation. They're feeling strong right now.
I mean, we saw that last fight. It was very close to being an overwhelming win for Astra if they were able to kill Amar before he portaled out.
They might yet get Yuragi. He has BKB coming on the courier.
Oh, he's already out. Jumps over the creep wave.
That was close.
So whatever happens now, BKB will be ready to pop here for the PA unless they can burst him there on the high ground. He might not expect the jump, but no, already the BKB's there.
He's jumping
Yuragi
in.
knows that they're going for the play on him, and he'll turn to make the play on them. Fear out is trying to push Ori back. BTF's onto the back line, catching the two supports with the Dream Core. They take down Ori, take down Baboka, take down PQ. XXS also to fall. OG, they were prepared.
The shadow. It's so crazy how these little things always add up, but the Shadow Poison, it breaks the blink of the Tiny. They can't get the initial jump
And straight to
control
Roshan.
and it's right into Roche.
I mean, what a reaction there. I mean, you could feel it. Asta felt that they were in a perfect position to make that jump onto Yuragi.
But
They're up on the high ground. They see the PA. But the next thing they know, he's on top of them.
Such confidence, right? Like, he just BKB jumps. He knows his team is going to be there for the backup. OG continue to make this magic work for them. Level 17 PA on the way toward the Shard next.
He's definitely becoming quite the problem here, Yuragi. See, once again, this replay, they're up on the high ground, but as you say, just the way that OG, and in particular Chu, was able to mess with their ability to get that jump.
Chu is honestly just, yeah, he's pretty much the MVP for me in a lot of these games for OG. The little things that he's able to do, the saves, breaking blinks, just kind of reading the map also to understanding where the movement's coming.
Yeah, no, this man's insane. The plays that he's coming out consistently at Elan, and there's a relatively new face in terms of playing here at the tier 1 level. He's crushing it.
Yeah, and I really wanted to highlight him also because he's about to have Aghanims done, Owen. And this unlocks a whole new potential of the hero. The break, 3 different break charges. Also, when you get Shard as well, you get 3 of your defensive purge things that can just totally kind of protect the PA in a lot of situations. Yeah, OG somehow just doing it over and over again.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Getting ready to push on here with the Aegis in their hands. Tier 2 tower. We'll see what sort of a defense Asta can pull together. Yuragi
Ooh, they're smoking just the 2 back heroes. Shadow Demon
Amar,
and the puck.
he's just able to walk up and get the opening onto XXS. XXS will be able to put the BKB, turns over towards Yuragi, catches him with the Inkswell into the spear, but the pipe buff's there, keeping Yuragi protected, and they don't want to overcommit for a PA with an Aegis. They'll turn with the Rupture. Yuragi jumps to the side, trying to force Asta to go a little deeper if they want to take the Aegis out of his hands, and Asta, they can't. They'll be able to protect the Aegis here on Yuragi, OG.
Look how Amar plays. Like, he's just literally standing on top of his PA to just block any spells, any toss combos, anything. He's trying to ensure that there's no toss back funny plays anymore. If they're going to toss back anybody, it's going to be Amar. Really good coverage again and again by OG. Playing aggressive here now, finding their footing with this Aegis. Now it's tough for Aster. They've been wanting to kind of play at this fast pace, but playing into Aegis now kind of halts the aggression and gives OG the time to get this PA fatter and fatter.
I've got the halberd now, Monet, so a good opportunity to shut down some of the moments of Yuragi's physical damage output in the fights if you can be quick with the disarm.
Does mean that his damage is going to be quite a bit weaker, though. Sure, he does have Brigand's Blade at least, and he has purchased up the Shard, which at least will help, but it's a very defensive item that he's gone for.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Probably feels necessary, though, because PA's damage is starting to get quite insane. Level 18 is about to be picked up. Deso on the horizon. Yeah, you see Aster, I think they are definitely feeling quite reluctant to make any type of aggressive move into this Aegis.
Yeah, they may just have to wait this 2 minutes or so out.
Yeah. Or somehow like split push side lanes and just try to catch people with the toss plays. But OG, they're just not giving that window, and it's also scary playing into the Underlord. It's similar to the concept of like this Dawnbreaker. You go for an aggressive move on one side of the map, Amar is going to come in and bring a pipe to kind of counteract all that aggression. Still gathered up.
Ori, he's alone on the bottom. The setup's going to be there from BZM. Amar ready to follow it up. As indeed, as you say, Asta, Ori trying to go for a bit of split push, but of course OG, they've got all the tools to punish it.
They always just bring the numbers.
Oh, see, Asta, they're trying to prepare for the return. As they're here by the portal, Amar, he'll nope his way back out of there.
But his
back
team's
towards
coming.
the bottom because he's tanked the Rupture.
Okay.
Demonic Purge thrown down onto Monet, kiting him out. Yuragi's going to look to try and come in. Has been held back by the disarm for now. We'll see them be able to bring down Tiger, but Yuragi's still a problem. He's at full HP. Asta, they don't want to get anywhere near this PA.
Tried to set up for the rift, but everybody jumps in from OG to join.
Yeah, we saw as soon as he gets the Rupture on him, Amar's just straight back out of there.
Yeah.
So, all right, I'll pop back.
And then I think he TP'd back afterwards, right? He TP'd onto the outposts that they have, so they still could just bring the number advantage versus Aster.
I mean, that conceptually, that is a huge thing to do, right? If anyone does get ruptured, Amar just drops down the Dark Rift, you just head into the Rift.
Yep, and then you come back afterwards. Stays up for 20 seconds, Rupture's only that 12. Ori shows his face for a second, gets hit, and now, I mean, Chu, Aghanims is done.
Yep.
So, we said, unlocks a whole different potential of the hero.
I mean, he hasn't died this hit.
He has not.
1-0-11. They've never been able to punish the Shadow Demon.
No, it's phenomenal play, really, from him. And we haven't even gotten to really talk about what Disseminate has gotten to do, because it's a kind of a new spell, but you can definitely feel the power of it. It makes kind of the concept of it makes tankier heroes squishier. Let's make it the easy way. Sure, it makes all this cleave and stuff like that.
Yuragi.
Definitely feeling the
He
effect.
wants to charge in with these final moments of the Aegis. He's going to get the jump in over towards Baboka.
Oh man, and they're starting to run away with the game again. 30 seconds on this Aegis, but they've gotten so much out of this Aegis. The map control.
I mean, Monet is still, of course, incredibly farmed, but the question is if he's going to be able to provide such an explosive fight from behind as he was able to do on the PA.
It's him versus the world, and he's not a PA.
See Asta setting up.
Ori
but already
again.
the jumps there onto Ori. Ori's going to get caught out by OG before Asta could even make a play. This time they'll catch Chu in the arena into the silence. They will take him out. See what more they can find though. BZM is in on top of PQ. Yuragi turns towards Monet, ready to stand his ground against the Bloodseeker. He's ready to chase them down as well. They're trying to hold the back with the Soulbind. Monet will manage to get the TP off in time, but XXS caught out beyond the tower by BZM and Tiger. Is 3 dead yet again on Asta. And OG, they finally lose Chu, but that's all they lose.
Oh, and they just keep finding Ori. He's having one of the rougher games I've seen in such a long time. 2-6-2. BKB still not done. He actually held the Echo Saber rather than doing the disassemble play that we do see a lot of the times. He's gone for just picking up all the extra components, and he's paying for it. They keep just controlling him and bursting him down with all this magic damage.
And understandably, Chu has definitely been the threat. They really commit in for him there, but it cost them.
And it's this deep ward also that was not taken out. We didn't really talk about it, but north of this fight, that ward is almost full duration. So giving them that sight to get on top of Ori and just always initiate on him. 7K lead now for OG with a PA, with now a freshly picked up Deso, level 20 picked up too, and the Titan Sliver. Everything's coming together. The game's getting harder and harder. Monet!
Tiger just starts the fight onto Monet. He pretty much takes him down to a 3rd HP on his own. He will die for his attempt there, Tiger. But very much seeing the potential when he gets that setup and no BKB ready to protect him. Monet taking huge amounts of damage from the Dark Willow alone. I mean, Yuragi's still hanging around the area.
He's blurred up.
Maybe seeing if he finds a pick-off on his own.
They're trying to save I think they're trying to protect their ward as long
Could
as
be
possible.
a bit risky. Has to have the numbers here this time if OG do try and push into the fight. And Amal is teasing some of the action. They won't head into the triangle. They know that they're outnumbered here. They may have the lead OG, but not to a point where they can take a fight 3 versus 5.
No, definitely not. They thought about it though. Chu, because he has the break. I think he was probably maybe saying like, we might just be able to annihilate, like just delete this Mars before the fight starts. But OG playing still disciplined. As they should, as we've seen Aster, even when they're at a deficit, have been able to take some remarkable fights this series. This one definitely feeling harder, but let's see what they can do. X-Success!
Gonna miss the spear. Curse Crown kicks in. Monet will try and keep him covered with the blood right, causing OG to be careful with how they jump in. Ori over to the side, he's got to be careful. He'll jump in himself, actually voluntarily over towards Amal, toss him back, but they've lost the boat.
Double rupture.
Soulmind into the double rupture. X-Success commits in, but the BKB's off in time here from Yuragi. Yuragi attempts to stand his ground.
They're porting out.
Yuragi's getting low, but they're rifting out. They're away. They head into the rift, they get out of there. Tiger will stick around. He wants to keep fighting. He's in on top of Ori. As Ori will run, but Yuragi resets, he's back in, jumps forward, takes down Ori. Again, Amar just providing these perfect capabilities for OG to reset and choose how they want to take the fight or get out of there.
Yeah, I mean, they're on some kind of like genius level stuff, right? Like from the draft now, they probably had this concept maybe in their back pocket, and it's working out perfectly.
You get ruptured, you get out of there.
Yep, and then come back and you say, oh, okay, no more ruptures, no more soulbind. 10K lead, Yuragi now having freedom in the fights. And that's, I mean, this was like one of the more ideals for Aster. The BKBs did get off though. If XXS gets the spear pre-BKBs, which is, I mean, pretty impossible, then the fight probably goes their favor. But yeah, OG covering their bases perfectly every single time.
Yuragi pretty much having a full basher done after that fight. It's going to be even harder for Monet to be able to stand toe-to-toe with him in a team fight.
Now he might not even be able to walk away. A lot of these times, the only reason that Monet's actually surviving is because he's able to actually distance himself away from this PA. Now 1 or 2 bashes, Monet might just die.
Now Tiger, very far out on his own, but they don't see him up here for now. Now Ori, he reveals himself there, and Ori very quick to get the jump.
Being a little too cocky again, Tiger. He has the blink dagger, so like kind of playing like he can blink away, but yeah, Ori slaps that down. And now Ori, like we said, does have BKB, so a little bit safer. But yeah, 3-7 and 3. They're gonna have to stay in the area around the Roche pit too. This is gonna be the next big determining factor if they're able to win a fight around it.
It's so difficult for them to take a team fight.
It really is.
Now when it comes down to these 2 carries at even net worth, we're very much feeling how much more explosive the PA can be.
Yeah, like if they don't, it's always like kind of finding supports, right? But if they don't find Chu, and Chu's able to just like get all 3 of his demonic purge off, 1 onto Mars, 1 onto Bloodseeker, and maybe just another 1 onto Bloodseeker afterwards, or onto Tiny, fight is not easy.
Smoke time from both sides, knowing the importance of being able to try and start this fight around the potential Roche respawn.
Ori has to get the initiation off. He has to just try to delete some hero. If they get initiated on the side of Aster, I think it's just going to go disastrously.
Does have DD Rune in the bottle.
Can one-shot most of the supports if he does find them.
Chu would be the big catch. Bursting through BZM's a little bit more difficult. He has got the components of the Eon Disc ready to assemble.
CMR also picking up a Lincoln's, so trying to prevent versus that rupture. Just throwing it onto Yuragi probably inside of those fights. Because then if Yuragi does not get ruptured, he is going to rip the fight apart.
Dire are scanning.
Roche is back up.
OG smokes up, but Aster do have the high ground.
They also just got a full AC on Monet, so quite a bit stronger.
See how they can start the fight. Ready though.
3-man room.
OG's able to lead in on towards them. Aster's getting forced back. XXS has to put the BKB early.
It's a BKB to run though.
See if they can chase on after this. Blink from XXS will break him a far enough distance away. You'll see BZM drop the coil in. Trying to tease out a BKB reaction from Monet. It won't come into play. He can step out.
Great play there with the Inkswell. Knowing they can hold the BKB, but now no BKB on the Mars. Does OG perhaps just start focusing onto the Roche? I think they probably can with the PA. And Aster, the pressure's on them. They have to kind of just keep poking their face and scouting out that Roche area soon. Even though they don't have BKB on XXS, this is a very difficult fight now for them.
I know, do you know that? They want to take this fight.
Yuragi sneaking in.
I mean, Monet showing in the river.
Yuragi's in.
He's in, firstly bash straight away, but both are eliminated. Bash as well from the dagger over towards Monet upon the BKB. Soulbind trying to hold back both Amar and Monet, but there's no control. As Monet has to run, they've caught Yuragi in the arena. That's Yuragi jumping forward, picks up a double kill. As he's incredibly low, but he's backing off away from the fight. He's still alive. In fact, he jumps back in, but it's into an avalanche. It's 3 dead on OG. Ori still alive here for now, alongside both Monet and PQ. Finally, Aster, they've been able to find more. Ori, he's in with the jump. To Amar, see if they've got the damage. He has got BZM here to help him out. Amar's going to charge straight over towards PQ. Ori getting incredibly low. BZM, he's able to take him out at the end of it. Amar trying to get up with the rift. He'll manage to reset back to base. Aster, they'll get a few kills themselves, but again, not without their own casualties.
A pretty damn good fight, though. Monet's actually able to get the Rupture off, and then they see the TP out, and then they get the leash from the Soulbind to stop the TP onto Yuragi.
And yeah, an incredibly split fight there.
Yep.
Monet surviving, and well on the way now towards the Mione.
Yeah, this AC actually, you know, him going for this kind of defensive pickups of items, the Helper and the AC, he's very tanky, and it provides a pretty good tankiness for his teammates, too, to survive a little longer.
I'll see it again here.
Right when it ends.
Ori, fair few fights now where he struggled to sort of have the impact that he'd want to with the way that OG been able to get the catch on him. This time round, a fair few spells causing issues for OG. But still, the tankiness and the ability to relocate out of the action with the Rift, favouring Amar's moves. Right back in the action. I see both teams look to kick it off again.
He's broken.
Now it's got the BKB charge, holding on to it for now.
Yuragi's
still have
just
outpost
TPing
control, OG, so indeed Yuragi's going to be able to join them for this fight.
And that ward's still on the high ground. It's seeing Aster back away.
Tiger's trying to see if he can get the catch with BZM, and BZM's in against the Dream Coil onto the two of them. PQ in trouble. Monet has to put the BKB, or he's going to commit in, jumps over towards Yuragi, but hasn't got nearly enough damage to burst through this PA. As he'll put the BKB, or he tries to grow the arena's there. Yuragi getting very, very low. The feed!
He's alive!
It catches the three of the Tiger! Controls Aster and makes sure that Yuragi can live, stand his ground, and heal back up.
I think they even used the Lincolns. I didn't know if I think he used the Lincolns onto Yuragi too, right before the Rupture comes out, so no Rupture either. OG again taking the fight. Taiga with his, with his Dark Will this whole tournament also.
Perfectly placed
every
there.
time. Always controlling everybody.
His team, the one to be caught in the arena of XXS, but bang on target there with a 3-man fear.
Uh-oh, PQ. He's purged up.
He's going to get slowed down. They do have buybacks available on Aster, but they're going to be hesitant to want to use them. As Tiger gets in, cleans up the action.
And Amar gets that bonus damage, the Atrophy Aura. See how much he's doing to the tower
And they're taking
here.
Roche as well, of course. Yuragi able to easily solo this. So not only severe base damage being done to Aster, Yuragi, he'll be ready to turn up, and over he comes with the ultimate, immediately ready to continue this push from OG.
This is just, again, amazing team play, amazing team fights over and over again from OG, kind of covering each other perfectly. Always there with the saves, always there with the control and number. 14K. How can Monet do this by himself?
It's a lot of weight on his shoulders.
Especially into like so much damage mitigation. Amar now, he's finally going to start bringing Brace back down as well soon.
Trying to start things off, or he's looking for the toss back, but he's not able to find it. Defensive disruption comes out for Chu. Yuragi still tanks the sharpshooter shot, but that's the BKB from Ori. And he's having to use it to back off under the tier 4 tower. So Yuragi teasing with the jump over towards Monet.
That's the whole Rupture as well, too, gone. Yuragi now just continues to getting healed by Chu. That demonic cleanse, of course.
Buffing him up with the Lincolns as well, making it incredibly hard for Aster to get any sort of jump on him. They've got to do it twice. Has that Aegis here for the push.
They have opportunities where they can do the toss-back spears into tier 4s, but it's not easy.
They're trying again to get the angle, but they won't be able to find it. Not able to get the catch. XXS has to put the BKB. They do manage to get the pushback out onto the two of them. Monet moving in, but the bashes are there. Yuragi turns towards Monet. Monet has to split away from them, back to the fountain.
He's in no man's
land. And the bashes caught him out. As Ori out of the game for 70. No buyback on him. No buyback on PQ. As OG, they'll look to keep this push going. The backdoor protection kicks in, but a new wave of creeps will be joining soon. So OG, they're not going anywhere. They'll take this tier 3.
They're still healthy and a freshly delivered Vlad, Smart. More lifesteal for Yuragi.
3 minutes left on the Aegis still. Yuragi can also get that completed Satanic delivered out to him.
Oh, and they're actually going to leave as a unit, go to bottom, take out the tower.
Continue this pressure. The tier 1s and tier 2s still standing on the bottom lane, but not for long. As OG will charge down this lane.
Last fight's looking to be for Aster if they can try to put up some type of defense, because OG, they're going to bring it to them on this last Rax. BZM already in position. How do you even kill Yuragi once?
I don't know. I don't think you can. We saw the potential of PA when it was behind last game. This time it's completely ahead. Jumping towards the base, they take out Baboka. Has a buyback available. We'll see Ori back in 5. Aster, they'll definitely have one final fight in them.
I mean, BZM's just jumping into the base.
We'll lose the Eon Disc proc here. Still trying to tease out the BKB and Monet.
It's on cooldown,
It is for 5 seconds. He's got to be careful. Ori jumps in. We'll get the toss back onto Yuragi. See if they can deal with him once, but one crit there. Yuragi's just back up at full HP. Monet tries to run, but they'll take him out. Buyback to come in from Monet. They'll turn with a sharpshooter shot over towards Yuragi, but Yuragi's still good to go. He's surrounded by his teammates. He cannot die here. As OG, they'll be back towards the objective. Monet, he gets caught with the massive with the BKB up with the physical damage. He's tearing through him. He's running back to the base. He's ticking down low. He'll get back to the fountain. Monet will live for now. But Ori, feared back by Tiger. BZM jumping up to the fountain. Ori's out, no buyback. As Yuragi's ready to play with them here. Right up in the fountain. OG, they've been known to dive before here. They might try to get with Amar. He'll get speared back into the fountain. He's dead.
But the Raxes, the Megas.
So the Megas are out.
Yuragi actually hitting tier 4s instead of going for Megas, and that will be it.
See if they can do anything 4 versus 4.
I mean, BZM just has no fear.
I mean, he's just in with the 3-man dream call. Monet's in trouble. They'll try and push back. The 2 of them, and XXS with the spear and the rebuke will buy something. He's not enough. Jump in there. Chu has the burst to finish off Monet. Out for 100 seconds. GG is gone. OG, they've done it. And they've done it clean. 3 games back to back against Aster, a team that looked terrifying in their upper bracket run. But OG, they turned up today, and they gave us arguably the best Dota we've seen it anywhere in quite some time. These 3 games, a masterclass from OG, despite Aster's best attempts.
The best attempts to even try to counter a PA, but the PA counters, they didn't work. OG, they have an idea, it works perfect. This Underlord last pick, genius, really.
And this team's insane.
It really are.
Turning up, and you've got to give a massive credit to Chu. Turning 100%. Up at this LAN, and even before this LAN, you know, people knew that he was part of OG, helping out as the coach. But he turns up, and his performance here on the main stage, phenomenal.
I'd let him lift the trophy if I were them, honestly. He has been so spectacular. Defensive plays, aggressive plays, calling shots, because as far as we know, the captaining in game, it's been a lot of time that they've said from Chu. So, wow, spectacular stuff. OG have to be so happy with themselves.
Absolutely, and the Dota that they provide consistently, it's just always a delight to watch. And in this 3rd game as well, the change up in the draft, they let Aster have their Mars, and they take the PA for themselves. You know, you're right, he wants to show them how it's done. As we'll see them here, and of course for Aster, a great run through the upper bracket, but when it came to the grand final stage, when they had to step it up to another level, when you meet OG in a grand finals, it always feels like OG has that edge. They've got that little bit of something that nobody else seems to have, Bob.
They just have so many concepts in Dota that they play so well with.
And there we go, of course, the crowd here. You have been phenomenal, Malaysia. Can we give it up here one more time for your champions of ESL 1 Malaysia, OG!
Gentlemen, a quick word from me if I could. Chu, this will be the last time that we see you before you're back to coach Any words out there for all those new Choo Choo Train fans? Anything to say to the audience? What would you like to say to all your new fans?
I guess thanks for the support. I'm with the ground. Love it.
All right, give it up for Joe! Yuragi, if you've ever been in a seed pub, you know that carry is all that matters. Nothing else matters. Everyone in this arena is a carry player. Anything to say out there to your people?
Thanks, everyone. I had a great time.
BEZM, you have been absolutely on point all day. Are you happy that it was a hard 3-0, or could you have gone all 5 games?
I don't know. I'm just doing following steps, like my granddad's steps, you know.
Wow, those are some mighty steps. Well done, well done. Tiger, you can position 5. You can position 4. Hell, in some games it looked like you were in the position 2. Is there anything you can't do?
I don't know. I just love Malaysia too much. You guys are buffing me a lot.
And finally, Amar, my friend. A lot of people out here are loving you. They ban your heroes. They pick your heroes, but you're unstoppable. Is this, Amar, the final form, or are you going to get even better before TI?
ATM already OP, so who knows what's next?
All right, well, fantastic. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up one more time for OG! And we'll shoot it off. Back to the panel. Congratulations, guys. Thank you so much.
Your champions, it's OG here on the stage in Malaysia. Oh, Arena Stars, you are something else. You are something else indeed, and OG as well, something else here. Doing it, coming first place, 3-0 in the grand finals with Chavash as the fresh stand-in. And they make it look so easy. How did they do it? Zania, you believed in them from the very start. Your bias was definitely well placed here because there's nothing stopping this team.
I mean, just to go off of Chavash, I remember, like, I think maybe 2 months ago, I saw a Reddit thread which contained an interview by RZ.
I remember that!
Yeah, where he said, like, Chavash is clueless, he doesn't understand Dota at all.
Ideas.
Yeah,
I remember
he's just
that.
like a friend hanging out with the team. He's just Misha's friend for a long time, but did he silence the haters or what?
Oh, he sure did. Oh, I remember that. I was
Yeah.
like, oh.
And he proved that he absolutely belongs. And I mean, OGs look amazing, and they are continue to play amazing. And
They are so good. How do they keep getting away with this? Will they ever be stopped?
They have some kind of magic with them, man. Like,
I know them. I know what powers them up. We heard Tiger say it as well. I think this crowd is definitely a large portion of being powered up and just reaching that next level. There's some teams that just get to that final form when they're in front of a crowd. They get the level up, and Chavash, he definitely leveled up in front of the crowd as well. The whole team seems to be on fire.
But honestly, he's just played so well from group stages up until now. He fits the team so seamlessly. He's so mechanically good, and he's also capable of playing 5, so they can utilize Taiga's 4 hero pool when they need to. It just feels like a perfect fit. How can you have 3 perfect fits in your 8-man roster? I don't know how that works out, but it just does.
Oh, it does indeed. A well-deserved trophy there for OG. All right, we're gonna recap not just OG's journey, but also the journey that Aster has taken to get to this point. Obviously, it's a disappointing result, but they have come top 3 every event they attended this year. So this is a good thing. I mean, we know that says traditionally not everybody that wins the final tournament before TI wins TI. Right? Silver linings.
Copium, a little bit of copium.
I mean, OG are definitely looking like contenders. They're going to be studied, but we cannot forget about Spirit for TI. We can't forget about LGD. There are other beasts from other regions, and of course, Aster are not going to take this loss badly. I'm sure they're going to go home and get better too.
Yeah, they have a very experienced coach, Lil Lanham, of course. and this will just be fuel for TI, for when it matters the most for these teams. And they came through the upper bracket. I think the biggest lesson that we saw from OG coming through the lower bracket, playing more Dota is better. And that means that we should keep a close eye on perhaps also the final chance qualifiers for TI, because those teams will have played the most Dota. But we're looking back at this game. This game actually, Aster, I felt like they had a shot. We thought maybe Asania, this draft would have pushed them over the edge to force out a next game.
Yeah, I mean, I think draft-wise, this game, they could compete. I think the earlier games looked, in my eyes at least, very difficult to find angles for them to really, like, win the game. But yeah, I mean, I just think ultimately the better team won. I think when it comes to this grand final, like, we can talk draft, we can analyze, but I think OG just played better.
Yeah.
Plain and simple.
Plain and simple. Definitely the Mars didn't look as strong on the side of Aster as it did on the side of OG. Underlord coming out and showing up, and the portals were actually insane. It's definitely a hero that I think people should also keep an eye on. This was the first tournament on a fresh patch as well, and I think from OG's perspective, and actually from all the teams that did well and played a lot of Dota, we saw this patch develop Ninja Boogie into something very promising for the gameplay.
Yeah,
coming.
no, I definitely like the pace of the game. It was a bit too fast in the prior patch, where everyone was hitting like level 25, pre-30 minutes, and games just were very stompy. And now you kind of have like these back and forth games. Even though teams are behind like 20K, you see potential comebacks which were a little bit harder to do in prior patches.
Yeah, honestly, it really feels like there's ingenuity in the way that OG play Dota. Even this Underlord pick, it didn't scream incredible to me when I saw it, but as I saw it develop throughout the game, it seemed like it gave them everything that they needed. When Aster needed to make these aggressive moves, when they needed to pressure the PA, he would just come in through his portal, pipe everybody, and they just had no damage to kill anybody. So the way that ATF just approached his itemization, approached the way to play this hero was just so solid, and to me, he's the standout player of this grand finals.
Yeah, would definitely say that as well. Not just maybe grand finals, perhaps the entire tournament. Of course, doing fantastically well. Now looking back, I know, for example, in Senia, I'm assuming you're scrimming with all the teams here.
Yep.
Yep. Was it the result also you were expecting? Because it was when you're scrimming with OG as well.
I mean, I thought the only team here that could genuinely challenge Aster is OG. I did not think Secret really, to me, seemed like a convincing opponent against Aster. So, yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to this matchup, and OG in front of a crowd, I mean, like, they're always good. So, yeah, not too unexpected. I mean, 3-0 for Grand Final, I think, like, it doesn't really represent and tell the full story of how good Aster was at this event.
Yeah,
they were extremely dominant. I would argue even more dominant than OG for most of the run, but that doesn't always mean that you're going to win the Grand Finals, right?
That's true. You gotta learn to adapt, and if you can't adapt mid-series, you gotta lose.
Can I just say, I often feel that these Chinese teams get really stubborn in these best of fives. I do feel like they could have had a different take on the first two games, especially versus the Mars, and I just kind of feel like it happens over and over. I mean, we saw similar things with LGD too.
I mean, for a long time, that was kind of like China's biggest weakness compared to like the Western teams and maybe some Southeast Asian teams. They're they never really picked a Huskar or the Bruise. Like they're never really innovated in that sense in terms of drafting. So by the time you do reach a grand finals against a China team, you can kind of predict everything that they want to do and also the style that they want to do in the game.
They're pretty honest in how they play. There's not a lot of dishonest heroes.
There's not.
There's no point of us picking Brood against you. Yeah.
No, I don't think anybody's picking Brood against anyone
Hold?
at the moment.
Hold?
Okay, so that was the grand final. We've got our champion. It's been so long since we were back in Malaysia, and it's been an absolute treat. Afi, what was your favorite thing of the whole event?
Honestly, just the crowd. It was my first time in front of a crowd, and it's been incredible. And this is so much more hype than just watching from the studio. I feel so grateful to be here.
Ninja Boogie, first talent event.
Yeah, it was pretty fun, and it's just good to see everyone and all these new faces. It's been a while since I've been in an event, so it's good to reconnect with one another again.
Absolutely. How about you, Insania? No, it's not the result that you wanted. You got to still, be in the grand finals.
She right behind you.
Yeah, for the second time, on a panel, unfortunately. But who knows? There's still Dota to be played.
There is definitely still Dota to be played. Good luck, of course, next week in the TI qualifiers. It is time. It's gonna be a little while. Well, TI qualifiers, what, 3rd of September, I believe. So make sure that you mark that in your calendars. But that was it for ESL 1 Malaysia 2022, powered by Intel. It's been an absolute blast, and I hope we get to do this so many more times. This arena was absolutely packed. I've never heard a crowd this loud, and I hope that we get to witness this many, many, many more times. You've been amazing. Have a great night, have a great evening or morning, depending on where you are in the world, of course. But we're signing off here from ESL 1. We'll see you next time.
Gonna put himself right in the front line. Crowd's going down. They all get away. Nobody getting hit by that one. OG. They now just have to watch out for the black hole from Nisha. He's going to try to go for it onto the Slark, but he's already in biz. He's not taking any damage. Just turn around and just rip through the Enigma. Chrysalis, he's going to get stopped by the first round as well. The last man standing will be the last man to fall. Team Secret as they get wiped.
job, I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out, I'm round the clock, the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind, like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay all day, slaying
I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity.